He's got to read those angles a lot better if he's sitting deep.
Right.
Successful over for Pradeep. It's 74 for 3.
Well, he's now got figures of 2 for 20 from his 6 overs today. Both of his victims caught behind. Kulasekara, the other wicket taker. So, start of a new partnership. Again, still plenty of time left in the day. A lot of time to bat. Well, this time last year, early on in the Ashes series, Joe Root survived an early chance, went on to make 180 or so. And with this current scoreline, England will start to think actually they need someone to do exactly that again. Ian Bell is 24 not out.
It was a tough decision this morning, I would think, looking at the pitch, the weather conditions on offer, the decision to put England in. It's been dry the days leading up to the test match. You look at the pitch too, it looks a dry one. Though a lot more grass than you would normally see here at Lord's, so could have thought that it's good to bat first, get the runs on, and hopefully it'll dry up later. But from the Sri Lankan point of view, test matches they've played here before, the pitch has just got better over the 4th and 5th days.
No!
Yeah, the only thing you always look at is whether or not the bounce maintains its consistency. Last time Sri Lanka were here, you're right, it was a belter, wasn't it? 4th and 5th days, and they were batting last in the game. What they want, obviously, is to try and be batting last to chase a relatively small target. So a lot depends on whether they improve on this position. 75 for 3 is a good start, but if it flattens out as the ball gets older and someone gets stuck in, and for instance, if Bell and Root put on a proper partnership, then that's not quite what they wanted from the day. And then, of course, it depends how well they bat first innings.
At this stage, though, decision justified. They need to get in, and they're backing on the fact that probably the second day might be the best day to bat on this pitch. You don't want England's strength. They seem to have only plan A in this test match in terms of the bowlers, 4 fast bowlers coming at them, and this will be the best time for them to bowl at. So that's taken out. But if they batted first, you'd say, okay, score 300 in the first innings and look to score 250, 300 in the second innings. But by putting England in, they're backing themselves of saying, all right, we need to score 450.
Wait, no.
Well, going back to our earlier chat about batting long in test matches, I mean, this is the great thing, isn't it? Whenever we come back to the start of a new test season, you have to sort of try and slot your mind back into gear to deal with test cricket. The fact there is a long time over 5 days and things can change in a session. A good session this afternoon, this evening. England will feel they've got something out the day. If Sri Lanka carry on picking up wickets, Sri Lanka will be happy with their decision to bowl first. And then you've got so much time still left in the game that someone has to bat long at some stage to try and get the advantage with the bat, if not with the ball. Oh, it's good delivery, good length, just doing a little something towards the end as well.
But a lot to play for. For Sri Lanka, it's about staying competitive come the 3rd and 4th day, probably get the spinner Rangana Herath into the game. So whatever happens, like David did say, they're going to have to bat big in that first innings to bring Herath into the game, if at all.
Yeah, a little too wide this time. It's 20 overs gone, 75 for 3. So 75 for 3. 20 minutes just over to go until lunch on day one here at Lord's, and time for a little change in the commentary box, where it's once again Nasser Hussain with David Lloyd.
Well, it's been good from Sri Lanka. Disciplines have been excellent. Ian Bell 25 from 43 deliveries. Done well to break partnerships, and a couple of wickets for Pradeep. Kulasekara with just gentle medium pace swing bowling, 1 for 21, and still able to attack 3 slips and a gully. They've been impressive. Nasser with the ball. This is a good pace, 87 miles an hour.
Yeah, they've realised there's just a little bit in the pitch. I think it's an excellent cricket pitch. If you can go at 3.7 runs and over in the first morning of a test match, and 3 wickets as well, shows it's a good surface. They've realised they don't have to do anything unorthodox. In one-day cricket, it's all about variations and Malinga and slower balls and Yorkers. These lads have just come in and hit a length, basically. Putting a man out to Ian Bell. That might be a sign that they want to bowl at Joe Root early on, but also just a word to Ian Bell that you can't just lunge on that front foot.
He will get driven. Nothing wrong with the delivery. It did swing, but it's been caressed through the covers. Joe Root 4.
Yeah, the key for Joe Root is whether he transfers his weight into the forward shots. He's a back foot player, and there's a lot of the England top 3 or 4 that are back foot players, the likes of Cook, Balance and Root. Whether he bends into that drive, which he does well there. Sometimes he just gets stuck on that back foot. And that's what Australia did to him pretty well. It was on this ground that he smashed 180, I think it was, against Australia 11 months ago. There's one big score for England. But after that, they pushed him back and then got him up with the fuller delivery. And that's what Sri Lanka are trying to do here. Just push him back, remind him to stay back in his crease, and then the sucker punch comes.
And another bouncer. It's 80 for 3. And we're off down to third man.
I want to take you back to the second ball of the 13th over, Bumble, when Gary Balance tried to play a drive with limited footwork from the crease. This is Kulasekara from round the wicket, very full ball. He's driving with no footwork, really. The ball just fell short of slip, but the danger signs were there. And then have a look at his dismissal from over the wicket this time, but pushed up very full. And again, driving from the crease. And if we look at this from the sideways angle, you can see how deep Balance gets. That front foot comes back as well, so it's on the popping crease. And he doesn't get in front of the popping crease, even though he's driving at the ball. And you'd say that kind of a technique is fine if Mitchell Johnson is running in at 95 miles an hour, but 75, 80 miles an hour and the ball is pushed up, you want to be replicating Bell really and looking to get forward out of the popping crease.
Very similar to Alistair Cook in setup, going right deep in the crease. But also Gary Balance, when he was playing Kulaseka, was stood outside of his crease, wanted to meet the ball, so he's looking there at a little bit more pace maybe. I wonder if it's a Yorkshire thing. I think of many Yorkshire players who play back, let it come, let it develop, let it come right into you.
It's a Yorkshire thing, it's an English thing as well. We produce more back foot players. The ball moves around in England and hence you play the ball late, you play it underneath you. Ian Bell does go a little bit further forward. You look at the likes of Pietersen and Trott, who were brought up abroad, they will go at the ball a lot more. England produce back foot players.
He gets it through mid-off. Outfield, as usual here at Lord's, he's quick enough.
There's an example of a very good front foot player in Ian Bell. He is one that does transfer his weight and gets way out in front of him. Watch the nice stride he gets in there, beautiful. And he's such a sweet timer of the ball, he doesn't have to overhit. Lovely balance.
Well, again, a great shot from side on that on these pitches, top batsmen are looking to stay back. You're just buying, getting another split second time. Well, I'm just thinking of club and league cricketers who would be out of the crease, just stand outside of the crease because pitches are slow. Now that's the 4 again. You can see all these trigger movement that he wants to go back. Hardly say that that's a front foot shot. He doesn't get out of the tram lines. Wonder what the stamina of the Sri Lanka bowlers will be. Hiranga with good pace, 85 miles an hour. Pradeep a touch quicker, 87. Just how they'll be stamina wise at the end of the day, if they're still out there bowling, of course. Well fielded, just be a couple coming back for 3. 87 for 3. Ian Bell has moved on to 33. 51 deliveries, he's in at 4. Well, we've got a gorgeous morning. And Sri Lanka winning the toss and deciding to field first. Lots of debate whether that was cautious. Well, they've done okay. England are on 87 for 3. Gary Balance, last man out. 23 from 40 deliveries. Ian Bell is 33. Joe Root is on 4. Just looking at this field now, Pradeep into his 8th over. There's a deep backward square leg. Just now and again you get that bouncer that comes in, but predominantly bowling full to 3 slips and a gully.
Yeah, it's more to do with what Michael Atherton was talking about. That Ian Bell is one of the few England batsmen who are trying to get out in front of the crease. We see Harath warming up, mandatory over before lunch. But just trying to keep Bell looking in that direction, the deep square, realising there is a bouncer up the sleeve of the bowler. It might push him back in the crease.
What do you think of the pace of the pitch?
I think it's been pretty good. I think that's why the grass has been left on it. I'm sure England would have wanted some grass on it. Completely different from last summer against Australia, where they wanted all their pitches devoid of any kind of grass. They felt they had Graham Swan in the side and they could outspin and out reverse swing Australia, and it worked in England. Whereas here they want a pitch with a bit of pace and bounce and carry. Not bad at all.
Tickle down the leg side. Beats Harath.
It's followed him around this morning, isn't it? Harath at mid-off, mid-on and fine leg. Just a little tickle from Ian Bell.
I'm just thinking about this pitch, you know, sometimes we get down to Lords and it gets quicker on day 2 and day 3. Just to remind everybody that the pitch before every morning is cut and just spruced up. Choice of roller will be with the batting side. Might get a bit quicker. That before gets into position really early for this shot.
There was the short ball, but Ian Bell too good. Off the front foot. Pulls off the front foot perfectly. Lovely timing. Doesn't try and overhit. That's when he's at his best, Ian Bell. Just for a fraction of a second he thought about just diving out of the way of that, but he realised it didn't bounce much and he had plenty of time to pull it away.
That's good. Beats everything. Ends the 23rd over. It's 95 for 3. And look who's popped in at third man. Jamie, great to see you.
Lovely to see you as well.
Big cricket man, yeah?
Yes, I am. I do. I really like it, appreciate it. A lot more civilised than football, I would say, and a day out at Lords, you just can't beat it. So lovely to be here today.
And looking forward to the World Cup?
I am. Very excited. It's sort of crept up on us, isn't it? And especially tonight, Brazil versus Croatia should be a really good way to start the tournament. And obviously the big game on Saturday with England playing.
It's good that Brazil play tonight. Wonderful team. Croatia. Is that another American team? Or are they, where are they from? Croatia. They're European, aren't they? Near Poland. I'm looking forward to it. Really, I'm looking forward to the World Cup.
We've done a bit of managing yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I was manager during the winter of the media team. This is it.
Oh!
No, well, Nas, of course, with my right-hand man.
These two go.
Making me notes like you do.
Go, give a go!
It was a good game. We won 3-2. We were 2-0 down and tactical changes.
Changed the game, I heard.
Oh, I absolutely changed the game. 3-2. Michael Vaughan there, I brought him off in the end, but he was influential in the game, yeah. I transferred him shortly after that. Got rid. On your way, mate. Played 4-4-3, that's the system.
It's a good system, that one. I like that one.
You know, look at managerial styles, and I was something between Arsene Wenger and John Sitton from Leyton Orient.
Nass said you was more Mike Bassett.
A bit like Mike Bassett. I like that. I like that. On the centre circle with the lights coming on. Yeah. I've got to tell you about my half-time team talk, because you featured in it.
Right.
You were in it. A wrath's on. I had a lad playing centre-half, one of the Sky lads, Sean Boyle. I said, I want you to play like Louise, and not her that's married to Jamie Redknapp, him that plays at centre-half for Chelsea. Just going to get an over here, I think, before lunch. He's a good bowler, 36 years of age. He's a wily customer. England's chances, Jamie.
I think they've got a really, listen, most important thing in any major tournament, just get through the group stages, then you can build that bit of confidence. I think we will get through the group stages. We've got some very good, young, talented players. I'd love to see Ross Barkley and Sterling feature. It should be really good. I think they've got a good chance.
I suppose the exciting thing, and reading all the papers, all the pundits, all the journalists, that there's pace in that team.
That's right. There is, but the most important thing in the heat, having played in midfield in a major tournament, you need to keep the ball. It's all right having pace in all the air. You've got to make sure you keep the ball well. And that's something we haven't done at previous tournaments, to be honest, Bumble. It's where we've struggled with retaining the ball, and other teams do that better than what we do. So it's just how you fit the formation. Maybe that 4-3-3 might just work, you know.
It's for the future. 96 for 3, 24 overs. Who do you fancy? Who do you fancy World Cup? Have you any?
Spain. We go Spain. I look at the side, look at the players they've even left out. They can't even get in the side. Conditions are going to be important. It's like away from home. I mean,
Absolutely.
It's going to be tough, isn't it, over there? They talk about the grass being different out there.
Yeah,
and sort of sort of grabs hold of the ball.
Sticky, exactly, and the whole atmosphere is going to be pretty sticky. But Argentina are a very good side as well. You look at Messi and what he can do with a football. If he can catch fire, because this year he looks like he's been saving himself for the World Cup.
Last over then coming up before break for lunch. Square leg comes back into a run-saving position just by the umpire.
You enjoy your cricket, Jamie?
I do. I've got two young sons. My 9-year-old son is absolutely in love with cricket, more so than football, actually. So I do enjoy going to watch him play. It's very difficult because I would love to be able to help him and teach him what he's doing wrong, but unfortunately I can't, you know. So the intricacies of cricket and the bowling and the batting is so much different to football. You know, in football you run around, you can become successful, but as you know, with cricket it's a lot more difficult. But I absolutely love a day at the cricket. It's really, Frank Lampard, my cousin, he's a very good cricketer, Frank. My dad said he was a ferocious fast bowler. I'm not quite so sure though, to be honest, Nas.
Do you want to do us a favour and run through the Sri Lankan lineup for us,
yeah,
please?
absolutely. I would love to. Yeah,
we're just struggling.
I'll go first.
You
You can carry it on. So we'll start with Silva after you.
No, we'll go with the first names as well. Go through the whole lineup. Come on.
No, you're okay. I'll leave that one with you, mate.
Used to have one that's retired. You remember Vass?
Yep.
Jaminda Vass?
Yes, of course.
Warnakula Saraya Patabendige Usantha Joseph Chaminda Vas. That was his proper name.
Brilliant.
Should have seen his shirt.
Some player.
No ball. So go on, you mentioned Argentina. Who would you say as outsiders? Who's a team that will surprise everybody?
Uruguay have got so many talented players. You look at a team with Cavani and obviously Suarez, and injury dependent really, but you look at them as a danger. Chile are going to be a really good side, but I think not far wrong with Spain as well. It's no surprise, but I think Spain are obviously a very talented side. It's such a wide open competition, it really is.
And what about QPR, the old fellas back in the
He's
Premier
back
League?
in the big time, honestly, but I don't think I've ever enjoyed a goal more than that one. And I class us as a we. When that goal went in and they were up against it, 10 men, 25 minutes to go, I thought, there's no chance here. I think my dad would have took penalties any day of the week. And then for them to get that last-minute winner of Bobby Zamora, what a feeling that was. Really good.
And then he's left, hasn't he, Bobby Zamora? Your dad said thanks a lot.
Not sure yet.
All right.
We're not sure yet. I mean, keep that one to yourself.
All right.
I'm pleased you put that out to everybody out there. Thanks for that, Bumble. Put my dad under pressure. He scores a goal, saves a club £120 million, and they sell him.
Golf kicking off as well.
US Open. Just been talking to Beefy about that. We're excited. I mean, what a day, what a week of football we're going to have.
Is he
on Sky
playing in
as
that?
well. Beefy, we could do anything. I watched Beefy play many years ago for Scunthorpe against Bournemouth. I mean, what a player. I mean, he came on.
Seriously?
Absolutely, honestly. They're 3-0 down when he came on. And,
That's enough from Jamie Redknapp, anyway.
Beefy came on, terrorised us. My dad tried to sign him after, but then that isn't saying anything because he tries to sign everybody. But he was some centre forward. I mean, one of my heroes as a cricketer. And then when I saw him play football, I thought he's even got up in my estimation as that. He's not as good as me at golf, unfortunately, but he's what a talent. What a talent he is.
Well, terrific to see you. When do you start work on the World Cup?
No World Cup action for us. We're just looking forward to the start of the Premier League season and the Champions League.
I must have been on Mars.
Jamie Redknapp here, my boy.
Terrific to see you. No, well, see, there's no World Cup for you. I hope the golf improves.
We'll try. No, thank you. It's a real privilege to be here with you guys. Thanks very much.
Well, an excellent morning's cricket there. 25 overs, 98 for 3. Ian Bell is on 41. Joe Root is on 6. Little partnership at 24.
It's good running. It's good bit of fielding as well. Never going to stop the single, but good effort, saved the boundary.
Afternoon, Beefy. Good afternoon, everyone. Harath, tidy bowler, Harath. He always is pretty accurate, gets the odd one to turn. Big role to play down here. I think he can try and get this wicket. Joe Root's looked busy since he's come to the crease. Bell's played solid, 41 after 63 deliveries, already at 6 boundaries. Continuing his form, he's a class act, Ian Bell. Joe Root's looked really busy. I like that about Joe Root. I think he's one of those players, he needs to be busy when he gets in. Get some singles, get up the other end, knock it around, hit the bad ball away.
Owen Ali, next man in. Got 100 just a few days ago. Worcester. Wondered when it was going to happen. It has happened, and that's straight down the ground for 6. I think that's good because that push now puts a little bit of pressure on the Sri Lankan captain. Does he push the man back, or does he keep him up? Probably keep him up and say do it once more. Ian Bell will, I'm sure. Excellent shot.
He does that well, Ian Bell, the last few years. You can see him when the spinner first comes on. This is the first over after lunch. He's not afraid to use his feet and get down the pitch and hits it well straight. very well balanced when he comes down. Doesn't try and over-hit the ball. Virath's a tidy spinner. He'll be a bit more of a handful as the game goes on. It's not easy for him at the moment, but look how late Ian Bell goes. That's why it's hard to see as a bowler. He leaves his crease really late. He doesn't panic.
7 from the first over then after lunch, 105 for 3. A big day for sport, isn't it? Got the Test match here. The World Cup kicks off. The hosts against Croatia. US Open golf. Shaminda Aranga. 6 overs, none for 24. So who do you fancy for the US Open? Let's go through them.
Yeah, the US Open, that's a lot of sport coming up. World Cups, football. US Open, I'm not sure who I fancy for the US Open, Beef. There's a few people that can win it, obviously. Adam Scott will be tough to beat.
Rory McIlroy just won.
Yeah, from nowhere too, didn't he?
Yeah. Thomas Bjorn was leading, and Rory McIlroy played well. That's on in about 13.5 minutes time on Sky.
They could have delayed it until we were off air.
Well, don't worry, I'll be watching the watch. Yeah, Sky Sports 4. Already been a couple of birdies. Kuchar, Mickelson, Webb Simpson. Flipped away, but it's only going to be a single.
Tough track too for the US Open, Beef.
Pinehurst #2.
Played there.
Yeah. Yeah, upside down greens, saucers. Very difficult.
Any 4 putts?
Yeah,
Not 3,
probably.
4.
Probably.
I reckon I could add a 6 putt on one of those.
Jordan Spieth just birdied the first.
We go Rory and Adam Scott in a playoff. Would be good, wouldn't it?
Good shot. Ian Bell. That's going to take him to at least 50. That 4 will take him to 51. And 69 deliveries, 7 fours, 1 6. Healthy strike rate, 73. Just under, fraction under 74 runs per 100. Balls bowled.
The balance of Ian Bell again just does it so easy, so much time. And I think when you're in form, you never panic. It's just everything becomes easy and it looks easy. Ian Bell, when he's in form like this, he's just continuing on. It's easy on the eye to watch. He's got so much time. A class act. So with all our golf talk, we should throw back to Ewan Murray to talk about the cricket while we're doing the golf.
He'd enjoy that. Nicely played. Just run it off the face. They'll run hard here. Should make 3. Scores a lot of runs in that area, just using the pace of the ball, particularly when he gets in, settled.
And it's how late he used the ball. A lot of players push at that ball, and that's how they can nick it, because it's a bit wide of off stump. But what Ian Bell does, he waits a really long time and then just feels it on the bat and then just pushes it in the gap. As you say, it's usually when he gets in. He's looking in good touch. Scoring at a quick rate too. 56 off just 71 deliveries.
That's good. Good cricket. I like that. Positive. 27 overs gone, 116 for 3.
This is Ian Bell's 50. Whenever you see in a package for Ian Bell, he gets runs. Always nice to look at. You see he's balanced. He plays straight down the ground. There's some nice drives through the covers. You get anything on his hip, he seems to always pick the gap. Cool shot. As soon as the spinners come on, he likes to use his feet these days too and hit straight down the ground. And generally does it early too. Put some pressure back onto the bowler. Well played, Ian Bell. Wagon wheel around the ground. Well played. Needs to go on and make a real big one.
Okay, quickly. You picked an Aussie for the US Open. Australia for the Soccer World Cup?
Definitely not going the Aussies, but I'll tell you what they'll do. They'll have a crack. Got a tough group, but they'll really have a crack. Whoa! Timmy Cahill. Get them revved up and raring to go. That's going to be exciting to watch. Any World Cup is, you know, the good, all the sports, and they have the World Cups. When you watch them, it's always good to see the best play under pressure. Big moments. Who's your money on to win it, Beef?
I backed Argentina. I think I fancy them. Another one to think about is, of course, there's the Rugby World Cup coming up not that far, and we've got the Cricket World Cup as well. So it's all happening this year and into next year. And there's also a thing called the Ryder Cup coming up as well.
Yes, please. Look forward to that. A lot to look forward to, Beef. Let's get on the couch and watch it all.
Oh, it's the best offer I've ever had from you, Warnie.
Yeah, me and you, we can cuddle up. Good little battle here. You can see that Ian Bell wants to get down again, Herath. It's nice to see. You like to see fast bowlers trying to knock someone's head off. The spinners, people using their feet to the spinners. More exciting cricket. 119 for 3.
Of course, you didn't realise the Derby the other day. Name of the horse that won it?
Well, you can say it in two ways. You can say that most people will say Australia, but it's actually Australia. But you know, it's like always nice to say Australia.
Gorgeous day, isn't it? Enjoying the sunshine. It's warm out there this morning. Just got a glove tip to it, so it saved a few runs. Good effort. Good partnership. 46 from just 57 deliveries. Swinging pendulum back into England's favour. Sri Lanka, another wicket. All change. That's a good shout. Good shout. Has he got outside the line? Height. Now, will they go for it? See Ian Bell, he's the man in form.
Yeah, and Ian Bell's been batting out of his crease a fair bit too, so he's going to review it. But he's been batting out of his crease. The only thing I'll say, back down that hill, looked a little bit high, but because he was so far out of his crease too. But because I think it's a good shout. Just check the front foot. That's cool. No issue there. The other end. What do you think, Beef? What's your instinct say? Close.
Well, it's been reviewed, so looks high. Looks a little high. It's above the knee roll. He's in front of the crease.
It's close. I think the height's going to be the only issue. He didn't hit it. Nothing there. It's just the height, I reckon. I reckon it might just clip the top of the bails here. It's really close. Let's have a look.
Hit in line. That's it. There it is. There it is. It's a big wicket. Very good review. We thought it was close. They've got the breakthrough. Big
Well,
one.
naturally, at first when we first saw it, we went, oh, that was close. It was just the height was an issue, but very good review. That's what it's there for. Very, very good review from the Sri Lankans. Big wicket too. They're just starting to get on top that partnership, as you said, Beef. Ian Bell's gone for a well-played 56, but now Sri Lanka just back into it, 120 for 4.
International cricket on Sky Sports is sponsored by The Times and The Sunday Times.
Moeen Ali on debut scored 162 in his last first-class innings. He'll be nervous. Big moment for the young man. I don't know if you've seen of him, Horny, but if he gets going, he's entertaining.
Yeah, no, I've seen a bit of Moeen Ali. I think he's a good player. He's wristy, he's a bit loose, but he's sort of exciting to watch. He'll be nervous, and rightly so. When you play your first test match, you should be nervous. Coming in at a tough time, so when you look at characters and you look at guys that come in and play, it's all about when you get your runs, and here's a great opportunity for Moeen Ali now. At England struggling a bit at 120 for 4. Come in and make a score now, it shows that he could have got a good temperament too. Here's the wicket again. It's a good shout. You got no issue with Paul Rifle here saying not out, because he was a fair way down the track. It was only hitting the top of the stumps, and that's what this system's here for. Look, it's hitting the top of the stumps, so it's one of those 50-50 ones. They decided to review it, and the right decision was made. And why not? Why wouldn't you be happy? On top. I was just watching, Beef, I was just watching when Ian Bell was getting a drink when they were reviewing it. He looked pretty confident about that. He thought it was too high as well. He was in for a rude shock. There's the batting card. 24, 56 to Bell, 17 to Cook, 23 for Balance. Robson just the 1 on debut. Really not off the mark. Route 12. Bit of work to do with Pryor, Jordan, Broad, Plunkett and Anderson. All can bat a little bit. One of these ones need to make a big score.
No ball, the call. There's no doubt there. Please didn't bowl that 3 or 4 deliveries ago. It cost him a wicket. Yeah, not making him play.
Yeah, just thinking they've got to make him play. When you someone, especially a new batsman at any time, but when it's on debut and you're a bit nervous and you want to feel bat on ball, you realise first few deliveries are so important to make the batsman play. He's bowled a no ball, he's bowled a couple wide of off stump, and now he's already faced 4 balls, so he gets a chance to calm down a little bit. Poor bowling.
Yeah, you've got to make him play because it gives the batsman a chance. It's a sighter. It's a freebie to have a look. Be happy with that. Didn't have to play at any of those, but it's a good over. Big wicket. 121 for. Sacred comes into the attack. Bowled is 7 overs for 21. Bowled all those from the pavilion end, so to see how he adapts. I would think it would suit him well in the nursery end with that natural movement away from the right hand because of the slope, and he can swing it, as we know, both ways. Wicket he did get was the big wicket, and the balance to Cook. Just a little too tight to him. Inside edge onto the stumps.
Wait, yes.
Quite timed as Joe Root would have liked. Couple though. Be careful, the Sri Lankans. They could find themselves in a bit of hot water with the umpires here and match referee. Fractionally over 12 overs per hour.
Well, to put in context, they're meant to bowl 30 overs a session. We're half an hour, just basically half an hour into the second session. They've only, this is the 30th over now. They're probably 5 or 6 overs down.
Still swinging it. Look at this. Sacred. Good length, just getting the batsman thinking about it, but still a little bit of movement there. It's 2 from the over, 123 for 4. Overs then completed. Should have been completed nearly half an hour ago. Slow over rate. Time for a change in the commentary box. Strauss is with Michael Holding.
Thank you, Beefy. Sri Lanka just whittling away at this England batting lineup.
Nervous moments for Moeen Ali. 6 balls into his Test career. Against the Sri Lankan side with their tails up. It's been an excellent performance from them so far. Oranga's bowled with a bit of pace as well, over 85 miles an hour. It's the time to keep your composure.
What a good opportunity though for Moeen Ali. Coming in on a pretty good pitch. 30 overs already bowled. The ball should be getting a little bit older. Not softer yet. Not enough runs scored off this ball. We're thinking about it getting softer. But all the time in the world to just settle in, play his own way, get some runs on the board.
Well, the one thing you know with Lords is if you get yourself in, there's going to be full value for your shots. Always a fast-scoring ground. England's run rate over 4 and over. Just got to get yourself in, especially on debut. Take a bit of time. Control your emotions. Get used to the pace and the atmosphere of Test cricket. Once you've got past those first 20-odd balls, it becomes like any other game.
That's gone pretty square, should go all the way. His first Test runs, it's a boundary.
Great feeling for Moeen Ali. Strong off his legs, very elegant player, and you can see that time beautifully up the hill for 4. What a great feeling, off and running.
Oranga must be thinking exactly what line he has got to bowl. Anything off stump going down the slope is left. Pitches it a bit closer to mid stump. It's worked through the onside. Oh, that's gone through the gap.
Moeen Ali's been very disciplined outside off stump up till now. Loves to play this shot. Loves a cover drive. Was the ball there to hit? He got away with it.
2 fours in that over, 131 for 4. Haranga found the outside edge, and of course with no third man in place, it went all the way to the boundary, and that will upset bowlers. That was the edge, flew into the gap. And have a look at this. As soon as the ball goes through the gap, he looks and points to his captain, who is at mid-off, Matthews, as if to say, I told you I wanted that man down there.
Did he want a man down there or an extra slip, I wonder?
Down there meaning the slip corner.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Didn't feel like the right time for third man. I've seen a few balls drop short of the slip fielders so far in the game. That might be one reason he wasn't in position.
Well, that's safely through the backward point position, and that will go all the way. So whenever you hear me talking about being placed in a position, it's never going to be third man and fine leg. Over the years, the guys will know I am always into these slip fielders.
Yeah, and I'm sure you didn't have too many that dropped short of the slip fielders either, to be fair. Hasn't been easy conditions to bat in, although there's beautiful sunshine here. Batsmen have played and missed fairly regularly. Just been enough there for the Sri Lankan bowlers, a hint of swing and a little bit of movement off the pitch.
This is just over number 9 for Sachin today. Just seems as if he has bowled a lot more, but as the commentators before were saying, Warne in particular, over rate has not been great. That's why, although they look as if they've been bowling a long time, they haven't bowled that many overs.
Root well forward into that delivery. It's the challenge for him. Tends to get a little bit stuck in the crease on occasion with his downfall in the one-day series a couple of times. And against this bowling attack, I suppose you do have to get out at it. Sachin is only bowling at 75 miles an hour. You've got to really get out to the ball. It's another example of Root trying to get at the ball, but almost premeditating where the ball's going to be, and so leaving his bat out to hang out to dry a little bit on that occasion. Got drawn into playing at a ball he didn't need to play at.
Well, that was very short. Had to bang it in short to get it that high. 135 for 4.
Surprise ball for Root. Don't see many of those from Sachin. Only 78 miles an hour, but he was surprised, to be fair to him. Good tactic.
England need partnerships. They need Root and Moeen Ali to give them a pretty good partnership here if they're going to be getting a respectable first inning score. Run rate has been good, as everyone has said. Over 4 runs per over. That's runs. Herath, he has done a lot of work in the outfield today.
Just having a look at Joe Root's figures, came into the England side, a real breath of fresh air, looked to the manner born, really. Only the one innings in 2012, but back end in 2013, just started struggling a bit more, that excellent Australian bowling lineup. Big year for him, been in the side for a while now, lack of experienced players around him. He's really got to take responsibility himself now.
Into that gap again, this time it's pretty safe. Would not have been a catch even if the fielder was there.
If you were to say where is Moeen Ali's weakness, you'd say just outside off stump. Instead, just fended it a little bit. Now, he played that pretty well, soft hands, and never in any danger of carrying to the slip fielders.
Might go all the way here, and it does.
Good example of Moeen Ali's timing. Didn't really put any sort of pace on that, but came right off the middle, flew up the air. Really elegant player, Moeen Ali. Good start for him. 18 off 14 balls now.
Obviously doesn't believe in doing too much running. 4 fours in those 18 runs. In fact, he did do a bit of running each time though, because he didn't hit either of them that hard, so you had to run by the time the ball got to the boundary. What you need to do is spank it and just stand there.
A little bit easier said than done, just to whack it all the time, especially on debut. Moeen Ali's real challenge, I suppose, is going to come with the ball later on in the game. Can he do that spinner's role?
With 4 fast bowlers though, surely he's just going to be an afterthought. Or at least I'm sure the captain will be thinking in that manner. 4 fast bowlers, get 10 wickets, average of 2.5 wickets per bowler, and 1 run out. Can be stuck in somewhere along the line. You don't really need 5 bowlers in an attack, do you?
Why not if your first 4 are all bankers, if you know what you're getting out of your 4 main bowlers? I always like to have a spinner at your disposal, second half of the game. Need some variety in your attack.
Well run. Very well run. 11 runs off that over. Very good over for England. 146 for 4.
The real issue for England is long term. I think for this series, this balance of the side is okay. Against Sri Lanka, 4 heavy, fast bowlers. Against India at the likes of Old Trafford and the Oval, England are going to probably need a specialist spinner. So if that's the case later on, do you not need to get one in the side now?
Well, both of these at the crease now for England have done a bit of spinning. I don't think anyone would stretch to say that they're actually spin bowlers. But another change in the field now for Sri Lanka. So Angelo Matthews doing a bit of stretching at mid-off previously. He's coming into the attack now. Just a couple of slips and a gully. You could almost say 2 slips and then a 4th slip. That man at gully is a bit straight. Man at backward point is well behind the square. There's that man at backward point. Now that's the line that the gully is normally, but it's very deep. And what is now being termed the gully is normally just about 4th slip.
Traditionally, with a medium pace bowler, he would be much further in front of square. That's the sort of fielder you get with a Mitchell Johnson or someone like that bowling real pace. The ball's likely to go behind square. Angelo Matthews only bowling at 76 miles an hour. So it's obviously a predetermined field placement for Moeen Ali.
Very interesting in the modern game. You see batsmen making their debuts and the opposition team already have plans for them. But that's the way the game is being played now. It's so much research. Who may be playing? If this guy gets in, what do we know about him? What can we do when he does get in? Years gone by, you'd wait until he played and then try and work things out while he was at the crease.
That's a good point. And when you were playing, Mikey, did you even have team meetings discussing opposition batsmen, or did you just kind of go, just bowl bouncers?
No, we discussed opposition batsmen. It's just a matter of how many bouncers to each one. No, we had our team meetings. We had 3 team meetings during a test. We had a team meeting before the test match starting. We had a team meeting. Remember those days we had rest days. So at the end of the rest day, after 3 days, you had a rest day. At the end of the rest day, we'd have another team meeting for the last 2 days. And then depending what was happening on the last day, if we needed another team meeting or not. But we did a lot of discussion on the opposition, and especially their batsmen. Sometimes our bowlers would say, so what, we're not discussing their bowlers? 146 for 4.
The wicket did start pretty green. There's a definite tinge to it. That's the wicket at lunchtime. So just breaking the surface. You can see those studs have gone into the surface. And I think that's right. It's quite dry underneath that wicket. There's a bit of green grass on top, but underneath it is pretty dry. Interesting to see how that develops.
Kulasekara is back. That's where he started. He started at the pavilion end. Perhaps he wasn't very happy bowling at the nursery end, and Angelo Matthews came on from the nursery end to switch him around. Miranda had 4 overs after lunch. From the pavilion end, were a bit expensive. 31 runs scored off them, but he got a wicket, which is very important. Runs. We haven't seen too many very quick fielders on this Sri Lankan team, so they'll get 3.
It's one of the hardest shots to play in the game of cricket. The back foot punch down the ground. Need to be really well balanced. Advantage of Root hanging back in his crease as he can play this sort of shot. Beautifully played.
Just seems as the slips have taken a step forward to me. 3 slips and the gully down there. Well run again. Single brings up the 150 for England in the 35th over.
Look at that, 53 balls for the third 50, excuse me. A real acceleration from England after lunch. Might be a symptom of the wicket flattening out a little bit. Ball's a bit older. It's the brave new world. Exciting, positive cricket from England.
Interesting field that on the onside. We know he's not all that quick, Sachin. Not too sure why you'd want to be putting 2 men out deep for the hook. If you want to surprise the batsman, as he did previously to Joe Root when he bowled him that short ball, don't set the field. Don't let him even think about the possibility of the bouncer coming, and then you bowl the bouncer. Have every chance of surprising him then. He could have gloved it when he did it earlier on. Could have ricocheted and gone for runs. Not too sure why you would want to do that. Here's that throw again. He went absolutely nowhere, Moeen Ali. He wasn't even thinking about getting out of his crease.
There's a lot of talk about this being a pretty feisty series after what happened in the one-day series with the man-cadding. Joss Buttler. So far it's been pretty calm and composed out there. Huge talking point, that one.
Talking point that should not have been a talking point. .151 for 4.
Poor start for England, but 3 decent partnerships after that. Bell Balance 52, Bell Root 46, Ali Root 31. So England just getting some momentum now. You said the man-cadding shouldn't have been a talking point, Mikey.
No reason for it to be a talking point. It's not something that happens on a regular basis in the game. We know that. But I think just too much was said about it. Move on. Learn from it and move on.
And by that you mean Joss Buttler should learn from it, or the Sri Lankans should learn from it?
Josh Buttler, England and Sri Lanka. Everyone should learn from it. when you hear people arguing Strauss that, okay, they can understand that he warned the batsman, but he shouldn't have done what he did, shouldn't have run him out. After you have warned him, what is your next step? Do you just keep on warning him until 2015? Maybe that's why they have got the man out there. They recognize that Joe Root is pretty strong off his pads. They want to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, I entirely agree with you. There's only so many warnings you can give. If you feel they are violating that rule, then the only weapon you've got left is to actually go through with it. I understand, it doesn't look great, does it? Especially if he's just out of his crease. He's not attempting a run, but I think Sri Lanka was well within their rights.
The thing is, though, Strauss, you're taught as a young man, do not leave your crease until you can see the ball in front of you. The bowler can't bring the ball back once he has released it. So stay in your crease. You can still get a good jump on the run. After the ball has been released, you can still take 3 steps. What more than that do you need? Off the pads again, just a single this time. And the rule was changed to what it is now because people were taking too much of an advantage of it.
Well, I think with the advent of 2020 cricket, batsmen are keener to steal a bit of a march on the bowler. And so the bowler has to have something in his armoury, or you take it out of the bowler's responsibility altogether and you give it to the umpire. You maybe could say 5 runs if batsman continues to do it. I think that's something that the authorities could look at. The umpire deciding if a batsman's continuously doing it, that there's a 5-run penalty, say.
And the umpire that would be watching that would be the 3rd umpire, I presume, because you wouldn't want the man on the field to be watching things like that.
Yeah, or the square leg umpire. He's not actively involved when the ball is let go by the bowler, so he could maybe keep an eye on that.
.36 overs bowled. It's 154 for 4. The over rate hasn't picked up. 36 overs, 154 for 4. And here are the 2 Davids, Lloyd and Gower.
Thanks, Mikey. It'll be hard to tell us apart. This is one of those things we always end up talking about, isn't it? Over rates. Especially when they're down. I'll leave you to it for half an hour.
Get on with the game. Both teams are heavy on quick bowlers.
Yeah, it's an easy thing to bring up. But let's look on the bright side. It's a gorgeous day. It's a lovely stadium. Proper cricket, white clothing, sun's out. Run rates up above 4 runs per over. And the only downside, 54 overs left.
Well, there is a deterrent in there. captains can be suspended. Doesn't happen too often. Happened a few times in one-day internationals. Just thinking back to the winter where it was Mitchell Johnson, fast bowlers on quick pitches, bouncers, batsmen being disturbed. This is different. Some swing bowling. Ball pitched up to the bat. So there's not that deterrent of I'm going to be hurt. Mitchell Johnson would give you that. This is different.
You do get the odd bouncer, but if there is such a thing as a friendly bouncer, that was it. Enough time to see it, pretty short, enough time to just duck underneath it easily enough. Quick reminder, it was Sri Lanka who won the toss this morning, opted to bowl first. Early wickets went to Nuwan Pradeep and Nuwan Kulasekara. Oranga's wicket came in the afternoon. Yeah, we've been meandering through the topic of over rates. It's not always the bowlers who are entirely at fault, or the fielding side who are entirely at fault. I wouldn't say Sri Lanka have exactly rushed to get through their overs. This sort of thing just adds time to the day. Bit of tape, bit of that fiberglass tape, which we remember so well from all those years ago.
Used to be electrician's tape, didn't it? Oh, it's all moved on. Or delays. 2020 match at Old Trafford last week. 6 penalty runs awarded to Yorkshire. Needed 15 off the last over. There's 6. They just need 9.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, if you tried to transfer that to a test match, you know, run penalties for over rates, I mean, how would you do it? You couldn't. When there are so many calculations, aren't there? Allowances are given for wickets falling, for drinks, for injuries. You know, there's so many allowances that, although it seems funereal at times, at the end of the day, the match referee will say, well, it's, you know, they're 1 over off, or something like that. If you imagine trying to put run penalties into test matches, would you do it at the end of each innings and say, okay, suddenly 350 becomes 340? End of the 3rd innings, you know, the target is now not 250 to win the game, but 200. You know, it's bemusing.
End of the day's play. Have to be each innings. Lots of headgear. Some lovely headgear. Lady in a beautiful hat there. Ascot next week. More hats. The old floppy. I wonder if that's a towelled. Used to be toweling floppy hats for the players back in the 70s. Flat cap there. Top left. Crikey. Oh yes. That's classy. And a tie. That's better. Haven't seen the knotted anchor yet. That's natty. Got the old straw bolter there. Lovely coming in this morning. I came across very early, 8 o'clock. The queues were all round. Red trousers to the fore. Oh, hot work. Whew.
Well, it's a maiden. It's the end of the 38th over. It's 154 for 4. It's also time for a drink.
England Cricket and Hardy's. Generations of devotion.
So 154 for 4. Glorious day at Lord's, the first day of Test cricket of the summer. And we started the day with the presentation of 3 new caps by Mike Gatting. Unfortunately, one of them, Sam Robson, didn't hang around to enjoy the experience for too long. He was gone for 1. Alistair Cook gone for 17. Gary Balance in at number 3 now, gone for 23. Ian Bell has played the best innings of the day so far. Lovely shot straight down the ground. Acknowledges the applause for 50, but on review, adjudged LBW for 56. That was 120 for 4. It's now 154 for 4. Sri Lanka, just to remind everyone, inviting England to bat first. Sri Lanka's bowlers did make early inroads. Pradeep got 2 out of the first 3, Kulaseka the other one. Iranga, the 1 wicket, that of Bell, that's fallen this afternoon. Haven't seen much spin. Repair work. Very short, very high. Again, easily avoided. There is that man in the deep just behind square by some 10-15 yards. And about 10 yards in from the boundary itself. Good stride forward from Joe Root. Easy 2. We talk a lot about Joe Root being set for back foot play, as he is a lot of the time. But against slightly gentler pace, 75 miles an hour, a lot easier to get that full stride in.
We've talked a lot about Joe Root being a back foot player and looking to hang back. A couple of times there he's looked to get forward.
.156 for 4. Mr. Michael Atherton.
Thank you, David. Two very elegant left-handers here in the commentary box. I thought it was a good time to look at early impressions of Moeen Ali. And the first thing I've noticed is very good judgment outside off stump, which I suppose is a prerequisite for a left-hander. They bowled, tried him outside off stump at the start, and he left the ball very well. And I think the Beehive will show that really good judgment, actually. Whenever they've been outside that fourth stump line, he's left the ball well alone. And he reaped the dividend of that then when the bowlers are bowled a bit straighter at him. The other thing you'll notice is how wristy he is, really, and how elegant, I think, through the leg side. Really wristy. So not in a traditional kind of English batsman stiff-wristed way, but, you know, a lovely kind of flow and elegance.
Languid.
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 I thought you'd like that.
I do. I do.
That. I was referring to you, Bumble, as well there. Touch of elegance about you at your best.
Thought Alan Border had walked in with somebody. He's good to watch, is this lad. He is easy, he's wristy. He's got a good rhythm, hasn't he?
Mm.
Not like me with a bit of
Looks
bottom
calm.
hand. Get some bottom hand in. Like that. Bash it over to the boys' side. Second division player, that's something that's been around a while. He plays at Worcestershire, that's where he's got his runs, but he looks fine. how you settle into Test match cricket. Well, he's settled.
It's interesting, the first division, second division thing, isn't it? I mean, I know Alistair Cook doesn't play that much for Essex, but so if you took him out of the equation as the England captain, a regular international player, every other player bar Moeen Ali is a first division player, I think. So there's a definite divide opening up between first and second division.
Well, if you just look at the two teams that came up from Division 2, Northants and Lancs, and the table now after 7 or 8 matches. Northants are bottom, Lancashire are third from bottom, but they've played 1 game more than Durham, who were second. So those teams will say that we're finding it difficult, whereas we bossed it last year in Division 2.
Well, Moeen Ali's team, Worcestershire, constantly going up and down. They hover in this no man's land. Not quite good enough to cement a position in the first division, but obviously better than a lot of other teams in the second. But how far the selectors take into consideration a division a player plays in is interesting. I mean, I think it was Alex Stew who said the other day that he saw Moeen Ali's 100 against Surrey. It was the best 100 he's seen from an English qualified player for some time. But the selectors, I think, will put a premium on first division performances. Papara. .158 for 4. Just thinking, there are obviously other teams with good players in that second division who'd like to think their men are being considered. I mean, if you think about the selection for this game, Michael Carberry's one. James Vince, another Hampshire boy. Another name mentioned. I suppose you've got to say, OK, yes, it's perfectly rational to give a little bit of weighting to those playing in the first division. Expect the overall standard to be higher in the first division, but the way it works, there'll be plenty of players in that second division who'd like to think that if they perform well, they can still grab the attention of those that pick the teams.
Vince is a notable for all cricket. If he continues to score runs in 1 day and 4 days, he's pushing himself forward.
Pradeep's wickets for the day, both caught behind. Robson and Balance. Not timed, but just finds the gap for 1.
The pace, that last delivery, 89 miles an hour.
Nice shot for one. Just following on from what Michael Atherton was saying about Moeen Ali, he does have nice language style, as we said. Gets himself into good positions, good high hands, nice balance. Doesn't try and overhit it. There's the man at deep square leg who'll come round to cut it off before it reaches the boundary. 2 runs nonetheless. Solid. 162 for 4. .162 for 4, changing the commentary box. Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain.
Thanks, David. Partnership of 42. 2 boys of the future, Joe Root and young Ali, have played nicely. Time for a bit of spin. Rangana Herath. Left arm orthodox spinner, does have a slight mystery ball about him where he flicks it out the front of his finger. Slip, a short leg, and 2 men on the drive either side. Oh yes, welcome to spin, Moeen Ali. First ball against spin in Test match cricket, and he's just popped him over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, it's not a shot you see a hell of a lot either. Just floated up and into the what little rough there is, and the batsman just hoiking it with the spin, really. Absolutely no risk in that, and well hit.
That just pushes mid on out to long on, so there's plenty of singles now if you want them.
The thing he's got to be aware of is that Herath bowls that ball that you mentioned, Nas, that he just flicks out of the fingers and will go up the hill the other way.
Some people like Ian Bell will run down the pitch to get some momentum into the shot, but not Mo Ali, who stood there and shoveled it leg side beautifully. Just that 6 from the over, 168 for 4. It's funny, isn't it? Start to your international career, your test match career. You can get over that first 10-15 minutes. It's almost like you have an uncluttered brain because you don't have any kind of real pressure on you. You don't have any idea of how the opposition are going to try and get you out. That all comes in time when you have maybe a bad patch and you've thought about the game too much. At this level, Mo Ali has just gone out there, see ball, hit ball.
It's the build-up, isn't it? That's the difficult bit. The wondering about what's to come and how difficult it will be, and when you'll get in and when you'll get a bat for the first time. All that build-up is difficult. Nervous night's sleep before your first day. Actually, as you say, when you get past your first 5 minutes, your first dozen deliveries, it's then just batting like in any other match, really. And then later on in your career, you'll have different kind of expectations and issues to deal with.
I say that because today probably the most frenetic of the batsmen has been the England captain, the most experienced player, and Alistair Cook, because of what's gone on off the field, the captaincy, the lack of runs. Whereas, as you say, with Moeen Ali, there's no expectation on him. You just go out and enjoy it, if you can.
I think it was Greg Chappell who said to me, it doesn't get easier the longer you play, it gets harder. Of course, you become more experienced and you should become a better player, but opposition teams find out about you, they plan for you, and then you've got all those expectations. If you have a successful start to your career, both other people's expectations and your own expectations upon yourself climb. In a way, that can add greater pressure.
And I guess that's why having a good start is important. If you can get off to a fly, a little bit like Andrew Strauss did all those years ago, you can get off to a good start, you have great self-belief, and you hold back those doubts for a while.
Yeah, you give yourself a few games, don't you, to find your feet. You know the selectors are going to give you a few games. Obviously, there's a few people out there for whom the one test has been their only test. But generally, you'd kind of think the selectors will give you a few games. But you've got to make your mark at some stage. Otherwise, the doubts start to creep in and the pressure builds. Thinking back to my own career, yonks and yonks ago, 100 in my third match, I think, against New Zealand, 150. And that is such a moment then. You know, your first test 100 under your belt. You know that you can do it, full of confidence then, and you just got to go on and try and build on that. But as you say, so important just within those first 3 or 4 games to make a mark, just for the selectors and for everybody watching. It takes a bit of pressure off. Took you about 3 years, didn't it?
At least.
Not always the case. It has to be done quickly, though. I think Steve Waugh, wasn't it? Took ages to get his first Test 100. Benedict, no doubt, will give me the stats. And I think Mike Gatting as well. It took him a long time. Both became fine players, great player in the case of Steve Waugh. But I think it does help if you can get an early performance under your belt.
And captaincy and batting tends to go the other way. I reckon as captain, you have a real burst of form. You get runs because you're so proud. You want to lead from the front. And then later on it comes to you and it starts to hurt you again when all those doubts come in.
With me and captaincy, it was just a weariness, really. Just the kind of physical and mental strain of doing the job for 3 or 4 years. I just became tired by the end of it.
Do you see any of that in Cook or not?
Not yet. Shane asked the question early on, didn't he, in our commentary stint, or your commentary stint with him. I mean, you can think back to Cook of 2010 vintage, pre-captaincy, where he had a run of really dodgy form. I just think he's that kind of batsman. Because of the way his technique is, he might always just have the odd patch of a struggle, as all players do.
He's left the ball well. Moeen Ali, 169 for 4. Absolutely stunning afternoon at Lord's. What a way to start, what a place to start the Test match summer. 24, 25 degrees. Forecast is good. A little bit cooler at the weekend, 21 degrees at the weekend, but not much rain around. Sri Lankans will enjoy these conditions. Not much spin there yet for Hardik. He's got that slope to play with. Keep an eye on the rev counter there. Hasn't got any in the red zone yet.
I reckon he's an easy bowler to underestimate, Hardik. Kind of innocuous looking, isn't he? Just waddles up off a few paces. Bowls what you think is just fairly orthodox left arm swimmer. You look at his record, 217 Test wickets at around 30 for a finger spinner in this day and age. That's a pretty good record. Obviously there is a difference between bowling at home and away.
Yeah, Benedict tells us that 186 of those wickets have come bowling in Asia. It's the 50 partnership between these two youngish guns. Joe Root, age 23, Moeen Ali, age 26. The future. Both very elegant players. Yeah, you'd say Hardik is sort of the mirror image of someone like Graham Swan. Does he on both edges of the bat? Obviously a left-arm spinner. He tries to turn the ball, but occasionally it just skids on, brings the LBW into play. There you go, brings the inside edge. Just went down the slope, that delivery. Moeen Ali's been playing with Saeed Ajmal all summer, working on his bowling. Also in the net, so he'd have faced spinners that spin it both ways. Got that on the full, he didn't time it, it came off the toe end of the bat, and that's running up the hill. Moeen Ali wants 3 and he'll get 3. The over, 173 for 4. We have a new third man. Andrew Strauss takes over from Michael Atherton.
Thank you, Nasser. I just want to talk a little bit about Moeen Ali. He's had a pretty nerveless start to his Test career. This is the most impressive shot he's played so far, that sort of from the crease hack for 6 off Hardik. But why has he played this shot? And I think that's the important thing. Have a look at his foot movement against the spinner. He's getting right out to the ball. I always think early on, if you're nervous, then you're hesitant against the spinner. He's been very confident against the spin, got himself in the position to play that shot early on.
Yeah, he has a little forward press, which most good players of spin have. Not all, most have, where he gets the movement out of the way and then he either goes fully forward or fully back from there. Someone like Rahul Dravid was a master at playing spin, fully forward, fully back. Very rarely got trapped on the crease. Good player. We've always seen Moeen Ali in county cricket, and often he's got flashy 20s and 30s and then got out. Recently in county cricket, in the last couple of years, he's got flashy 120s and 130s. Oh, it's a nice shot. He'll only get 1 for it, but beautifully timed. Shows it's a good pitch, though. We saw Joe Root earlier punch it off the back foot. And again, Moeen Ali, if you can play shots like that, nothing wrong with the surface.
Yeah, you can punish the ball because as well the Sri Lankan bowlers are quite skiddy. They don't get the bounce that some other bowlers would get. Because of where they play, they tend to have skiddy actions, so you can get on top of the bounce, get the drive of your bat on top of the bounce. More dangerous shot when there's steep bounce. Needed uplift on the quality of third men there, wasn't it? Middle of the day, Strauss pops in.
Not difficult from what followed, what he had to follow, to be honest.
Got to keep that going though.
Back for 2.
Just talking about the quality of the third manning so far today, the bell ringing segment that you happen to produce, I mean, is that high quality third manness?
I'd like to provide analysis of all aspects of the game, of which the very important bell ringing to announce the start of a new international summer is one, and you messed it up.
I thought it was firstly a quality bit of bell ringing, and secondly not worth analysis.
More Jamie Redknapp, I say. As do many others out there.
Have you made a Root today, Michael?
Well, I think Root's a good player. I'm a fan of Root. I think he's trying to get forward, isn't he? I think he's been aware that occasionally he's been caught on the crease. He's desperately trying to get a stride in. What I noticed from the winter was that he'd just gone into his shell a bit, and that's an inevitable product of facing a really high-class attack. You don't get many bad balls, and you're concentrating so hard on staying in that he'd almost kind of dug a bit of a bunker for himself. And I think he's not an out-and-out dasher, of course, but I think what he is somebody who's got intent at the crease generally. So I like to see Joe Root be busy. I think Shane Warne's just used the word busy at the back of the box, and I think that's right. Very early on today, there was a little single. He just knocked it into the covers and set off for a quick run. Just suggests he's thinking about scoring runs. I got the impression watching him in practice and at the end of the Ashes series, he was thinking about survival. And I think that's an important shift of mindset. But fundamentally, I think he's a really high-class player. I'd like to see him do well. Hope he'll be around for a long time.
And also coming back here where he has fond memories after last summer, smashing the Aussies round for 180 on this ground. Good place for him to come when he needs some runs. 177 for 4. This is the time to bat at Lord's first afternoon. The sun's out, the ball's getting a bit softer. We're only halfway through the day, 45 out of 90 overs. I don't think we're going to get all the overs in, even with the extra half hour that you can have for a slow over rate. Plenty of partnerships there, but no one's gone big yet. Still plenty of batting to come. Matt Pryor, Jordan, Broad and Plunkett all have got useful runs in county cricket or international cricket. England's target, first target, only target has to be 400. It's been, what, 26 innings since they got 400 in their first innings on some pretty good surfaces. I'm going to do Benedict to do us a graph tonight on the demise of Jonathan Trott and the demise of England's first innings scores, and if they're related. There's a correlation between good old Trotty going in the wrong direction with his batting average, and England. I think he has been the stability. All these little flashy 30s and 40s, what you need is someone to go big and bat long.
Curious that, isn't it, when batsmen get out of form, the team start to score less.
I'm talking about one specific batsman, you donut, as my boy would call me. When you're number 3, the rock is just going out of nick. I think that's when all these flashy 30s and 40s don't count. When he's getting 150 and then everyone else is coming in around him, you get to 400. Do the maths, Atherton.
I'll throw another correlation at you. Cook's form in the last year hasn't been great. Pryor's form in the last year hasn't been great.
Is it related?
Pietersen had an indifferent Ashes series.
I think it's all related, that if you lose one, if you have a really good, rock-solid number 3, he soaks up that pressure, and then you don't lose another one, so you're not always reacting to a crisis. And I think if there's one position England would be desperate to solve, is that number 3.
Put your best men at 3, Nas. Actually, we struggled for a long time before you did well there, and then Butch did well there for a while, didn't he?
Butcher did pretty well, but then there was a struggle.
Fantastically well. Yeah. Oh no.
Now he has to turn around and get back quickly.
Well, this is yeah, it's good from Root because the mid-off had come closer. They stole a run earlier in the over, and Matthews asked his mid-off to get tighter, and Moeen Ali hadn't quite realised that, but Root had.
Under an 81 for 4. Plenty of hard work. Under an 81 for 4. They've done okay here, Sri Lanka. 3 wickets in the first session, but this is where it becomes tough. Funny, isn't it, in one-day cricket, how unorthodox they are. Sri Lanka with the likes of Malinga and Senanayake, etc. In Test match cricket, they've been very orthodox. Malinga retired. Senanayake doesn't play, not selected, undergoing testing for his action. Jantha Mendis not selected. Need something a bit unorthodox when it goes flat in these conditions. Or be very patient. Just really join the dots. Top of off stump, channel. In the air for a fraction. Gully's deep, almost at backward point.
Well, generally he's left the ball extremely well outside off stump, let the bowlers bowl at him and worked nicely through mid-wicket. That's just an area, typical left-handers area really, where you've got to be careful. You get sucked into driving there. Don't quite get your weight into the ball. Gully's in play.
And having seen him bat, you'd say Gully is definitely in play for him, and hence why wasn't there a regulation Gully in there? That would have gone to a man standing 4 or 5 yards in closer. He's only on 35 before that shot.
Generally, as a captain, you'd have your field a squarer for Ali, wouldn't you? As a very wristy player, somebody plays late and plays with his wrists. Root, more stiff-wristed, you'd set your field a bit straighter, I think.
It was at this sort of time in the Ashes battles that someone like Shane Watson would come on and just join the dots and really bore England out, resting possibly Mitchell Johnson, etc. Someone needs to do that role for Sri Lanka now. Oh, close. Close, just nipped back in. Did he hit it? Is he going to give a run there? Yes, he is going to give a run, poor rifle. Wondering if it just flicked the pad first. There's going to be a little bit of a debate. He's asking the umpire. You're asking the umpire, you're not reviewing it. Was it pad first or just a massive inside edge? Massive inside edge down the slope. There you see Hotspot showing it clearly. Swing and a miss from Moeen Ali. Starting to build some pressure, Sri Lanka. 183 for 4. .183 for 4. Two of the management of the previous era there. Graham Gooch, the England batting coach down under and before. And Ashley Giles, England's one-day coach, having a glass and a chat in the boxes. Having a chat up here, Russell Arnold, Surrey Botham.
Thanks, Nas, but no drink for us. Good little partnership. Listen to Nasser and Michael Atherton talking about, and they both played well, and I like the attitude, I like the way they've been prepared to press the Sri Lankan fielders, looking for singles, rotating the strike. Probably wouldn't have seen much of Moeen Ali, Russell.
In the shorter form, but not at all in the longer form.
And what do you think of what you've seen so far?
Very impressive. He's been calm. His options are good. As any batsman, the first 10 balls he probably showed a bit of nerves, but settled down fast. Started leaving the ball well. That's always an indication that the batsman is feeling good out there, and he's got his bearings right. The way he's played Herat has been impressive. But a key time in this game, because with tea about 15 minutes away, going into tea with 4 wickets down from a Sri Lankan point of view is not where they would have liked to be. Matt Pryor to come. They'd like to contain England to about 275. Over the last few months, or the last few series that the Sri Lankans have played, it's 183 for 4. Over the last few series, the You think with the spinners in the game, they'd like to bat first, get the runs on the board. But how they won the game is putting teams in, bowling them out, and then backing their batsmen to go out there and make big runs.
The only concern I'd have, and we've seen a few examples of it already, and this pitch is dry. It might turn, we'll see as it goes on, but I'm certain it will become uneven. Yeah, if you think of the England bowlers, Plunkett, Broad, Anderson, they're all taller, so and probably got a little bit more pace. Well, they have got a bit more pace, so that uneven bounce becomes more exaggerated because it happens quicker and you haven't got so much time to recover. So that will be a factor in this game as it progresses.
A lot of gardening being done by the batsmen too, so they obviously are sensing a bit of uneven bounce at this stage. You're right, the taller bowlers do get a lot more. The turn's not going to bother the Sri Lankans. They'd in fact like it. But up and down, when the pitch gets up and down, it's a lot more difficult. The best time to bat would also probably be the second day too. Sri Lankans counting on that.
Yeah, I think Lord's usually days 2 and 3.
If they are to bank on that, it's very important that they do not let England bat into the 4th or 5th session of the Test match. Then they'll be tired going out to bat. The scoreboard pressure will also tell. They've been decent, the Sri Lankans, with whatever they do have. It's a limited attack, and they're always on top when Rangana Herath comes into the attack and controls it, at least from one end. But on the first day of a Test match here at Lord's, it's tough to think that he can do that role. But what the inexperienced fast bowlers have put out there, it has been impressive. We don't have the extra pace, the bounce as of others, but if I need to be critical, I'd say they're letting the batsmen score a little too quickly. A wagon wheel might show that they've scored on both sides of the wicket. You have to be realistic in what you expect of the personnel you have.
Just a little hint of the ball swinging out there. So here's a little bit of encouragement, just a little bit of movement. Just a little bit in.
Just looking at Herath, there seems to be a slight rough outside the left-hander's off stump. He is trying hard to get the ball into that.
Yeah, natural wear and tear because of the bowlers' follow-throughs. A little bit there. Good maiden over, 183 for 4.
He's been good, Eranga. Tries to work on those lines. Can he do it for a long time? It's been a while since he's played the longer game. It's not easy to come out there and get into it. Picked up the big wicket of Ian Bell. Yeah, Nuwan Pradeep quickest of those bowlers, picking up 2 wickets.
No. There's a little bit of bat involved there for a start.
He's bowling into the better part of the wicket. No foot marks at all. Ball just going on with the arm.
There'll be a couple here.
The rough is outside Joe Root's leg stump. Now, if he can get it to turn, get one delivery to turn, then the ball that goes on with the arm comes into play.
Well, England will be quite happy, won't they? Because they've just broken that sequence of maidens at 2 in a row. As a lot of people believe, don't they, coaches, if you bowl 3, you've got a great chance of picking a wicket up in that 4th over.
Yeah, because batsmen are always happier when the scoreboard's ticking. They breathe easy. And just sitting at one side or one end of the wicket, just gives you a different feel. That's not nice as a batsman. So controlling the run rate, even though this is a test match, is important. It's a way of building pressure. He'd like bowling to the left-hander because he can go into that rough.
That's the one he's looking for as well. He wants to try and work that on the onside. Brings the leading edge into play. Just a single. 187 for 4. Let's have a look at that last ball again. Vernali trying to work it in there. It's a thick inside edge. It dropped well short of the man at short leg. But, creating just a little bit of pressure.
Just a bit of grip. It's good for Herat. But it also would tell you that as the days go on, there could be a few more tricks in this pitch.
First innings for both sides will be crucial. England rebuilding.
Well, not the only Sri Lankan team out here. In the Murali Unity team is also here at your invitation.
Won their first game yesterday. I think it was Emmanuel College they beat. They got 160 odd and bowled College out for about 140. It's nice to see it happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent in that island. It just needs to be used in the right ways. And if you're wondering what the Unity team is about, it's a team put together of under 19 cricketers, schoolboys from all over the island. The idea is to reconcile or bring together the youth from the north, from the south, who were all kept apart over a long period of time, 22 years in fact. So a tournament is held in Sri Lanka every year, of course supported by many around the world, where schoolboys come together, they play a tournament, and the Foundation of Goodness, who's behind it, try to take them on a tour every year. a combined team. 7 players from the north are in the team that has come across. And thanks to you.
Well, I remember that's how hot it was. 50 degrees, but it's great. It's great to see them here. They've got a series of games.
Well, they'll be at the cricket tomorrow, so there'll be a lot of support for the Sri Lankans.
I think also, I think the thing that has excited them, the young team, as much as anything, Russ, is coming here to Lord's and to see Lord's and to see the ground.
Not only young teams, it excites everybody. Spectators, even the players, the most experienced players. It's a wonderful place to come to. A lot of young players in this team out here too, to hold their nerve and go out there and focus on the process that they need to do. It takes a lot of energy.
A little bit of movement again, just a little wide though, trying to tempt. Joe Root into making a false shot.
Yeah, you complained about the heat, Ian, but I think it's done you a favor, helped you lose a few kilos.
Yeah, only a few. I've never drunk so much water in all my life. It's put me right off it. Not quite timing it. It's 188 for 4. Andrew Strauss, what have you got for us, Ant?
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about Rangana Herath, because on paper at least, he is Sri Lanka's biggest threat. 217 test wickets with 17 fifers. That's an excellent test record. Why is he such a threat? Well, let's have a look at his action. Look at the drift on the ball into the right-handed player. 45% of his wickets are bowled or LBW. So how does the right-hander contend with him? Well, Joe Root, look at him keeping his front leg out the way of the ball, trying to make sure he can get the bat at the ball. That makes sure that he won't get at LBW. The challenge for him is when the ball starts turning later on in the game, because his outside edge is going to be in play.
Yeah, he can do it now because there's no turn. The pitch is still good and Rangana is just bringing it into him with the arm. When it starts turning, he just needs only one ball to turn, and then he's got to rethink his game plan.
Yeah, seeds of doubt. That's all he needs, just one ball to do a little bit. He's a good bowler and he bowls well against most opposition.
And he's short as well. So not many are going to bounce over with Herath. When you look at those numbers, it doesn't look great when you compare it to a lot of the legends of the game. But if you break it down to the years after Murali, those are special numbers because he was the second spinner in the past. He made his debut a long way back in 1999. Played only a few games here and there, but he certainly has improved quite a lot in the last 2-3 years, or since Murali retired and he became the frontline spinner.
Yeah, in 2012 he took more test wickets than any other bowler.
I just wonder, Russell, just listening to you talking there about the introduction of DRS and what an effect that has for bowlers like Herath. 27% of his wickets LBW. I wonder how many of those would have been given in the past.
Not many. Not many. It certainly does give the umpires confidence to go out there and give those decisions too.
Another maiden, 188 for 4. You say how many, Strassi was saying, I wonder how many wickets he'd have got. I wonder he might have had a lot more actually, if the technology had been around when he started. It's only been in for a short period of time. I mean, Shane Warne reckons he'd have had about 3,500 wickets. But that's Warney.
And the batsmen might have scored less, far less than what they did.
Trimani comes into the attack. Just 1 over this will be for the tea interval. All right, Russ, tell me.
You mean why he's got a sweater on today?
Well, he's got a sweater on and a body warmer underneath.
Yeah, gentle medium pace, as you would see. It's just to give the bowlers a break, maybe have the batsman relax just before tea.
Might just break the concentration. Saw that. Dougie Walters used to come on for Australia and 1 or 2 overs here and there and pick up a wicket.
Yes, session did start well for the Sri Lankans. When they saw the back of Ian Bell, it really given them an edge and a lift.
And these two have done well, haven't they? Rebuilt. It's taken a little bit of time, but 69-run partnership from 145 balls.
Because they're relatively new. Moeen Ali making his debut. Root is still a young player. It was an opportunity to put pressure on the batsman with only Pryor to come. But that's what makes this partnership so important.
Sticking that into the leg side, just a single. Two more deliveries then. Batsman to survive.
The Sri Lankans also will be happy that the break has come at this time. Go regroup.
Quicker bowlers can dive in and have a quick shower if they want. Tiramani's case, maybe to go and get himself warm in the shower.
Well, I was thinking, take the sweater off.
And that'll be a boundary then. Final ball of this session. Players will remove the bails. England after 53 overs are 195 for 4. And both batsmen are 44 not out after this shot from Moeen Ali. Boundary just before the break. It's short and it's wide. Got the treatment. They'll be pleased. The dressing room will be pleased. 28 overs bowled, still down on the over rate a little bit. 97 runs, but just 1 wicket to fall.
Yeah, it's good time for batting now. Ball's 53 overs old. Just got to start again after tea. It's amazing how many times you get a wicket either side of a break. Tough work for Sri Lanka and their captain. They'll be used to tough work. Bowled on some pretty flat pitches around the world. Keep an eye on the ball. Maybe just a hint of reverse swing just before tea. Such dry conditions, and Sri Lanka know exactly what they're doing when they have a ball that reverses a bit.
Every time they have drifted anywhere near Joe Root's pads, he has worked them onto the onside for runs.
Really was very pleasant out there when we went out at tea to do the pitch report. Perfect conditions. Even warmer tomorrow, I reckon a couple of degrees warmer. Great place to play when it's like this, Lords. You slowly drift back after tea. There'll be a few on the nursery ground with the champagne and the Pims out. Lots of hampers out. Cover up today. Even Michael Holding's not cold today, he's enjoying the sun.
Well, this is what summer is supposed to be like. I made that point earlier on to one of the English journalists and said, yes, this is our week of summer.
And it'll be a good test for the Sri Lankans. I think they've always felt a little hard done by the fact they come here in May, play 2 test matches, when usually in May it's moving around and the sun doesn't come out too much. So they got an opportunity here. Their conditions, a dryish pitch. June. See what they can do. 2 superstars. Jaya Wardner has 200s here. Kumar Sangakkara doesn't have a test 100 here. The one-day 100 here a couple of weeks ago.
Too wide to be tempting Moeen Ali. 196 for 4. Tirimani had his 1 over. Not too sure why he even bowled an over. The specialist spinner. Herath now going to be operating from the pavilion end.
Maybe that over from Tirimani was just to change ends. There you go, Mikey, the rain's back. You often get that in the UK, someone protecting themselves from the sun. Oi!
No turn off the normal surface yet for Herath. Looking to have some variations there going for him though. A bit of flight every now and again.
There's the effect of the slope, even for the spinner. He'll do well to grip many, turning big up the slope first day at Lord's. It will just slide on. The cut shot becomes a dangerous one. You think it's outside your off stump and your eyes light up to cut it. Skids and drifts in. Oh!
Should get at least 2 here. Thinking about a third as well. Comfortable. When he ran the first one, that took him to 1,000 runs in his test career.
And I'm guessing 200 plus of those here, yeah. Over 200 here at Lord's, that 180, the best of them against Australia. July last year. His career back in the right direction. Started well, faded away. Given this opportunity, must take it, go big.
Moeen Ali needs to go big as well. A lot better batting now than earlier on. And of course, he's not a specialist spinner. He's there more to bat than anything else. 199 for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. But it will do his bowling some good if he can go in with a few runs, 100 or whatever. His part-time spin, then he feels a lot of confidence with. He's developed a doosra that he bowls. which again won't worry the Sri Lankans too much. They see that type of bowling a lot.
Over number 14 coming up for Sangakkara. There's a 200 for England. Seven to 4 for 3. Things weren't looking that rosy. 200 for 4, a lot more comfortable.
Mikey, if you asked Angelo Matthews right now with a lot of hindsight, what should you have done at the toss? Would you bowl again, having seen the way the pitch played? What do you reckon he'd say?
I think he'll say he did the right thing. I think what he'll perhaps say, Nas, is that if Sri Lanka were 74 for 3, with Sangakkara and Damasena back, and Jayawadena rather, back in the pavilion, they wouldn't be 200 for 4.
Saw that green grass and was worried about losing 3 early wickets, as England did. But all credit to England and young guns putting this partnership together nicely. New era, got to be led by the likes of Root and Ali. That's the tempter. That's where he's going to have to be patient as an international cricketer. You can already see Sri Lanka have worked him out slightly, in as much as they will throw that wide half volley, and occasionally slices this sort of ball to gully. So they're tempting him. He continues to resist. Pack that offside field. You could have cover even squarer there. Must have a gully to Moeen Ali. It's a big area for him scoring runs, but it also could be an area to get out.
Gone a bit too fine for that man at fine leg.
Surprised him a little bit. Had to get it in really short, but Moeen Ali was on the front foot, and there was a hint of top edge. That's why he practices the shot again. Fine leg, luckily for Moeen Ali, was very wide.
Showing a little bit of disappointment there, Moeen Ali. But instinctively he's one who likes to play shots. No. 204 for 4. Still beautiful weather here. Getting a bit warmer as the day goes on. Just makes things a bit more difficult for the fielders. at the moment, Joe Root has been playing Herath as if he's just drifting the ball into his pads, not really spinning it away. There we go. He knew that was going to drift in.
That's the danger shot. The other end you might think about cutting. This one will just drift in and it won't spin, and it will come on with the arm, and the pad and the drag on definitely in play.
What Joe Root did well there, though, is that he did not think about cutting. Look at the angle of the bat. That wasn't any thought of a cut. Bat was perpendicular because he knew it wasn't going to be spinning away. It would more drift in. Just that perhaps it drifted in a bit more than he thought it would initially. This is a long run. This should be 3 if they are serious, and Moeen Ali is serious about coming back for the 3rd. Let's see if the umpire signals no. That means it's a half century for Joe Root.
Yeah, nicely played. One of the lads that needed some runs and needed a boost to his confidence. He's been moved around the order for England. You feel that this is his best position in the middle order. A well-played 50. Just the 2 fours, but he's run well and he's looked busy at the crease.
Very healthy run rate this for England, 3.6 runs per over. It was up at 4 at one point, but that was early in the piece. Well left again. This is where Sri Lanka needs someone with some serious pace now to try and come in and disturb one of these batsmen. Kulasekaara has decided that he's going to be changing the angle of delivery. He has now decided that he wants to go around the wicket. Brought the deep backward square leg quite a bit squarer.
Yeah, the main point, Kulasekaara going round the wicket, is because Moeen Ali has found his off stump pretty well and he's left the ball. So he's just trying to confuse him with a change of angle. Left-hander shuffles across onto middle and off-stump guard. Have to be a little bit tighter with the ball that he leaves, coming in on the angle, especially with the slope there, coming down the slope.
Couple of singles in the over. 209 for 4.
Just the 2 boundaries for Joe Root. Let's have a look where he scored his runs in general. He's been very busy, knocked it around in the gaps and run hard. Boundary down to wide third man, an extra cover.
Ali has moved on to 48. He's on strike.
Slightly different for Ali. With Joe Root, the cut shot's the danger one. For Ali, just the outside edge slip. Mahela Jayawardene, who's a fantastic slipper over the years. Benedict's going to tell me in a minute how many slip catches he's taken, mainly off Murali, but slip in play with the ball just sneaking down that slope. You can see well from the camera. The outside edge.
Hasn't spun a lot of deliveries. Herath. Edge done gone. Nasser Hussain called it.
Well, he doesn't drop many, and slip definitely in play with the slope. Beautifully bowled, just tossed up outside off stump. And maybe he was thinking about 50, maybe he was looking for his 50. But that is very good cricket from Sri Lanka. And it's a real shame for Moeen Ali, who on Test debut has played beautifully. But he has to go. He made 48 and it's 209 for 5.
England cricket and Hardies, generations of devotion.
Matt Pryor back into this England team at number 7. Has performed admirably for England in the past at this number. They'll be hoping that he can get some runs under his belt here again, because his team certainly needs those runs. 209 for 5. Could still be a good day for Sri Lanka. Here's that dismissal again.
Yeah, decent catch from Jayawardene, because it came to him slow. Such a big flash of the bat. He probably thought it would come to him quickly, but it looped to him. Moeen Ali will learn a lesson there, just batting at Lords with the slope, that the spinner on day one, anything's going to challenge your outside edge. Good from Herath though, he tossed it up out there.
No more attacking field than what they had for Joe Root.
Key there was not panicking which way you get your fingers, pointing up, pointing down.
That's close. That is very close. Rifle said not out, and they're reviewing it again.
Got a pair here against Australia last year. Did he get his leg outside the line? That was the key. Again, not a lot of spin. The ball's going to come on with the arm and drift in. However slowly you play that, it's definitely not a no ball. Way back. Again, the ball coming on with the arm. Has it hit him in line? That's the key. Hit him on the outside of the leg. Back leg, no inside edge. The only thing that can save Matt Pryor here was it outside the line.
Yes, close call. I don't think that back leg is outside the line of off stump, though. It's pretty difficult as a batsman to get that back leg outside the line of off stump when you're playing forward. Oh, that I think is very adjacent. You can see the off stump just on the outside of that back leg. Hotspot doesn't indicate that the ball has hit the bat. Gone right through the gap. This is close.
Was it in line? Didn't hit it. Oh, umpire's call will save Matt Pryor. You can see why they've reviewed that. That is very, very close. Is that the little bit of luck that Matt Pryor needs just to kickstart his Test career again? Not out on the pitch, not out under review. Matt Pryor, who bagged a pair here last year, survives a close one.
Well, that should let him realize that the ball isn't spinning and it's more drift than anything else. Off the mark. A bit of a struggle, but a single by his name. 210 for 5. Ian Bell got a start, did not carry on. Joe Root has a half century to his name. England need him to carry on, especially since Moeen Ali did not. Chris Jordan is the next man in, Stuart Broad after him. We all know that those two are capable of getting good runs. Couple of slips under gully for Matt Pryor. Skipper is standing at mid-off, close to his bowler. Sangakkara has been around quite some time, though. He won't be needing his captain that close. There's Herath, and they know he's not the quickest. Hit the stumps though, but they'll get more runs for that. Safe by a distance. And good extra runs.
Man on that leg side comes up, because with 2 balls to go in the over, Herath will want to be bowling at Pryor next over. They want to keep Pryor on strike.
I think they should keep that man up all the time. Just do not bowl the line that they were bowling for him to work onto the onside. Joe Root plays those balls in line with mid-stump, middle and leg onto the onside quite easily and picks up his single. They kept 2 out because they were thinking about bouncing him and getting him out caught by one of them. Don't believe in that for someone bowling 78 miles an hour at his top. It's 2-1, 3 for 5. Another 30 overs scheduled for the day. Spinners bowling, so should get quite a few more in. Here are David Lloyd and Michael Atherton.
Thank you, Mikey. Rangana Herath bowling well from the pavilion end. Normally you'd expect a left-arm spinner to bowl from the nursery end with the slope. Pryor goes down the ground. He's looked a little tentative so far. Early days. Had one moment of really good fortune when that LBW shout was really marginal. This is a good, confident, positive stroke down the ground.
Well, just an exercise also in moving the field. Just keep your eyes on Sri Lanka now. Captain, does he want to push a man back, or does he say have another goal?
Keep him up.
Oh yeah, keep him up. But that's good that Pryor will be confident enough to play that shot. Plenty of room down the ground.
Yeah, the threat is the inside edge here, isn't it? Herath is not going to spin it past the outside edge. It's a first day pitch and the slope is against him, so the threat is all the ball coming in and beating that inside edge. That was how, for that close LBW shout.
And also just using that slope to bring the ball back into the pad. LBW goes on her.
That's why short leg is there, isn't it? Inside edge popping up.
Lovely bowler to watch, and it's so slow, that last delivery, 47 miles an hour, so teasing.
Not easy to cut against the slope either. 217 for 5.
Last delivery, 46 miles an hour. So some genuine flight here from Herath. But it's an option, a real good option, down the ground, as we've just seen from Matt Pryor, to be positive and play the shot correctly. Try and push that fielder back.
Nuam Pradeep has taken a couple of wickets today. He's got through 12 overs, 2 for 44. From both ends. Not always the easiest thing if you haven't played here before. Switching from nursery to pavilion end with the way the slope affects you as a bowler, but Sri Lanka have done it okay today. Seamers have bowled steadily. Harath has picked up an important wicket when Moeen Ali looks set. England just tottering a bit on the edge. 217 for 5. It ain't bad, but it ain't great. It's been a bit like that all day, actually. Just a kind of nervous feeling about England. They're always just one wicket away from a bit of a calamity.
Well, you'd expect on this pitch and in these conditions that the top 6 batter gets 100. 54 Bell and Moeen Ali falling just short. Roots on his way. Players have that enormous piece of luck. LBW shout.
Don't you think it's probably going to be a bit like that with England from now on, isn't it? Only 2 of the top 6 have played more than 20 tests, Cook and Bell. So in the past, with Trott there and Pietersen, a very kind of solid top 6. It's not quite like that now, so just a bit more nervousness watching them.
With Kevin Pietersen and KP, it's like John Cleese, isn't it? It's like Fawlty Towers, don't mention the war. Not allowed to mention it.
Voldemort.
Yeah.
You follow Harry Potter?
No.
My 8-year-old's really into Harry Potter at the moment. Voldemort, the man who must not be named. Trott got 100, I think, today for Warwickshire's 2s. Saw somebody tweet that, so that's good news. Jonathan Trott, who had that aborted comeback at the start of the season, just a couple of games, and then felt that he had to take a break, and he seems to just be gently on the road back, so that's good to hear.
Ball inspection at the minute. Billy Bowden having a look at this cricket ball, which is in its 62nd over. Finds its way back to the bowler.
Got to be a little careful, I guess. There's not a massive amount of bounce in the pitch. The Sri Lankan seamers are a bit skiddy. Easy to chop on. Alistair Cook chopped a cut stroke, an attempted cut stroke onto his stumps earlier in the day. That one just got a bit tight on Joe Root as well. Now that was better, wasn't it? It was a little wider. He swayed away just to give himself that extra bit of room and cut it away. 2-2-3 for 5. Andrew Strauss.
Just going to talk a little bit about Matt Price. Such a banker for England over a long period of time, but for the last 10 tests, his average is down at 17. That period of poor form has meant a modification of his technique. So let me have a quick look. On the right, this was him last summer against Australia. Peter Siddle, watch his back lift. As Siddle's getting ready to deliver the ball, the bat is on the ground. Have a look at today. As the bowler comes in, that bat is far higher in the air. I'm not entirely sure why he's done that, but I've got a feeling it's because he's worried about getting out bowled or LBW. He thinks that gives him the opportunity to get the bat at the ball quicker. Modification for Pryor, hopefully a change of luck as well.
Well, he's had a bit of luck, hasn't he? But yeah, players always are tinkering with their technique, just trying little things. And a period of poor form such as Pryor has had tends to encourage you to do that, to tinker around. But he's into double figures now.
Well, he's been noted as an offside player. Fluent driver of the ball, and here's one.
Did you read Benedict's notes today, Bumble?
Yes, I did actually.
There's a ripper in there. They were written, these notes, Benedict writes these notes for us before every day is playing. They were written in the hope that Belagedera would play for Sri Lanka. 227 for 5. Belagedera is the only Test cricketer with 6 initials. UWMBCA, Belagedera. The record, the most initials to play first-class cricket, is 7. JEBB PWC Dwyer played for Sussex. John Elysius, Benedict Bernard, Placid Quirk, Carrington Dwyer. Played for Sussex between 1904 and 1909. 7 initials.
Oswald Whistle comprehensive.
Wait.
Got a great story about Chaminda Vas, haven't you?
Well, we mentioned it this morning.
Oh,
I mean, he had a lot of initials. I'm sure he had 6. We did it this morning. Warnock, Ulasaraya, Patabendige, Usantha, Joseph, Chaminda Vas. Sometimes they just call him Vas. Talking at sort of topical things this morning in the paper, did you read about blowers? Henry Blowfield set fire to himself. He's having a dinner party at home and he moved the candle off the table. Suddenly felt a little bit hot. His trousers had caught fire.
He said he nearly cremated himself. There he is.
There he is.
Having a post-prandial nap there, Henry. Oh no, he's woken up. Big believer in fate in cricket. Pryor, under all kinds of pressure, Buttler chomping at the bit, lots of people saying Buttler should come in. Pryor's had a stinker of a year. Second ball, he's a millimetre away from being given LBW. The kind of thing that goes through a cricketer's mind. He will be thinking to himself, it's my day now. That luck has turned. The circle of fortune, whatever you want to call it, has just turned. And he may not go on to get a score, but he'll be thinking that way. The kind of little tricks that cricketers play with themselves in their minds to convince themselves that fortune has turned and the good times are coming. This was it, second ball. Reviewed by Sri Lanka. Oh, it's so close, isn't it? If it's given, if it's a millimetre the other way, he's gone. And the roars grow louder for Jos Buttler. As it is, Pryor is there and has an opportunity. Well, it's not quick. Joe Root had plenty of time then to make up his mind. It's only a bounce of 83 miles an hour, and he half thought about hooking. But there are two men out. There's a man out at fine leg and deep square leg, and he just had enough time really to think again and pull out. A bowler of real speed, you don't get that time. It's a real instinct. Play the hook or not. .229 for 5.
You talk about Matt Pryor and that bit of luck, and you said that Jos Buttler champing at the bit behind him, everybody's choice. Let's have a look at the stats. Johnny Bairstow and Jos Buttler both had 8 innings. Johnny Bairstow 308 runs, 1 century, averaging 51. Jos Buttler 274 runs, average 34, 350s.
Well, we saw Johnny, didn't we, get 90-something at the start of the year, the 4-day game up at Durham. Got a bit of an iffy LBW, actually. Yorkshire flying high. Well, Somerset are as well.
But it's just those two players, and Bairstow was the man in possession.
I forgot he was with Lancashire for a minute.
It's Angus there, getting ready for dinner.
He's got his England tie on today. He wakes up and decides, which job am I doing today, Middlesex or England? Well, that's the threat again, that inside edge. Harath won't spin it past your outside edge. The ball will just run in down the hill.
It's a sloppy shot, is this, from nowhere? No.
.230 for 5.
Run rate's dropping down. It was at 4.2 at one stage. It's 3.54. Over rate's improved slightly. 24 fours and 2 sixes. 25 overs are left in the day. Solid combo, that isn't the salmon pink.
That's why you were here at 8 o'clock this morning. You just went along the line of members, didn't you? Looking at the outfits they were wearing.
Chuckling along.
Did you see any tweed?
Yeah, I saw some plaid trousers, like a Scotch plaid, you know, like a tartan trousers. Lots of red. Lime green are coming into fashion.
Combination, isn't it, there? Mike Brearley on the right, Sam Mendes, the film director, on the left. Wrote the forward, didn't he? Mike Brearley's reproduced his great book, The Art of Captaincy. I think it was republished or reprinted. Sam Mendes wrote the forward, saying how he, before he became a film director, he read The Art of Captaincy, and that helped him when he started to direct his crew. They're not salmon, are they?
Plum, aren't they? Plum colour, claret. Well, he's getting in nicely behind the ball here, Matt Pryor. Will he want to play? He's had Achilles problems. I think he's played 3 championship matches, but only kept wicket in 1. He's got a century. Give him 1 too many. He's played 2 championship matches. Just won NatWest Big Blast, T20 Blast.
Yes, managing this chronic Achilles problem that he's had for some time, a combination of physio and exercises and injections. Safely negotiated, 232 for 5. Back. 2:32 for 5, 66 overs done. Sun is shining. It's a beautiful day at Lord's. Great combination up here. Shane Warne, David Gower.
Too kind, too kind, too kind. 2:32 for 5, yeah, so progress early today was quite brisk actually in terms of wickets and runs. He was set off at about 4 runs per over. It's now down to about 3.5. Still, that's good enough by the standards of Test cricket nowadays. Sri Lanka gambling first thing this morning on putting England into bat. 2:32 for 5 just about keeps that gamble alive. I don't know if you're listening through the last 20-25 minutes or so. There's a lot of discussion about multiple names amongst cricketers, 6 initials, 7 initials. Dennis just handed me something which is the most unpronounceable but longest name ever. A Fijian player. The easy bit, his initials are IL, surname Bula, B-U-L-A. But there seem to be about 30, 40 or 50 letters. It's a nice shot. Oh, well, pushed it for the second. Doesn't matter if the ball doesn't hit the stumps.
It was tight. Price pretty quick to test that Achilles, but he got there okay. Following nowhere, not even behind the stumps. Been impressed with Root today. He's looked busy right from the word go. Pryor's come in. Ounce of luck early. Just a little bit of tail ball, just tailing. Now I'm very interested in how many letters did you say? 40
well,
or
I haven't
50?
been able to count them. There's a lot.
Well, Bulla, is that hello in Fiji? Is that hello? I think Bulla is hello in Fijian.
Can't tell you for sure. Strauss says yes. What I can tell you, there's a literal translation of this very long name. It means returned alive from Nankala Hospital at Lakemba Island in the Lau Group.
I'm still with you, David. I'm still here. I'm listening.
I'm not sure the rest of the world is.
I'm intrigued.
Ilikena Lasarusa is his first name. His surname is Talebula. Mina Valley Nipa Neva Vakaluba Mane Ainakula Kula Laka Lakabaulu. Or something like that. It might not be entirely accurate. And I'm not sure there was a letter count as I went. He's also known as Il Talebula Mainavalle Innivia Vaka Kula Bula Aranimanama Kula Bula Laki Laki Baulu, which I think adds another 4 letters.
Have another go at that one.
No. And I do apologise to him because I will have mispronounced that name. He's 92 years and 209 days old. Right, Rangana Herath.
Do you think it would sound the same if you had another go at it, David?
I don't think it would sound the same if I had another 50 goes.
Very good.
Well, that's one of Matt Pryor's strengths. Just outside the off stump. The cut shot, a real favourite of his. And that one's come right out of the meat.
Yeah, and the key to why he's so good and when he's going in form and playing this shot well, look how late he hits it. He uses the crease, gets back in his crease, but it's how late he uses it. He gets the power from his wrist too. He really waits on the ball. He doesn't go too hard at it, lets it come to him, and then just picks the gap. Very strong in that area. Any width for Pryor. Looks like he's come out and means business. Had a, as I said, an ounce of luck early. Or bowled. Looking at Herath and the way he's bowled, it's never easy for a spinner on day one. He's actually bowled pretty well. He's bowled okay. 1 for 50. Broke a partnership. That's sort of your role on the first day. The quickie's got to do most of the work. You're probably going to roll around 20, 25 overs in the day as a spinner, day one. Especially like this when it's a bit started to get flat. The sun's shining. He's been pretty honest. 239 for 5.
Yeah, the one thing that would have made a difference to his figures in the day, actually, all round for Sri Lanka, is that hairline decision when Matt Pryor hadn't scored. Pryor now on 21. Herath could it was so close, wasn't it? You know, the reviews showing basically it was just a millimetre or two in it. So that could have been 2 for 40 odd. Back of that Pryor instinct, then you think, okay, England could have been 6 down for say 230. Yeah, Sri Lanka very happy with that.
Yeah, it was definitely a big moment for so many reasons. That Pryor second ball for him in his personal career, the situation of the game. It's a huge moment. It's amazing, isn't it? Just a millimetre or two. Here it was. It's Matt Pryor's second delivery when he first came in. Look at that. Oh. Just got it. Didn't turn on him and it changed and it's come down the hill. Just so close, wasn't it? When you look at it again, it's just one of those ones when it's your day, those things just go your way. Matt Pryor needed that one. Since then, he's gone on to look good.
Yeah, the one that drifts in, that just proves how potent it can be. Especially to a man who's just arrived at the crease, hadn't had time to look at it, hasn't really got a feel for it yet. Yeah, obviously see why Sri Lanka reviewed it. Originally given not out and sustained on review. Depends now, it's all in Matt Pryor's hands now, isn't it? He's 22 not out. Will he turn that around to his advantage, make a big score? He's that sort of cricketer, actually. I've watched him so much now over the last few years that he's the sort of cricketer, forget the decision as such. You know, if he gets off to a slow start, he's one who sort of gets his feel very quickly. Quite often with Matt, it's a sort of all or nothing thing. And for the last 12 months, it's been closer to nothing than all, sadly for him. Hence his omission halfway through the series in the Ashes down under. But we all know why he's valued by him. They like him as a character. He's a very good keeper. And when things are going his way, a very good batsman. Now that should be no more than 2. Actually, could be 1 more than 2. Just seemed to keep on going down the hill towards that mound stand. Took the diving stop. Took a bit of help, and after all that, it was 3.
Yeah, good aggressive running, good fielding. Just the flick went a bit too far away, which enabled the batters to come back for a 3rd. These two have been... I think Joe Root's at his best when he's busy, but Matt Pryor's always busy. And I think he can also play 2 roles if they really need it. They're in trouble, England. He can really save it. He's got that concentration we've seen. I think against New Zealand it was. He made a match-saving 100. Also seen him come in and just turn the game to a 50-50 contest, take the game away from the opposition so quickly because he can score so fast. So valuable player. That's probably why he got the nod too, because of so many inexperienced players in the side. They just wanted a bit of experience, and I think that's why he got the opportunity again.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think what England selectors wanted to see from him was, you know, signs of form this season. He's got that 100 early, and their problem with him was fitness. It was pure and simple fitness, and that Achilles problem that's been mentioned. You know, I believe with players like him, you know the talent that's there, you know the work ethic is there, you know the character is there, the temperament is there. So a bit of form is all you need. .244 for 5. So having said all that, you know, now is the chance. Having had that little bit of luck first ball for Matt. Sorry, second ball, but early on. Now's the chance to make it count. And you look at him and you think he looks, he too looks busy. You said Joe Root looks busy, well, Matt Pryor looks busy. And between the two of them, doing a good job here so far. Their partnership now 35. You look at the 3 preceding partnerships, Bell and Balance, Bell and Root, Moeen and Root. And you think in the context of a test match, first day, good pitch, good conditions, you know, one of those should have been much more substantial than those figures show. Mid-off, just a little bit deep. No doubt there's a plan there somewhere, but allows the one. Ooh. Unorthodox, not pretty.
Threw it up, Harath. Just really gave a chance. Joe Root fancied it, won a big piece of it too. A little bit of luck. Just having a look at the field, that tight single again. These two have ran very well. Just looking at the field out there. Harath's now back down here and he's got the slope to his advantage. Just got to be careful with Pryor. He doesn't say he's going to get it out there for Pryor to drive and get too wide of off stump to him, because he's very strong through that area and there's not enough turn to really cause him a lot of issues. So he's got to change the pace and beat him in flight. Just like to see him get a bit straighter, Harath, to Pryor. Better line, sort of middle and off. and get Pryor to start thinking about trying to work it to the onside. Then if you can get one to straighten a little bit, you might get Pryor in a bit more trouble. So he can really use the angles on the crease. Gets too wide of off stump there. Pryor's looks pretty easy for him there. Mid off steeping, an easy single too. 247 for 5.
Yeah, Sangakkara's 5 yards deeper for Pryor at mid-off. Comes in a bit for root. So that one is on. They're not quite sure what the plan is there. Mixed emotions, I dare say, on that balcony, that England balcony. A number of batsmen have got good starts today, shown themselves to be in good form. Ian Bell, foreground, one of them. But we've seen people out for 1, 17, 23, 56 Bell, that was. Moeen Ali, 48. It's flicked off the pad, gone very fine. And will be indeed 4-leg buys.
Just too straight. Don't want to give Matt Pryor any width whatsoever, so occasionally the bowler just gets to strays down the leg side, just trying to get it into that middle and off stump and give him no width. 2 back on the hook. So maybe it's a suggestion they're trying to go at the stumps, the old beat. If they get it quite wrong, they got protection out on the fence there to save the runs, rather than maybe even a square leg. They could flick it straight to him. Still persisting with 2 slips and a gully. There's those 2 men out in the fence. Just not sure whether he's better up at square leg. It also keeps Pryor on strike for the single. He's very busy, likes to get that single and just get up the other end for a while. Angelo Matthews just having a look at that guy there now. That's the man they want to try and move. Just where to? That's what I think they're talking about. Maybe he wants him at square leg. I think by that change of field suggests what we're talking about is pretty right, David. They're going to try and bowl really straight to him and give him no width whatsoever. So they're opening they're leaving cover open for him. They've got to catch him mid-wicket and protection if you get it a little bit wrong out on the fence. You think Paul Rifle will be really lenient on the fast bowlers, because Paul Rifle, or Pistol as he was known, he was pushing the line every time as an umpire. So you'd think he'd be pretty forgiving for that. Let's see how close this one is. Oh, you can't be too forgiving for that. That's a monster no ball. Get your foot back. I'm sure Paul Rifle will be talking to him, and good to see him umpiring here at Lord's too. You think about it, he played a lot here as a player too. Now he's standing there as an umpire. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's all very well being a poacher turned gamekeeper, but with so many cameras around, I mean, your performance is analysed as an umpire as much as any player nowadays, isn't it? So if you want to have a quiet word, it can only be those ones that are borderline. Of course, if a wicket falls and you know it was close, that's where nowadays they go and say, hang on a second, before you leave the field, we'll just check it out with the cameras. But yeah, I mean, that clear 4 or 5 inches that last time, whether you're a former fast bowler or not, you've got no real option, have you? There's that little bit of a downside, leaving that offside open. Big gap on the offside in that cover region. Gives the easy one, and on a bad day opens up the boundary too. Well, there is that gap again, although the man had come in to a short extra cover position. Short and wide presents the perfect opportunity for Joe Root. And Root being very strong on the back foot too, has played right into his hands. So poor delivery, good shot.
Yeah, too much width. Joe Root. He's been a busy Root today. And I think what I've really liked about Root, he's really looked to get forward. I think if you look back and what are some of these players learnt over the winter against the loss against Australia, he's really looking to get forward a lot more. He was stuck on the crease a lot. That's another beautiful shot. Have some of that. Back-to-back boundaries. 261 for 5.
Well, very, very productive over for England. 14 runs coming from it. Takes the score, as you say, to 261 for 5. And seems to be the cue for drinks.
International cricket on Sky Sports is sponsored by The Times and The Sunday Times.
England 261 for 5. Some decent partnerships all the way down. Batsmen have got in and got out. These two playing well. Joe Root 73. Matt Pryor 26, a partnership of 52. Sam Robson on debut. Got 1 run and then just fended at 1 outside the off stump. Alistair Cook needing some runs. Didn't get many. Dragged on. Best of Kulasekara with the new ball. Balance played nicely until he flashed at a full delivery outside the off stump. Nicked it to the keeper. Foul also played beautifully. Given not out on the field. Sri Lankans reviewed it. And that was the end result. Moeen Ali played beautifully to get to 48. And just undone with one that went down the slope, and he nicked it to Mahela Jayawardene.
Yeah, all the batsmen getting starts, except the 2 openers who departed early. But Joe Root, he's the one holding the innings together. Could have been a lot worse. Sri Lankans taking a review against Matt Pryor as soon as he walked in before he had scored. It was not overturned because the impact seemed ever so slightly outside the mat. At 209 for 6, it would have been such a different game. Matthews into the attack. 9 overs to go for the new ball. We're just about filling up overs, giving the opportunity to the faster bowlers to freshen up just a wee bit.
I'm actually surprised he hasn't bowled a little bit more. Angelo Matthews, just the 6 out of 71, just to do a holding roll. Maybe a couple.
Well, England were asked to bat first. And Sri Lanka did look back at 120 for 4 when Bell was dismissed. I thought job done, but then came the partnership though.
And they'll know that England bat deep as well. You've got Jordan next, and you've got Broad, you've got Plunkett. There's a lot of batting to come. Whipped away up the slope, so only be a couple.
Yeah, and with the bowlers tiring, the pitch still looking a good one for batting. It's going to be hard work for the Sri Lankans. I think that post-lunch session was the opportunity. Back-to-back wickets to try and restrict England.
Man now goes out, leg side. And offside, sweeper on both sides, protecting the boundary.
Gentle medium pace from Angelo Matthews. It just gives you the impression the batsmen really like that pace on this pitch. Hence probably not bowling himself too often. What will please him is that he's able to get through a few more overs of Rangana Herath. Just a little bit of grip now and again. This is why Pryor is very dangerous, very busy. Slightest opportunity, look to put pressure on the bowlers, and the scoreboard will keep ticking. If he's out there, runs will be scored, and the bowlers always under pressure.
This is where Joe Root could slightly improve his game. He is a back foot player and he's a wonderful player, but just at the pace of Angelo Matthews, he's still going back to this delivery. He's got to try and force himself forward. Still going back, and Angelo Matthews at 75 mile an hour. Not asking him to lunge, but just someone like Angelo Matthews get on that front foot a little bit more. Such a good pitch though, and he's in good nick, so he believes he can play off either foot at the moment. End of the over. Lots of twos in there. 268 for 5.
How good has he been? It was a pressure moment when he walked out, Joe Root, together with Moeen Ali and Pryor. He's quietly got himself to 75, but he's been the key. He's actually held that innings together.
Lots of batting there, lots of partnerships, but no one yet to go on to a 3-figure score. 29 innings now that England haven't got 400 in their first innings. To put that right here, this is a really good pitch. Herath, I think he's bowled better from the pavilion end where the ball has just come into the right-hander. Especially with Pryor in to tuck him up and take the square cut out the equation. Not going to get a lot of turn away from the bat first day at Lord's. Anything Sri Lanka could have done differently, Russell, from up here? What would you have done differently?
Well, with the limited options that the bowling does have, a lot more discipline. Runs were scored on both sides of the wicket. They were scoring over 4 runs and over. That's also a way of building pressure, because we haven't seen a lot in the pitch. The first session, probably the ball did dick around a bit. But you have to be realistic when judging the Sri Lankan attack. You don't have the express bowlers, you don't have the tall bowlers who hit the seam and get that extra bounce. It's all about being disciplined. So that's why I keep saying, unless Herat comes into the game, Angelo Matthews, with what he can do in terms of changing the field round or how he can attack the batsman, his options are few.
269 for 5. Let's get down to third man.
Just going to talk about Matt Pryor and what a difference 12 months makes, because he came to Lord's 12 months ago, crowned as England's Player of the Year, and proceeded to bag a pair with 2 shots that smacked of overconfidence, really. A big pull shot early in his innings and a huge drive in the second innings to bag his second duck of the game. Came here today under pressure, no form to speak of, a bit hesitant. Very, very fortunate to get away with that particular dismissal, but he got away with it. He's played some nice shots since, and perhaps it's just the start of a return to form for Matt Pryor.
Yeah, I agree with most of that, Andrew. I think the big point you make there was about the overconfidence. I sometimes see in Matt Pryor, when he's playing well, gets a little bit too confident in his own ability, almost like, I'm playing well, I'm going to go out there and thrash it. Don't mess with form, basically. I think that's what he's learned in the last year. Pulled out to the man in the deep. Should be 2. You've obviously played a lot of international cricket. You'll know better than anyone. Form is a fickle thing. It comes and goes very quickly. And Matt, I think, sometimes works harder when he's trying to catch his form back up and get it back, which he has done in the last few weeks and months.
Yeah, I just remember the start of last summer, he was playing a bit for Sussex. And he kept going sort of 25 or 15 balls. And to me, it just showed just a symptom of someone who maybe thought he had the game under control and sorted, and it's got a nasty habit of coming to bite you in the game of cricket.
Lots of players do have different ways of handling the nerves too. Any batsman, the first few balls, bit nervy, the butterflies in the tummy. For example, Kumar Sangakkara comes out with hard hands. The moment he gets one in the middle of the bat, he settles down on his way. Now Matt Pryor might be working the other way. Quick 5 or 6 runs, and then settles into his rhythm.
I think the other thing with Matt Pryor is it doesn't take him long to get back into form. If he stays at the crease for any length of time, he scores so quickly. 34 or 54 balls now. Just needs to stick around for a while, and I think that was his problem in Australia. He was a little bit too frenetic and hectic in the way he went about his business.
You know him well. Is he a fretter? Is he a worrier?
I think deep down he is, actually. Yeah, he pretends to be quite sort of cool, calm and collected, but I think underneath he does worry.
That's his shot, the cut and the back cut.
But of course, what he was up against down in Australia was totally different. The pace, the bounce will have any good player hopping around.
Yeah, that's the only thing that most England fans will say, and he can't do anything about that this summer when England are getting runs. There will be people out there who will be saying, well, what happened in the winter? What happened when the bar was raised? Where were you then? Can't do anything about that. Terrible winter for England against Australia. They can just score runs and get wickets against what's put up in front of them, but also try and learn from the winter. Where did they go wrong? When the standard was lifted in the opposition, when the bar was raised, what did we do? How can we improve?
And you can also only play what's in front of you as well.
End of the over, 273 for 5. Perfect evening in northwest London. Lord's an absolute picture. When the sun's out, the spinner's on. Rangana Herath has bowled nicely. Doesn't bowl many bad deliveries, Herath. His grouping is always there or thereabouts. Hasn't varied it much. 90% just in that good length, just 1% short, doesn't drag too many down.
Great example. You'd speak to him, Nasser, all he'll say is, oh, I just do the basics. I'll just keep bowling it just there. One will slide through. If I can, I'll get one to turn. Simple as that.
Yeah.
In fact, he probably varies it a little bit more in one-day cricket, actually, where he bowls that ball more often out the front of the hand. He flicks it out.
Now, on a pitch like this, there's no variation in terms of turn. But if you watch him closely, he'll be dropping that arm, maybe letting one go slightly early, trying to deceive the batsman in the air. There's nothing off the pitch for him.
He's been listening to Andrew Strauss's third man piece. Down the pitch, and a good fielding from Herath.
But she just doesn't look in good shape, though.
Excellent grouping, excellent over from Herath. 274 for 5. Sort of time, sun setting nicely in the west, and just bright, and the sunglasses are on, hats are on. Even hotter tomorrow, they're saying.
Even hotter tomorrow, you said, Nasser. So that's all the more reason why the Sri Lankans need to try and be batting tomorrow. So it's a big win for England today at this stage. And during the ODIs, or right through, what I've been telling you, if the sun's out, the Sri Lankans are better now. It's on a day like this that they'd like to be out there fielding and bowling as well, because they like the sun on their back. The moment it gets cold, they go into a bit of a shell, very stiff. Catching the ball even is a strain. The palms do hurt and just don't like it.
A very orthodox bowling display, Russell, and any young guns that we should look out for the future in Sri Lanka. I mean, the veterans have sort of given away Test match cricket, the likes of Malinga. Dilshan has come and gone. Senanayake doesn't play Test match cricket at the moment. He's obviously having his action checked up. I think it's been checked in Cardiff as we speak. Jantha Mendis. Could we get a bit more unorthodox nature in this Sri Lankan attack?
There are a couple of young boys that the selectors have been keeping their eye on. P.D. Kaushal, he's an off-spinner, a tall off-spinner. Gets the ball to turn quite a bit. But nothing that they really do does excite them, because domestic cricket, as you know, in Sri Lanka is not of a high standard. So more A-team cricket to see what they can offer. The bowling department is certainly a worry.
Oh, he's going to have to hurry here. Matt Pryor at times is running. He's been run out on a couple of occasions, I think here at Lord's. And he's got a bit of an Achilles issue, and this was tight. It's home, direct hit, and he was struggling.
Well, he'll say he judged it perfectly, because Kulasekara in the deep had to throw off balance. So couldn't get the ideal throw in.
Run out here in 2009 against Australia, has run out against Bangladesh here, and run out against Sri Lanka here. And South Africa, Benedict tells me. He likes a run out at Lord's.
Going back to your question, Nasser, even with the quick bowlers, what you see out here probably could not be compared to what you would have seen from Australia or South Africa for that matter. But from a Sri Lankan point of view, there's been a lot of improvement in the way Iranga, Nuwan Pradeep, Suranga Lakmal, who's injured, have actually improved their game, how they use the seam. Yes, Chaminda Was, bowling coach, has still a lot of hard work to do.
Should be a single, gets past mid-wicket. Pryor will keep the strike, 278 for 5, back down to third man.
Yeah, Sri Lanka in need of a wicket. A partnership of 68 between Pryor and Root. Just wonder whether Herath has got an opportunity to create some pressure. This is his field here to the right-handers. I just wonder whether he should bring this man, who's in the deep, bring him up on the one, force the right-handers to play the sweep shot against the slope. He's bowling everything stump to stump. Possibly they'll try and play it, he'll get an LBW.
Andrew Strauss in bring field up shock. Weren't you the man that wanted to protect the boundaries a lot?
You can always drop mid-on and mid-off. No, but truthfully, I mean, it's something Graham Swan did a lot to left-handers. Bring that man up, try and encourage them to play the sweep shot. Especially at Lord's, that's a hard shot to play when it skids on low.
Yeah, there's too many singles, really, mid-off and mid-on. It comes from good batting. I mean, maybe England had a meeting about Herath, because the first ball that he bowled to Moeen Ali disappeared over wide mid-on for 6. Same with Matt Pryor, bopped him over mid-on for 4. And mid-off and mid-on are just hovering now, so there are easy singles. Moran likes to join those dots and build pressure.
And the right thing to do too. Because the type of cricket that's played on the subcontinent, if a spinner is holding up one end, it's so much easier. Angelo Matthews can have his 3 fast bowlers running at you in short spells. And the bowling unit works better. But if you're able to score off Herath as well, then Matthews has to keep changing around all the time. And you know, in Test cricket, you have to work over a number of overs, over a period of time to build pressure to pick up wickets.
It's a nice shot. There is the sweeper. That's the balance. If that man had been up, that would have gone away for 4.
Yep, that's the reason why Matthews is having the deep square leg, because the 2 English batsmen, Root and Pryor, have played that shot really well. Pick the gap front of square.
Again, easy singles. And these two have been very busy.
I'm just trying to figure why the leg slip is in place. Yes, a couple of balls have snuck through there, but
Another easy single. Just leaking runs here. Sri Lanka, good partnership building for England. 282 for 5. England 282 for 5. Good partnership in the middle. 73 dodgy partnership up here. Sir Ian Botham, David Lloyd.
Thank you, Squire. Well, England have been busy. Precarious at 74 for 3, but this has been an excellent partnership. Root has stood firm and looked good. Moeen Ali, that was a good innings from him, 48 from 98. Matt Pryor's back in the groove. That'll slide away down the hill, fast outfield, don't chase, that's 4.
Need a little bit of luck sometimes, and he's had a little bit today. But in general, it's more like the Matt Pryor England fans will be used to seeing. Pretty ropey time last year. But he's on 46.
It's been a strange game, or first day in some ways, and just thinking back to the Ashes and the blood and thunder of an Ashes contest, and Mitchell Johnson steaming in, and all the snarling and the insults and the sledging. This has been quite sedate, but don't think that Sri Lanka are these smiling little chaps that come over to play. They're a tough outfit. We saw that in the one-dayers. I'm sure there'll have been a word out there, but it's definitely not been visible.
Yeah, I think also, Bumble, when you look at their side, there's a few lads played a great deal of Test cricket. But they've also got two of the best players that the modern era has seen. And Kumar Sangakkara, Mahela Jayawardene, magnificent players.
Just looking at the ages, Mahela Jayawardene 37, Sangakkara 36. They'll be feeling it out there, feeling it in the legs. Looking at the board, looks as if they're going to be fielding again tomorrow. .78 overs, 287 for 5. So a good partnership here. Back end of the day, I wonder if Jimmy Anderson is padded up as night watchman just to protect Chris Jordan. As the opening batsman came out. First up this morning, walking across to the nets, Jimmy Anderson. Bat pants.
Now, you were here very early this morning, weren't you? I hear.
I came across at 8 o'clock, 8:05, something like that. Past the queues all coming in. They're all queuing up right round the ground.
Why?
I wanted a coffee.
None in your hotel?
I'd drunk it. I'd run out of coffee at the hotel, so I thought I'll nip across and get one at the ground, which I did, and sat and read the paper. Sell all sorts of coffee downstairs. I just wanted a coffee. They have latte.
Yeah.
Would you like a skinny? I said, I want a coffee. I want a coffee, cup of coffee.
Americano.
Oh, give over.
Cappuccino.
Macchiano or something.
Who?
I had one of them sets. Macchiano, I built it myself.
So did you get an ordinary coffee?
No, coffee. Just I want one of them coffees with a bit of milk in. Headingley next week. Cup of tea.
Yeah. Yorkshire tea. Can't beat it.
Short leg just goes catching at silly mid-on. .289 for 5. .11 overs left in the day, and play can extend until 6:30. Cut-off time is 6 o'clock, but you allowed 30 minutes more. Over rate is just 13.3 an hour, so we're going to be here for a little while. Just thinking whether Joe Root has got time to get a century. One more over before the new ball is available. The option is there, you don't have to take it, of course. And usually if there's reverse swing or there's somebody really spinning the ball, you tend to stay with the old ball. They're not, they need a wicket. I think they'll take it straight away.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, and I think you're right. They definitely need a wicket.
That's one of Pryor's shots, flowing shot. Backward of point. There's a fielder out there saving. Opening bowler getting prepared. And he is a swinger at Kulasekara. I was surprised that he just bowled at mid-70s. Picked the ball up and got a little bit of swing. Before the game started, I talked about England and their statements to re-engage with the public and not to be too pedestrian with the bat. After 80 overs, you don't want to be 200, 210 because you might get one or two casualties, but at 290, that's a much better position. Oh, through mid-wicket, that's a lovely shot. Rath will give this up early doors. Oh, this is a teaser. He's not bothered.
It's just as well it made it to the boundary because they could have run 5. Nice shot.
Well, he's camped in after a few, has he, Rath? He's a portly chap, 36 years of age. Good control there from Joe Root. He's moved on to 85. So new ball available. It's 294 for 5. Fourth umpire is bringing that new ball on. It's like a ritual. He hands it over to the standing umpire. Is he going to take it straight away? I mentioned the ritual of the fourth umpire bringing the ball on, and what do you want to do? Take it straight away? He's going to start with the old one, and then the umpire, when they do decide to take it, will show it to the batsman and show it to the scorers to identify that that new ball has been taken. Show it to everybody.
Sacre wants to bowl a couple of deliveries, probably just to loosen himself up. He's entitled to do that.
Reviews a reset at 80 overs. So Sri Lanka have got their 2 reviews back. Kulasekara through 16 overs, 1 for 45. Listening to 2 of the other guys commentating, Andrew Strauss, I think was alongside Nasser Hussain, about form. It can go away, but I think his timing and his footwork, Matt Pryor, has been perfect. Just a rhythm of his batting. Anxious moment, second ball could have been given out, but he's had good rhythm to his batting. He sort of all works in sync. Everything moves as it should do. Your feet get in position quickly. Here we go. Show it to everybody. Ball rifle. Australian Victorian opening bowler. Quite new to the elite panel of umpires. Shows that new ball to everybody. Chucks it to the bowler. Over to you. Different sound on the bat now too.
There is a downside to it. If these two are to attack it, the ball coming on that a little bit more, you can disappear as well, so you need to get it right.
Yeah, if you're in that position tactically as the batting side, if you feel that you're on top, you can attack the new ball, because the fielding side are on a bound to just put some catches around. There are 2 slips and a gully, so you get your gaps. Matt Pryor is the perfect batsman just to have a real go if he feels that they're in such a good position. Might be a bit different, 35 minutes before close of play. Just get through today. Swing.
Good seam position, bringing it into Pryor. That's where he's had problems in the past. The ball up there coming back at him. LBW bowled. I think he's been working on this new stance. Try and rectify that.
Well, he bustles in his run up, and then he gets to the creases. It comes out pretty slowly, much less than 80 miles an hour, but he's bowling that full length. Just get this new ball to wobble. Tickle down the leg side. This will be another boundary. Has he got a... Yeah, he has. Good four for Joe Root at the end of the over. It's 2.99 for 5.
Just needed helping. No one's stopping that. 89 then, Joe Root now. Starts the wrong line and keeps on going, so just a bit of bat on it.
Pradeep to share this new ball then. 15 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 54. Bowled with good heart and pace, particularly in his first session. Good pace, 87 and 88 miles an hour. As he kept his speed up there. He bowled 3 overs in this evening session, and just noticed there that on his speeds he's just dropped down.
Yeah, that might also have something to do with the ball being a bit older as well by that stage. First deliveries, 82.5 miles an hour.
Pryor 50.
51 from 81 deliveries. 5 fours. He'll be a relieved and pleased man.
Well, he's had a good tempo to his innings. With Michael Atherton talking about fate. That second ball could have been given out, LBW. But since then, he's played really well. Forceful player. He'll climb into that as well. He's not got all of this. Runs away down the hill, scampers away. Well fielded. No, it's gone for 4.
Got there, flicked it, but I think he might have caught his own arm and then it just rolled back. Nothing you can do about that. Just keeps running away from me down that slope. He hasn't got out the middle of the bat. Now, let's see what happens. Yeah, he flicks it and it catches his own chest and comes back.
He would have been tentative when he started this innings, Matt Pryor, but it's all coming back, it's gushing back. The authority at the crease that he's showing, scampering down for that first signal. Threatening the fielding side, looking for 2. Yeah, a bit of arrogance there. Partnership. En route moves on to 90. It's 309 for 5.
Well, Matt Pryor just gets away with that, just fractionally outside the line. But, since then, he grew in confidence. Through the offside where we know he can play. Loves that shot, loves to get himself into position to play it. Ran that down. Punch through the offside. You'll sleep well tonight.
$309 for 5 then, 82 overs. That must be a sniffer dog, is it? Yeah. Old Springer. What a lovely dog. Where have we been this year where it's a county ground where it's £10 a season for your dog to be a member? I think it was up at Durham. There are 2 or 3. Get your dog in for a tenner. Have you paid? Oh, he's gorgeous. So Sri Lanka have got a substitute on. Channed him out. He's on for Pradeep. No, Pradeep. Pradeep is the fielder and the bowler who's off. And he's gone off for physio. So Sri Lanka will need a bowling change. Pradeep, the opening bowler, slippery, good pace. Gone off to see the physio. He's having a rub down. The footballer in this morning. Those were the days, weren't they, when the trainer come on? They weren't the physio, it was the trainer with a bucket and a sponge.
Grimsby on a Tuesday night in February. Come on, the Scunthorpe. Come on, the iron. Oh dear. It's amazing how many players jumped up and ran off before he got there with the bucket.
Two things I remember from football in that time. Well, I particularly remember. There's the bucket and sponge and fiery jack. That stuff that they used to rub on. Crikey, if that fiery jack got in the wrong place, did you know about it?
The other one I used to like them was when we played somewhere, maybe Grimsby or somewhere like that, and it was very, very windy. Manager said, right lads, it's very windy out there, so keep all your high balls low.
beats him outside off stump. It's 83 overs, 309 for 5. $309 for 5. Change up here to take us home. Two likely lads, Shane Warne, Michael Holding.
Thank you, Bumble. Sri Lanka struggling to get another wicket before a close of play. Uranga is the man entrusted with that job on this occasion. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 75 for him so far. Has been a little bit expensive. Problems behind the bowler's arm again. .90 for Joe Root. So has been a long vigil. Another 15 minutes and he'd have batted 5 hours. Don't think Angelo Mattis is very happy with this ball. He's asking umpire Billy Bowden to have a look. Haven't seen too many balls being changed though. That's the problem. Unless they go totally out of shape or the seams split, the umpires are a bit loath to change them. Just a single, man out in the deep.
He's been a very good route today. He's been outstanding the way he's played today. 91, 7 fours. Really has looked busy right from the word go. Yep, definitely high-class route today.
Oh, that was very wide. Almost a wide in a test match. You don't see too many of those.
Super wide. It's probably as close you can get without being called a wide a test match, Mikey. If you look back at the day, Sri Lanka won the toss and put England in. 209 for 5 they were. 120 for 4. You sort of felt they had their chances. That prior second delivery was a real big moment in the game. It would have been 209 for 6, and suddenly good running, good aggressive running, putting pressure on the fielder. But 209 for 6, though, right in the game then, Sri Lanka. Since then, these two have really taken away. Prior 59 off just 87 deliveries, Root 91. Partnership's worth 104, and they've really sort of taken the game and the day. They've won the day now after being sent in, after being in trouble. So some excellent late order batting. They've taken 2 wickets since lunch, Sri Lanka. Finding it tough. Looks pretty flat out there, Mike, even with a new ball.
And with the sun shining like this, pitch usually gets quite good for batting. Just shows you, as you said, Warnie, how one decision can change matters. Could have been given out if Paul Rifle had said out and he had referred it. It would have stayed as out because it would have been the umpire's call. But because he said not out, he was relieved. Lots of runs in that area. Easy single every time. It's 3-1, 4 for 5. As things have gotten easier for the batsmen, the lower order have flourished. Ian Bell 56, Joe Root 91, not out. Moeen Ali, well, he will consider himself a tad unfortunate. 48 off 98, and now Matt Pryor, the opposite to Moeen Ali, very fortunate, 60 off 89. With again. Those will always be punished.
Yeah, he's super strong there, Pryor. Just can't give him the width. And he's in this sort of form too now, and he's got all the momentum and hitting the ball well. Hits the ball hard too. You just can't bowl that width to him. Looks like he tried that to go in, Mikey. Just didn't go.
Yeah, he was hoping the slope and, of course, his wrist movement would bring it back into the right-hander.
Wait there, man, wait there!
These two will be hoping that they can stay on till close of play. 90 overs scheduled for the day. They won't get there though. Just about another 15 minutes or so to go. You won't see them bowling 5 overs and a bit in those 15 minutes. Was a bit of movement there in towards Pryor. I think Pryor was defeated more by the lack of bounce though. Or rather it's Joe Root on strike. Pryor is a non-striker. Let's see what the umpire calls this as. Buys. No bat involved.
The reaction from the bowler, he had his hands on his heads. He sort of hit it, but nearly went too far. Could have got two hands to that one. I feel Sri Lanka really I know it sounds obvious they need a wicket, but just for something, there's 15 minutes to go. Just get one and put a bit of pressure on the tail, make it 2. 321 for 5.
By far the best partnership so far, and of course excellent by the number of balls of which they have scored. Certainly would expect Joe Root and Matt Pryor, if they had a partnership, to score runs fairly quickly. Both are quite aggressive players. They run aggressively. They think positively about scoring runs. Bowlers are looking a bit weary now. Duranga into his 18th over. Kulasekara has already bowled 19. Should be a bit happier than this morning. Leg side again, and again it's punished.
Just overcompensating, not trying to give Pryor any room whatsoever. He said it earlier, he can sometimes just stray on that leg stump, and he's also strong there, and the mood he's in at the moment, he's flying. 70 off just 93 cherries, 8 fours. He's going good. Oh, he fancies himself for 100 tonight. Might could overtake Joe Root. And Root's, he's been outstanding, Root, today.
Have seen a few balls keep a little bit low. Many deliveries have bounced before getting to the wicketkeeper. Very wide. Have a look at that. Absolutely no bounce. Not much carry at this stage of the day. Six runs are from the over. 327 for 5. coach and assistant coach. 327 runs on the board, only 5 wickets down. Just about 10 minutes to go. That's a good shot. That will race away, I think. It was well timed.
Moves on to 96, Joe Root. Another good shot. Nice and straight. And the real aspect of Joe Root today is how far he's got forward down the pitch. His body's forward. He's not on the back foot. All his movements forward. He's hitting the ball back where it came from, straight back down the ground. He's played a few of those drives today. 96. One shot away.
Wait, yes!
There's that easy single again.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. I'm in the bowlers category that hates singles. Bowl a good ball and it goes for run, you're bowling to another player. You want to keep bowling delivery after delivery to the same batsman and build up pressure, set him up for how you're trying to get them out. Much rather get hit for 4, at least you're still bowling to the same guy. Annoying singles. There's a lot of easy singles out there on the onside. There's only one guy in front of square on the onside. There's a huge gap of point for where the good ball comes when you just play a forward defence.
Well, that's gone pretty fine. It will bounce well short of Herat as well. Another couple runs.
Wait on. No run.
The highs and lows of Test match cricket. Sri Lanka certainly were on a high this morning when they took those first 3 wickets, 74 runs on the board. Things certainly have gone England's way since then, though. 87 overs bowled, 334 for 5. Just about 5 minutes to go for close of play, and Herat has been given the ball. With him operating then from the nursery end, there's every chance of getting 2 overs in before close of play. Doesn't seem as if Pryor and Root are in any hurry to get this over finished, though. Man comes in at forward short leg, had to get a helmet and his pads under his trousers. So we are ready. Will it get through? Yes, it gets through. That's 1. That's 2. And they're coming back for the 3rd. Century for Joe Root.
Well played, Joe Root. Wonderful 100. Pretty pumped too when he got that 100. He's played really well today. It's his 3rd 100 in 16 matches and his 2nd at Lord's, the other one a big one against the Aussies. Well played, Joe Root.
It's a matter now of getting to close of play. Here's that 100 moment again. Just a nice push on the onside.
Yeah, and you sense the fielder could have dived there, but just beat him. And they've been quick, they've been aggressive through the wickets. Oh, Pryor wants a big piece too. That's over mid-on. That'll be 4. These two are really putting the foot down. Don't worry about the time of day. They just runs are flowing. Partnership worth 132 now. Oh, 76. Good use of the feet. Didn't get as much of it. Didn't get a bigger piece of it as he wanted. Got enough of it to clear mid-on.
Won it 3 years ago, Sri Lanka versus England, this very same ground. Sri Lanka won the toss day 1, put England into bat. England ended the day 342 for 6. It's 341 for 5 at the moment. At the end of the day, Matt Pryor was 73 not out. He's 76 not out at the moment.
No!
Groundhog Day.
No!
341 for 5. There is going to be another over. Lara got through that over fairly sharply. Here's that great moment again for Joe Root.
Yeah, he's deserved it too. He's been outstanding today, Root. Dive and stop it. No, why not? Look at this for a celebration too. Pretty pumped he was. Seemed like he had a lot of energy as soon as he got the crease. He was busy. Played some excellent drives down the ground. The crowd were happy for him too, and why not? Kisses the lid, raises the arms to his teammates with a big smile. Well done, Joe Root. Well played.
So the last over of the day. And the no ball. Last over of the day is not when you really want to be bowling a no ball as a fast bowler. You want to just get those 6 balls delivered and get off.
I think everyone wants you to, Mikey.
Well, this is good running. Very good running. Very aggressive and good running.
It's really been a highlight of this partnership since they've come together. Just super aggressive. I think that's the word, Mikey. 135 off 182 cherries. They've got a lot of twos, a lot of threes. And Sri Lanka have been quite slow in the field too. All in all, England will be very, very happy after being sent in and being 344 for 5. Root on 102, Pryor on 76. The wicket's flat, sun shining tomorrow. Pile-ons the pain to Sri Lanka. I don't think these two will be just looking. I don't want to push on and get a monster score. They haven't scored 400 for a long, long time, England. 26 innings they haven't scored 400 for England, so they've got a big chance here to post a huge total. All the tail can bat a bit. Good position after being sent in. 120 for 4, 5 for 209. A real lucky break for Matt Pryor. Could have been 209 for 6. At the end of the day, at 344 for 5, small margins. One ball to go. We're going to lose 1 over. After 6.5 hours of play, we can only get 89 overs in, which is pretty poor from the Sri Lankans. 1 cherry to go. Have Sri Lanka got something special? Has Pradeep got something special? A Jaffa going on a bit of a high. England has been a great day for them. Fantastic day. Here we go. Last ball. What's he got?
Nothing to bother Joe Root is the answer. Just competently pushes it back down the wicket. End of the day's play. So 89 overs bowled, and Joe Root and Matt Pryor have put England right on top in this test match.
Yeah, he played beautifully yesterday. A really important innings for him. Settled at number 5, where he got his first Test 100. Bit of yo-yoing up and down the order since then, but I think they've decided now that he's going to bat in the middle order, and that he and Ian Bell at 4, that's the fulcrum of England's batting lineup.
Key though, Michael, is that this attack is slower, and hence he's still got to get in that position when he's got someone quick like Mitchell Johnson or Lasith Malinga steaming in at him. And also yesterday he made a good point that he was busier at the crease, and when you are busy and looking for singles, I think your feet do move that little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, the position you showed is a perfect position. You ain't going to get in that position against Mitchell Johnson, somebody bowling at 90 miles an hour, obviously, but what you do is you transfer your weight into the ball, as you rightly say.
Well, you can also get yourself out of the habit of going too far back and putting all the weight back there.
I mean, when Joe Root first came into the side, He was he's obviously got a good technique. He's a solid player, typically kind of, you know, Yorkshire opening batsman, if you like. But he was busy. He's got flair, and he's looking to score. 10 consecutive tests or thereabouts. I know he was left out at the end of the Ashes series. A very, very good attack, and by the end of it, he's just in survival mode. So he's not thinking so much about scoring runs. He's thinking about surviving. And I felt yesterday that he got back against an easier attack, obviously, got back to thinking about scoring runs. And that was evident in the way that he ran quick singles, that he ran lots of singles to the inner circle. He pushed hard for 2s and 3s. And that was an example of a batsman who's thinking about scoring. So a positive mindset, not coming out to try and smash the ball, but just to try and put pressure again on the bowlers. And I think that's Joe Root at his best, that combination of tight technique, but also an aggressive mindset, or a positive mindset. Even hotter today, they reckon. It was a beautiful day yesterday. Hot in the afternoon, and currently 23 degrees and going to get hotter. Excellent running again. Talking about England's running, and that was really aggressively run too from Pryor. 347 for 5. Gone past Bell and Morgan, who put on 137 together at Southampton in 2011. About the aggressive running, it's also a good test for Matt Pryor's Achilles. He's been struggling with an Achilles problem for a long time now, and yesterday he was pushing very hard. And, an early example here again, and looks fine, doesn't he? Looks in good physical nick.
But when you're doing that as well, you're putting the fielders under pressure, and that throw was about 20 feet over the top of the keeper's head, and so it's good because you run the opposition ragged. They don't want to be chasing around and trying to stop 2s and 3s. The pressure back on them.
Yeah. The greater test for Pryor will come with the wicket keeping, when he's constantly squatting up and down. Oh dear. Rangana Rath, who had a fair bit to do yesterday morning in that position at mid-on. And he rather flopped over that ball then that should have been stopped easily. A little push into the leg side has ended up as 4.
Oh dear, it won't get any better. Actually, if it had gone another 5 yards, they'd have run 5.
I think for a moment he got up and looked around to see whether anybody else was chasing, and nobody was. And
the thing is, they'll keep putting it up on the big screen. You just get stick from all your teammates.
A reverse stump camera, that, Beefy?
Oh, I hope so, otherwise someone's got the stump turned the wrong way.
Well, there's a cameraman where he shouldn't be. Oh, now. There was an edge there. It's 4. Remember, Sri Lanka have got a problem with their wicketkeeper. Prasanna Jayawardene is at hospital having an X-ray. I don't know whether he'd got to this. He might have got closer.
Probably not. I think it's he just got enough on it, and me too. Most keepers would struggle to get to that.
Kaushal Silva's not a tall man. I reckon Prasanna Jayawardene is a little taller, but not that much taller. It was a good bumper, though. Reduced the top edge. Looks like Prasanna Jayawardene's return is imminent. There he is, sat between the two sight screens on the steps leading up to the long room. He's had an X-ray. It looks as though he's fine, and he's going to take over, much to Kaushal Silva's relief, no doubt. Nine from the over, 356 for 5. Splendid sight, isn't it? Particularly if you're a Joe Root fan right now. He's 112 not out. Matt Pryor is 78. England 356 for 5 and looking to push on. Prasanna Jayawardene is back now. He's taken over from Kaushal Silva, who's gone to backward point where he paraded for much of yesterday. Run's fairly easy to come by at the moment. The pitch is flat, man out on the leg side, so just a tap into the leg side and it's an easy run.
We'll see how flat it is when both sides are bowled. So I think England will get a bit more out of this. And swing.
I'd hope so. Slightly quicker. 4 seamers to 3, although Angelo Matthews will bowl some seam as well, a bit taller, as you say.
Well, that's the difference for me, is the height and the pace collectively.
Chris Jordan in the doorway there. And ready to come in next. I reckon that's a better fielding position for Herath. Fine leg. Go and graze down at fine leg.
It's been sent there.
That's where they want to bowl at root, dragging forward on a good length. Middlesex flag just fluttering at half-mast today. The sad news that their former coach and player, Don Bennett, died yesterday. He made his debut here as a 16-year-old in 1950 and left the club finally, well, 40-odd years later, 47 years later, I think. When you were on the ground staff here, Beefy, you would have been here.
He was coach here then. Quite a long time ago as well. He was wonderful guy. He was always there. He was just cricket. He'd stand there for hours with you if you wanted to talk to him. And although he was Middlesex coach, he used to come round and have a look at the young pros at the back here on the ground staff. So no, he was a terrific, a gentleman, a really nice guy.
Footballer as well, I think.
Yeah, played a bit for Arsenal. I can't remember. It was might have been a bit like me, more of a stiffs player. That's worn by Scunthorpe United's reserve centre forward.
Yeah, good man, Don Bennett. Our condolences to his family. So a change of approach for Nuwan Pradeep. Sight screen has been moved because he wants to have a do round the wicket at Joe Root. There might be a bit of short stuff being sent down. After the winter he's had against Mitchell Johnson, I'm not sure it's going to faze Joe Root too much.
He's probably seeing it quite well as well. 113 not out.
And it's 84 miles as opposed to 94 miles an hour, which Johnson was occasionally sending them down at this winter. Bit of leg side theory here from Sri Lanka. They've got a man out on the hook in front of square, a fine leg Herath, then a kind of fine leg slip or wide leg gully, fine leg gully, and a man at square leg as well.
It's bound to go to Herath.
358 for 5. Jordan in next, then Broad. So England back pretty deep. This new look team. Plunkett and Anderson, 10 and 11. It was a big moment yesterday, wasn't there? Both context of the day and the team and Matt Pryor's career. This was his second ball when England were, I think, 209 for 5 at that point, and just faltering a little bit. And by the finest of margins, the review suggested that it was umpire's call and the original decision not out from Paul Rifle. So Pryor was on naught at that stage. Second ball, England were 209 for 5. Wow, what a moment that was. A bit of leg side theory to Pryor as well. off the glove? I think Billy Bowden was just checking. Yeah, Matt Pryor said, yeah, it's off the glove. Give me a single because that'll take me to 4,000 test runs.
Go. Nice. Little milestone.
It's a terrific record, that, isn't it? To think that he's a wicket-keeper. That's a good record for any specialist batsman, averaging 4,000 runs in 76 games with 700s. But he's a wicket-keeper. That's why they wanted him in the team. As the team changes, new players come in, you still need a spine, a core of experienced players, and selectors look at Cook and Bell, two very, very experienced batsmen, Broad and Anderson as their experienced seam bowlers, and Pryor, who's the link between the two, as a wicket-keeper batsman. So 5 players there with 100 test matches or thereabouts, plenty. Broad 68, Anderson 93.
Pryor's the all-rounder.
You can see why they wanted him.
Oh,
Still
absolutely.
need a core of experienced players, even with lots of new faces coming in.
.150 then. 213 balls. And as you say, cruising really, aren't they?
Yeah, Sri Lanka have gone to this leg theory very early this morning. It's not the kind of tactic you normally go to when you've explored other options. Very quickly now they've gone to a leg slip and 2 men out on the hook. Short legs just come in. The helmet has been called for. Square leg as well. All the field set square, and on the leg side it's clear what the ploy is going to be. Plenty of that.
There you go. Under 19s. The great morning. They're taken out. The MCC took them out into the middle. The first United side. 7 boys from the north, Tamils. 7 from the south.
Immaculate when they came in to see us before, weren't they? Absolutely immaculate.
And they've got a 9-day tour, and they're undefeated at the moment.
Schoolboy cricket is exceptionally strong in Sri Lanka. It's really well followed. They get massive crowds for the kind of equivalent of Eton Harrow, if you like, in Sri Lanka. They get a huge crowd for that game. Thomas's against Royals.
Well, these guys were all picked from the Murli Cup.
Yeah.
Which was on when we were out there. And terrific. Wonderful lads. Delighted to be over here.
Bet they are. Having a lovely time. .360 for 5. Looking at those blazers, it's a good time to hand to Andrew Strauss, who's with David Lloyd.
I say. dead short. Oh, that's bingo, that is. Well, it's a warm day for the chaps. 360 for 5, 94 overs. Joe Root on 114, Pryor 80. Some hard yards today, you would think, for Sri Lanka.
Morning, Bumble. You don't have any blazers like that in your wardrobe?
No, don't think I have. I think they're very natty, actually. I think they're lovely. I could wear one. I could wear one of them. I could carry that off.
And the sunglass combo as well. That's
and how
perfect.
did they find the pal? There are only 3 of them. How did they find him? Well, I wouldn't have thought they were on pints, these lads. False shot and it runs away very quickly for 4, inside edge.
Bit of luck for Root. Sri Lanka have been adopting some quite unconventional fields today, and this one just whizzed by, leg slips, right hand. Pretty close to that off stump as well.
Outside edge, drops just short. It's a good over, is this?
Fielders have got to be close at Lords. A lot of these ones that do come off the edge go low. Sangakkara far too far back there. That's frustrating for a bowler, isn't it?
Is that your experience? You would say categorically he's too deep.
Definitely at Lords. Always get low nicks at Lords, so get forward. Almost, he's a wide first step. He almost needs to be level with the keeper. Watch the keeper will walk in. Sangakkara will stay where he is. Might have been tight if it was closer to the stumps. It missed by a good margin in the end. They've run very well, these two, Root and Pryor. Firstly last night, but again this morning. Stiff bodies, but they've got them going pretty well.
It's a good over. 365 for 5.
Another example of different tactics from Sri Lanka this morning. Bit more short ball theory. They've got a man out on the hook, leg slip. Trying to stay leg side and run that one down, but they came to the conclusion that just bowling line and length wasn't going to work for them against these two.
So Andrew, captaincy, what would have been talked about this morning? We're in a good position. What's the plans for the day?
I think get to 400 first. That first hour is always important, especially with the two not out batsmen. It's always easy to get out early the next day if you've spent a long time at the crease the day before. Get to 400 and then we push on. And the scoring rate's been pretty good so far, up near, what is it, 3.84 per over, so that's very healthy in Test cricket. England know they're going to need a lot of time to bowl Sri Lanka out twice, so can't afford to use up too much of that time. They'd want 500 ideally, I think, Bumble. Still quite a long way away, though.
Be a couple here. And from Sri Lanka's viewpoint, Angelo Matthews, captain and winning the toss, having a ball first, what's the time when he reflects, well, that's wrong?
Well, it's a struggle for Sri Lanka generally in England. If you look at it, they've only won 2 out of the 13 Test matches they've played here. And in those 2 Test matches, Muralitharan took 23 out of the 40 wickets to fall. So for their seamers, it's difficult. I don't blame him for putting England in. They need to take advantage of any sort of greenery that is in the surface. And they did do that well in the first session. Problem for Sri Lanka is backing it up. Don't have the mystery spin anymore. And their bowling attack, their seam bowlers, well, they just don't bowl much in Sri Lanka. That's the truth. They'll bowl a few overs in the new ball, and then it's primarily over to the spinners. So it's a very stern challenge for Sri Lanka to come over here and win Test matches.
Pryor 80 from 118, 9-4, strike rate is 67. You need that little bit of luck. This is yesterday's second delivery. An appeal reviewed, and it turned out to be umpire's call. On impact, it's just outside the line of off stump, just. Going to be short ball theory with a short leg, a leg slip, a square leg, a deep square leg, deep fine leg. There's nobody at mid-on.
Yeah, it's proper, genuine short ball theory here. Aranga coming round the wicket to Pryor, and now leg slip in there. Interestingly, Pryor hasn't looked that comfortable with this, so it's a valid tactic. Aranga's up around 85, 86 miles an hour, not express pace, but enough there.
And again, Pryor's got to decide, do I take it on? Do I just leave it? It just, when it's banged in really short, it looks to be coming off the surface very, very slowly.
Yeah, and sometimes that's awkward to play. We saw the ball before, Pryor caught with one that just shot through a bit lower. That one seemed to stick in the wicket. What I like from Sri Lanka here is they're going with it and they're committing to the plan completely. So Pryor knows exactly what he's going to get, but he's got to find a way of not just staying in, but scoring as well off this type of bowling.
Quite an easy 5 from the over. It's 370 for 5. Two 12th men come on. Warm day out there. Change of gloves for Pryor and for Root.
Well, Matt Pryor just gone past 4,000 runs for England wicketkeeper. It just underlines how impressive he's been for England for a long period of time, and that average of 41.69, that's leaps and bounds above the likes of Stewart and Knott. Easy to forget just because he had a bad run of 10 test matches or so. He's a really high-class player.
Bit of spin. Herath 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 68. Is it going to spin today? Not much.
Probably not from that end either, the pavilion end. Herath bowling against the slope. He's looking mainly for bowls and LBWs here, I would have thought.
Come on, you're a Lord's expert. Is he going to spin?
No, I don't think it's going to turn a lot. Sometimes out of the footholes it does get a bit of purchase, but off the flat it tends to skid on. It is a dry wicket though. I know Mick Hunt, speaking to him before the test match, he said it was much drier than normal. He was a little bit worried about it getting up and down at the back end of the game.
What you will see from Herath is a change of pace, and he can flight the ball. That last delivery just 47 miles an hour. Quicker. Slapped into the offside for 4. Ends the 97th over. 375 for 5. Down to third man.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious the change in plans from the seamers from yesterday to today. I'll show you a pitch map. Hawkeye have given us 8% yesterday in the first few overs. Were bowled short rightly with a new ball. Now look at today, the first 6 overs, 45%, some from over wicket, some from round the wicket. When they went to this plan, Michael Atherton said, well, it won't worry Joe Root because he's faced Mitchell Johnson all winter. It has actually worried both the England batsmen. It's a little bit like the two-pace nature of this pitch. Some have zipped through, but quite a few have just sat in the pitch and not arrived. Whereas with Mitchell Johnson all winter, everything was whizzing through at 90 mile an hour and you knew it was passing the beak very quickly. Now some are sort of sitting in the pitch, some are coming on a bit quicker. So these two are just struggling. Maybe that's why they've gone with plan B and bowling a bit short.
When you say plan B, and I know that viewers and spectators, supporters can get frustrated, why are they bowling short? It's just for a period, isn't it? Let's try this, let's try something different, maybe just for half hour.
And it takes a lot out of the bowlers on a day like today. You know, you'd ask your bowlers to do it and you say, come on, give us one more, and he'll look at you as if to say, well, come on, Skip, that's enough of plan B, can we go to our spinner, please?
Short again, and it scutters away for 4. I don't think there'll be too much of a problem for either of these batsmen if they get used to the lack of pace off the pitch.
Yeah, well, that ball 82.6 miles an hour from Maranga, so that is not going to worry Joe Root at all. Right over the top of it. Beautifully timed, even with the man out there. Don't mind it as a tactic, though, to be fair. The line and length hadn't worked for Sri Lanka. Got to try something different. If you're going to do it, you might as well use your quickest bowler, and Maranga has been up there 86, 87 miles an hour.
And of course the hook shot, it can be a thrilling shot. And you've got two choices. You either get on top of the ball and roll it and hit it into the ground, or you go the West Indian way, as I would say, like Vivian Richards or Roy Fredericks, and I'm going to hit it for 6. I'm going to hit it into the stand. A shot from Joe Root there, which was perfect, and he's decided, and he's got time, that he's going to keep the ball down.
Pryor getting drawn into the shot, trying to get it, almost trying to get it over that leg slip fielder, it looked like to me. Just have a look at Joe Root getting over the top of the ball. Get that back up, get that back lift high so you can come down on the ball. He did that brilliantly there. Best hook exponent to the hook shot, get the back lift really high. It's perfect.
I just have an image in my mind, and I mentioned Roy Fredericks, who was a West Indies opening batsman, and then Vivian Richards. But just in my mind, I can think of Beefy when he used to take the short ball on. Now, I think he only had one intention. This is going for 6. He never used to roll his wrists on the ball, and no helmets. And he would look to sort of get under the ball and back himself to hit it into the stand. I can't just recollect him playing a low hook shot. It was always going high. He's reading the paper behind me or something. Am I right there, Squire? He didn't want to do any running, so he was going to hit it for 6.
Yeah, and remember that remarkable innings from Kevin Pietersen at the Oval in 2005, kept banging Brett Lee out the ground for 6 as well. Similar sort of thinking he was going through. If he bowls it there, I'm just going with it. One thing that interests me, Bumble, you played decades ago now, obviously, without helmets. Does that affect the way people play the pull shot? Do they try and get inside the line rather than let the ball come straight at their head?
Inside the line. Used to, first and foremost, get out of the way of it. I was thinking of an Australian, Ian Chappell. Get right inside the line, hit the ball for 6. Oh, that's a good ball. Catch it. That's well bowled. It's worked. Short bowling, aggressive bowling. They've been at it for about 20 minutes now. Bingo.
Well, Matt Pryor be bitterly disappointed with himself. He's looked very uncomfortable with this line of attack round the wicket. It was in the perfect spot from Haranga. Simple catch in the end, but for all his hard work yesterday, it's a soft dismissal from Matt Pryor. He's got to go after a very well played 86. England 380 for 6.
England cricket and Hardies, generations of devotion.
Some good aggressive bowling. He gets rid of Matt Pryor. The new batsman is Chris Jordan. He's had a long wait. And terrific time for him on debut. He gets it absolutely straight and round about chest height. Matt Pryor gets in a tangle and fends it off. 86 for Pryor. Ooh.
I think it was the round the wicket angle that really confused Pryor. Just couldn't get his body out the way of it. Speared in as a perfect line. As Bumble said, he's absolutely furious.
Chris Jordan against left arm spin. It's just going to come drifting down the hill.
Get that front pad out the way early on. Chris Jordan would have really benefited from playing limited overs cricket before Test cricket, so this environment won't seem completely different and unnatural to him. He's had such a good start to his limited overs career. And they're going to need some runs from their number 8.
Yeah.
.381 for 6. .99 overs have been bowled. Sri Lanka just got rid of Matt Pryor. Change upstairs here. Russell Arnold, Michael Holding.
Thank you, Bumble. Took some time, that 6th wicket, but that should lift Sri Lanka's spirits a bit. Joe Root on strike now, and the field is a lot more attacking again. Back to normal.
More like a get-off strike field. Even mid-on, quite deep. They've been putting in a lot of energy, especially Shamin Deranga, in bowling those short balls. I'd like to bowl at Chris Jordan at this stage because Joe Root, right throughout his innings, has been very solid. But yes, they'll be up about the Sri Lankans looking to get another one, because it's no better feeling than when a plan comes together and you get results out of it.
Just a single, although they were thinking about a second. The feel that they have got to Joe Root now, though, Russell, has been pretty much been the feel throughout his innings. With all that gap on the onside, he has been able to get those singles quite freely. what we didn't have before Matt Pryor got out were the many men in the slip cordon. Now that they've gotten rid of Matt Pryor, they think, okay, we can perhaps try and get a few more wickets. And Joe Root, of course, would be a big wicket, but any will do. And now with Chris Jordan on strike, they'll be even more attacking.
And looks like more short bowling. A bit of sad news coming out of Sri Lanka this morning. That's why a lot of the boys are, or most all of them are wearing the black armbands. Fast bowling coach, Shamin Deranga, Nuwan Pradeep, they all learned their trade with his wife. Just lost her battle with cancer and sadly passed away this morning. So our thoughts and prayers with Champaka Ramanayaka and his family. He's done a lot of work over the last 10-15 years in developing Sri Lankan fast bowlers. Chaminda Vaz is in charge at the moment, but even Chaminda Vaz did work a lot with Ramanayaka.
Yeah, good to see them showing a bit of respect and acknowledging the good work that the husband has done, although it's the wife that has passed on. Runs. Won't be a boundary. He won't be getting off his mark with a boundary. He could still get 4 though, and they are getting 4. Not a boundary, but it's a 4.
He was willing it all the way, Angelo Matthews, because he had a long way to run to pick that up. But nicely done from Jordan. Not trying to overhit it, just leaning into it, and great feeling to get off the mark.
A lot of fielders on that one side. 5 of them. In fact, it's 6 of them. I forgot leg slip.
There was, of course, a battle between Jordan and the Sri Lankan tailenders in the ODIs. And there was an attempt by the Sri Lankan fast bowlers to get at him. Here's an opportunity because they know for sure that Jordan will get back at them. There's a hit the deck bowler and gets it through.
It's 386 for 6. England's run rate has been pretty good throughout their innings. At one point it was above 4 runs per over. That was early days though, but they still have managed to keep a very healthy run rate, 3.86 at the moment. Middle and lower order doing all the good work for England. Sri Lanka's bowlers did a very good job with the new ball. But as it has gotten a bit older, just struggled a bit. Slow paced pitch, not a lot of lateral movement. Even the second the new ball didn't get very much help from the pitch.
Stuart Broad to come as well. A lot more batting. They're coming into the game, Sri Lankans trying to decide what the fast bowling unit should consist of. There's Dhammika Prasad, who also can bowl quick, in Sri Lankan terms, of course.
It would have been interesting if he had fielded that properly.
But they've picked their man, Sangakkara. who Root was taking a chance with. But they opted for Kulasekara and Pradeep. Pradeep is the quicker one of the pack, and Iranga has been playing regularly. Because even when they looked at the Northamptonshire game, that's the practice game that the Sri Lankans played, the bowlers were going at 5+. And when you're going at that rate, life becomes very difficult out there in a test match.
That's a good shot. Supposedly against the spin, but not a lot of turnout there.
Good use of the feet. He made a decision. Watch him come. Now that's a quality shot because he's got out there. Most batsmen look to hit it hard, but not Jordan this time. Just looking to pick the gap. So Kulasekara was picked just to try and give some control. Now looking at the short pitch bowling, making the batsman uneasy and also picking up Pryor's wicket. Sure, they'll be thinking, maybe we should have still gone with Prasad.
I think one of the conditions that the test match started though, Russell, Kulasekara was the right man because there was a bit of green there. And it's just a matter of getting the ball in the right area, getting a bit of lateral movement, and you get early wickets.
Yeah.
Single down to long on. 6 runs coming from that over. 392 for 6. Kulasekara did well in the one-day series. He bowled well. He's bowled very economically again here in this test match. But I think if he was a bit more fortunate, he could have gotten more than just the 1 wicket. And I think if you're going to be picking fast bowlers, you want to be able to pick fast bowlers that can be effective under different conditions. If you're just going to pick a man because he's quick and he bangs the ball in, I think you have got to have a lot of support around him. So that if that doesn't work, you can do without him.
And if you looked at the figures as well, even Shamin Deranga going at almost 5 and over, then life does become very, very difficult for the skipper. And I think that's where he struggled. But all in all, with the limitations that the attack has had, I think they've done a fair job. An attack like this probably also needs the rubber, the green to go their way. And if you had got Pryor, totally different game.
Totally agree with that. Just a matter of what this decision the umpire made initially. Either way, it would have stayed. So if he had said out, Pryor wouldn't have made all those runs.
And at 6 for 209, Jordan coming in. Herat on a roll. Well, ifs and buts don't count.
Too wide, really. But he got away with it.
And also credit should go to Angelo Matthews, how he's used his bowlers as well, because should not be compared with an attack with the tall, fast bowlers who can consistently bowl at 140s or get that extra bounce. It's all about using the personnel you have to try and get a result in your favor.
Iranga wants someone else to come in catching. Seems as if he's going to have another man on the offside catching. I much prefer this field than the one that we saw before with him going round the wicket. 6 men on the onside looking to bowl short balls. This is a number 8. His bat has an outside edge as well. Pitch the ball up, hit that outside edge, bring your slip cordon into play.
And this is the line you want to bowl at the best batsman when they come in. Just outside off stump, get the batsman feeling for it, the corridor as you would call it. So before he gets his bearings in, it's probably the line the Sri Lankan should stick with.
Angelo Matthews just flashing that left hand a bit. Well, a bit. More than a bit. Over his head. That wasn't very well judged.
Nuwan Pradeep in the deep. Initially ran in. But when he realized where exactly the ball was, it was far too late.
Now that's frustrating for the fast bowler. You change the field, you bring more men onto the offside, then you bowl the bounce as a surprise element because of the field change. You get the shot you're looking for, and then the fielder doesn't do his job. That's 4. That's rubbing salt into the wound.
400 for England. He does play some quality shots. Chris Jordan. That's a sign that this pitch is still good and the batsman can trust the bounce somewhat.
England haven't seen that on their scoreboard for a very long time. First time in 27 innings they have scored 400 runs, going back to Wellington in March 2013. But that shows you how much cricket is being played these days. That's just over a year ago, and they've had 27 innings. That's an entire career in the 50s.
Yeah, in that period though, 10 Ashes tests, so that's about close to 20 innings.
So again, it just shows you how the game has changed. The team that I played in, once we got to 320, 330, we were happy.
The West Indies. Well, 320 was enough to win by innings. With you guys running in.
Not too sure about that. We were quite happy to bat twice. Straight up and out. Another wicket.
Well, he should have kept playing his shots, Jordan. Went offside, pull shot. Looks to defend and he edges one, but the third umpire will be having a look at Iranga's foot. So Jordan hangs around. He's fine, so he'll have to continue his walk back. So his little cameo has come to an end. The ball not coming on really. Looked to pull, but then realized it was not there yet. He's gone for 19, Jordan. England are 402 for 7.
International cricket on Sky Sports is sponsored by The Times and The Sunday Times.
In Sri Lanka? He drives fast.
He drove us back from VP's house one night. He was shit seats. I was in the back thinking, oh, what am I doing?
Here we go.
Sri Lanka are taking wickets. That's what they would have been hoping for this morning. They certainly don't want England to be getting a huge first innings score. So they are 7 down England, and in at number 9, Stuart Broad. Not too sure that he knew exactly what he wanted to do with this. It's Jordan. In the end, he did nothing.
He initially looks for the pull, then realizes the ball's not onto him, it's just cramping him up. Has a tentative poke. Well, the 2 wickets to fall, they've been bounced out, Mikey.
Yes, interesting. Uranga, the man. He has been a bit expensive, but those wickets are now making up for that. 3 for 122. Perath will continue. He has bowled 25 overs so far, just 1 for 80.
Yeah. No.
But Root continues his merry way. He's not been troubled right through his stay. Came in at a pressure time. Played a delightful knock, Joe Root. But his role would probably need to change right now with the tail coming in. Judging by the way he picked up that last single, though, he has plenty of trust in Stuart Broad.
Has no reason not to. Stuart Broad has made lots of runs in the past. Don't think Root will be thinking he's batting with the tail. Perath now goes left arm over. We saw what happened when he bowled to Moeen Ali rather. Outside edge. Chawadina taking the catch.
It's always interesting when a left-hand batsman is facing a spinner, because with the right-arm bowlers running down the pitch, gets a bit of an area to aim at. A little too straight. Probably the foot marks are half a foot wider from there. There we go, the little side screens. I've always wondered, I've never seen a single batsman complain about the screens here at Lord's. Even that building at the background. Dark brown in color, with the red ball coming out. Probably wouldn't be easy, because any other ground, you get massive side screens. And still the batsmen complain that it's not good enough. 404 for 7.
We're down to Nas.
Mikey, no one needs to tell you about, it's not the number of short balls you bowl, it's where you bowl those short balls. And you boys used to call it chin music, and we can see why. The 2 wickets this morning aimed at the chin or just above, and there was a good game of cat and mouse between Pryor and the bowlers. Anything outside off stump he quite liked, so they got straighter and straighter at him. And Matt Pryor, we know, prefers to stay leg side of the ball, and they forced him to go the other way. They forced him to move across his stumps. Then they saw him going a long way across his stumps, and Aranga in particular got it absolutely spot on at his chin so that he couldn't go further across. And where did he end up getting it? On his bat handle, and it went straight up in the air. So it was a really good game of cat and mouse to Pryor. He loves the ball out there, so they bowled a couple, then he got that side of it, and then they got one right here perfectly, spliced it up in the air. Good bowling, and I think Broad's going to get some as well.
Yeah, he probably will get some as well, but I think what really convinced the Sri Lankans that was the right ploy was the second shot that we saw. Pryor looked to be just backing away a bit at that short ball. Certainly did not look convincing against it, so if he's not convincing against a short ball, give him a few more.
Mikey, what about the ploy over the wicket, round the wicket? Why did you ever change to round the wicket bumpers? Why would a bowler change to round the wicket bumpers?
I did it occasionally. I preferred over the wicket, especially if it was a right-handed batsman, because I wanted the ball to be pitching outside off stump and coming in at him, because more times than not, the batsmen look to stay inside the line of the ball. So if it's darting back at them, they get themselves into trouble. Inside edge, he gets away with it. Stuart Broad gets a boundary. Why some bowlers tend to go around the wicket, Nas, is because of what the batsman himself is doing. If he is backing away, going to the leg side, you then tend to go around the wicket because you want to make sure that you bowl in his line. If he's backing away outside the leg stump and you're over the wicket, ball will still pass in front of him, because he'll just back further and further away and it will pass in front of him. When you go around the wicket, you're then able to, as they say, pen him up. In Jamaica, he has nowhere to
pen
go.
Him up.
Pen him up. Put him in a pen.
This is good bowling, because they've got the feel for short pitch bowling, but he's keeping it up, and Broad's feet are going nowhere.
Yeah, that can work. If the batsman is thinking about these short balls, he's then tentative about coming forward, and the full deliveries, he just pushes the bat and then it flies into the slip cordon.
You know, Mikey, I've got a good collection of soca, reggae. I know one thing I'm not getting: no chin music from out there.
Well, another change in the field. Another man comes out onto the onside. That is runs. 4 of them.
Very convincing from Broad. That set up, because it's going to be tough for the Sri Lankans to get the ball to bounce up to Broad's chin. He's a very tall man. Sitting up around his waist. Easy pickings. Deep mid-wicket. So 3 fielders in the deep on the leg side. There's the short leg and a short mid-wicket as well. And Aranga, he's going round the wicket.
If he's going round the wicket now, though, I think the man at mid-wicket perhaps needs to come just a bit straighter. As a matter of fact, the square leg perhaps needs to come more in front of square as well. Who is backing up? Yes, there's a man coming in.
There's plenty of them in the deep. You're with the bowlers changing their length, just gives you the impression there's a battle on. Yesterday, just line and length bowling, you probably would think it was done a little too long. It's just to ruffle batsmen around, get them thinking different. It's always good to bring in a plan B for a short period. But here it's working for Sri Lanka. They've even picked up 2 wickets.
Another quick chat between bowler and the captain. You're discussing the onside field, I would suggest. They're bringing in the square leg, the deep square leg, that is.
It's more because it's the last ball of the over and Root's on strike. It's important that Eranga keeps him on strike. Let Herat have a go at Broad in the other over.
Nothing available there. 4-1, 3 for 7. Even with the fall of wickets, England's run rate is increasing. It was 3.86 a few minutes ago. It's up to 3.97. Here are Shane Warne and David Gower.
Thanks, Mikey. Well, it's not going to be Harath. That was the theory Russell was talking about just now. The theory is right that Sri Lanka would prefer to bowl at Stuart Broad at this stage than Joe Root, but not with the spinner, but instead with Nuwan Kulasekara. Standard sort of field set for Stuart Broad. Men saving the singles on the offside, couple on the onside, 2 slips and a fine gully. Open for that edge.
Morning, David. Good morning, everyone. Stuart Broad will like this type of bowling too. He's a dangerous lower order batsman. Some gentle medium paces that he can whack through the covers. If they pitch the ball up, he'll try and do exactly that. Saw in the winter, he didn't like the short stuff, quick stuff, but any medium paces pitched up, he's very, very dangerous. Already 14 off just 9 deliveries. Oh, that gentle medium pace at 75 mile an hour. Stuart Broad will fancy it.
Perfectly good shot too, on the up. Slight readjustment coming to that field now then. One of the slips goes wide, the gully goes just in front of square on the offside. Bowler goes straighter. That's a really, really nice straight drive from Stuart Broad. Just punches it down the ground like that.
Yeah, Stuart Broad fancies this. Just 70-odd mile an hour, just pitched up on a flat wicket. He's going to keep spanking them all day. Good shot, well balanced, Stuart Broad, but when you don't fear the bowling, you can easily just rock onto that front foot and get in yourself in a good position and play good shots. Stuart Broad really fancies this type of bowling. Why not just pile on the pain for Sri Lanka? They're the one that won the toss. They sent England in. Pitch is flat, the sun's shining. It's all looking pretty easy out there, and England are piling on the pain. I said that, 2 have dropped back. Second one on the hook. Does that mean he's bowl a bouncer?
Third boundary of the over coming up. 2 in quick succession there. That's very nicely played again, just using what little pace there is on the ball, just timing it and threading it through those gaps on the offside as well.
Just a little bit of width. Good shot. Wasn't too much width either. They just had to got in the gap, just raced away. Good timer of the ball, Stuart Broad.
Did make his highest test match score here against Pakistan. It's boosted that average at Lord's. So an expensive over, 12 runs from it, 425 for 7. Yeah, useful runs from the lower order then. Jordan bright and breezy for his 19. Broad even brighter, even breezier so far. 22 from just 13. Still Liam Plunkett and Jimmy Anderson ready and waiting as when required. Yeah, looking pretty healthy now for England. Root on 132, Broad on 22. England have had all sorts of problems in the last year and a half or so getting to 400. Well, they've done it in this innings, having been put in. So Pradeep back into the attack. Aranga had a long spell there. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 45, so maybe a little expensive, but 2 wickets very handy. Well, Root doing his best to see if there was a chance of 2 there. It was never really going to be on, but he doesn't really have to worry much about Stuart Broad.
Spoke yesterday at length when I was on with Michael Holding, David, about Sri Lanka yesterday giving away so many easy singles by dropping that point back and not really covering, just left the gap there. And a good delivery like the first one there from Pradeep just gave away an easy single. Now he has to change the whole field, adjust his line to the left-hander. The singles, just as a bowler, you just want to keep bowling to the same batsman or as many balls in a row as you possibly can. I think it's fine to protect the boundaries at this stage if you want, but you've got to have what's called in-outfield. Just don't give the easy singles away. Have your ring field, put a couple of people back where you wanted to block that boundary if you feel that's the case when a new bowler comes on. When you've got 426, you know, you're already...
Hang on a second. What do you make of this field? There's 3 men in the deep now on the onside for Stuart Broad. And actually, that's the double bluff that follows. Length ball just outside off stump, playing a miss from Broad.
I don't mind this one, David, because you're blocking off the offside for the good ball for a single, and straight away Stuart Broad the last over was just rocking on the front foot. It was like he was having a throwdown at 70 mile an hour. It was just all too easy. What the captain's done now, Matthews, is put 3 people back on the hook, and as you say, the double bluff, and he might even give him a short one now too. And straight away it changed the way Stuart Broad set up. He was back looking for the short ball and just wafted one outside the off stump.
There goes the pull shot. Into a lot of space, and quite wide too, the deep mid wicket. 3 men in the deep, a wide long leg, a square leg and a deep mid wicket. That's gone a long way from, well, a long way to the right of the deep mid wicket.
As soon as Stuart Broad got the short ball, you watch his head drop. He thought he hit it straight up in the air. Mid-on was going to grab it. He just put his head straight down. Went, oh no, I haven't, have I? But he just got enough on it to go in between, as you say, to the right of the 3rd man out on the fence. and just over the top of mid-on. It just looks very uncomfortable as soon as the ball's short. Even at this sort of, it's not super quick. We saw it this morning. It can still be effective even if you're not bowling at rapid pace. If you get the line right, it can still be an effective bouncer, especially to someone like Stuart Broad, who doesn't play the short stuff very well.
Yeah, the first one he hit was a beauty, and that was just a half tracker from Iranga. He's middled it, raced it to the boundary. These ones have been a little less convincing. You're right there.
This is the field, David. I think that, you know, there's two slips of gully, then a cover. There's no one on a point whatsoever. Just a good ball can just get blocked for a single.
Well, yesterday, this is always the conundrum, isn't it? Because modern cricket, though, has seen a lot more sweepers than, say, 20, 30 years ago. The sweeper was only really a last resort. You know, we've watched England for the last, say, 5 years, give or take under Strauss and then Cook, where the sweeper has been used a lot, and world cricket employs the sweeper a lot. But it does open up the ones. I mean, it comes back to the age-old argument about what do you do with a man who's got 130 against a number 9. You know, they're always going to be slightly different tactics. That's actually a very poor ball down the leg side, just enough. No real pace in it. Easy 4 this time for Stuart Broad. Deals with that with no problems. 434 for 7. That's the other thing. Even if you've got a man you think is well, productive session, really. Run rate right up there. England have been very positive this morning. It's a mixture of some indifferent bowling at times and a positive approach. And when you get one of those, almost whoever you are, Jimmy Anderson would have put that one away.
Yeah, we saw it this morning with the dismissals of Pryor. It doesn't matter how fast you are. If you get the right line with that short delivery, it can still be effective. Shot from Root. It's been very good, Joe Root. And I think the question you sort of just said before, the person that's on 100, in this case Joe Root, to the number 9 batsman that coming in, I think the mentality has to be the bowler. He can't look around the field and say, well, I just don't want to go for runs. I think he's still got to think of, the bowler just has to ask himself one question: how am I getting him out? And that'll dictate the field. I think with all the sweepers and all that sort of stuff, I think that's a last resort. I know, you know, it started a while ago, those tactics to slow down the run rate. And so it was always putting those sweepers out by slowing down the run rate. Sometimes you forgot that the main thing is to get them out. It was like a different tactical way of getting them out. Slow the run rate down. They can't score as quick. Get frustrated, and then you get them out. I still believe that if that's the best way, if you think if that's the best way to get someone out, then sure. But you have to ask yourself with the only one question: how am I getting them out? And that should dictate your field all the time. Aravinda de Silva there in the middle, wonderful player. Got a wonderful 100 in a World Cup final against Australia in 1996 when Sri Lanka sort of surprised everyone the way their tactics with opening up the batting and going after it. What a wonderful player, de Silva.
Good shot, got on top of it beautifully and placed it beautifully too. And this is the other danger of employing the short ball too often. On a pitch that's not particularly quick, batsmen get used to it, whether top of the order or at number 9.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head if you overdo the short stuff, and poorly. You know, we've seen when you overdo the short stuff and it's done well, it can, like the way Sri Lanka got prior out was fantastic. It was good tactics. What they're doing here to Broad is like they're tired. They're saying, oh, we know we've got to bowl short because Broad doesn't like it, but they're not really aggressive. And they don't really mean it. It's just they're bowling down the leg side. They're bowling waist-height pull shots like a throwdown. And Stuart Broad's good enough player. He hits the ball well enough. If you bowl these medium-pace stuff, pitch up and halfway down that's getting waist-height, he'll smack him as he's doing now. 33 off 21 deliveries, 7 boundaries. Helping England score very quickly. Their run rate now well over 4.12. They've been scored quickly through the whole test match.
That's clever. It's also going to be 4. Field is spread, but that deep field does not include the third man. Joe Root has been content to add the ones and let Stuart Broad do the shot making at the other end, but this time he gets a chance to put a boundary on the board as well. So 444 for 7. 100 runs have come up, and there's still best part of half an hour left in the session as well.
They've only bowled 18 overs, David, already in an hour and 35 minutes. Now they've bowled 18 overs, so still miles behind. The last 4 overs, 40 runs, going for 10 and over. Piling on the pain, England, and why not make the most of it? Been sent in at Sri Lanka, have got themselves to blame. Some good cricket from England and some poor bowling. It's allowed England now to go 444 for 7.
A little extravagant this time from Broad. Neither one thing nor t'other.
It was the old premeditated tail end of premeditated. He's going to bowl a short one, and I'm going to swing as hard as I want to at this one. It was a good delivery. It was a good length. I like the tail enders batting like this, David. I think it's good.
Well, it's fun to watch. It's productive. Keeps the game moving forward.
Also, we're coming up to lunch day 2. England want to have a crack at Sri Lanka too.
Hammered away up the slope towards the grandstand. He might have missed the previous one, but he's made great contact with this one.
Yeah, spank, smack, smash. Have some of that. Just the width. Good swing of the bat. Hits the ball hard, Stuart Broad too. I'm a big fan of Stuart Broad. I have ever since he stood his ground and didn't walk. Hats off to you, Stuart Broad. Well done. And he slogs them as a tail ender. It's good to watch.
That's up and over as well. Not far away from the destination of the previous one. Same result, same number. 4 more.
Yeah, brings up the 450. 452 now for 7. The 50 partnership. It's 33 deliveries. Good batting. Very good batting. Sort of sense that England really want to try and get to 500 as quick as they possibly can and then have a crack at Sri Lanka. 50 off just 33 balls, these two. They're playing well.
Coming back for the second. Good running. Got to hurry home, and both home safely. Good for Joe Root to assist the lower order batsmen like this. Both of them scampering up and down the pitch. Really good awareness though from both men, just judging the pace of the ball off the bat. And Root just back there, no problems. Thumbs up from him. Comes up from Broad too. There's the short one. Finds the long leg, slightly wide long leg. Seen a lot of that from Joe Root throughout this innings. Anything straight, he's worked on the leg side exactly like that. He keeps the strike. 12 runs again from the over. It's England racing away here. 4.56 for 7. Farbrace going through the theories here. Food for thought for Alistair Cook as he makes his own plans, of course, for England in the field. England very happy the way things are placed at the moment then. 4.56 for 7. Change of pace. The seam bowlers have gone a long way in the last 5 or 6 overs. So back to Rangana Herath. Stuart Broad, 44 from 26 balls. The record for the fastest 50 in a test match for England is held by Ian Botham, 28 balls. So it's going to take one blow, one really good blow to break the record.
Yeah.
In this commentary box, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people going boo.
That's only because Beefy's gone outside and downstairs somewhere. If he's not in here, we said, "No, don't do it, Broady, don't do it."
Well, Ian's record stays intact then. Just check with Benny. It was against India, wasn't it? Delhi in 1981 at IT Botham. Lasted 50 from 28 balls. Broad is now 45 from 28. Sliding in from Herath, but no problems for Root. He moves on 142, 4.59 for 7. 4:59 for 7. Change in the commentary box. David Lloyd with Michael Atherton.
Well, they're having fun out there. Root and Broad, 58 from 43 deliveries this partnership. Rollicking along, Stuart Broad. England run rate 4.21. I'm going to mention that word that NASA doesn't want mentioning. Brand. The brand of cricket. What do you think? Different, isn't it? 4.21. The brand of cricket.
Different team, Bumble, I'd say.
But where's it come from?
It takes two sides to make a game of cricket. This brand, they couldn't play this brand. They weren't allowed to play this brand against Australia.
There's a whoosh. Always 2 to Arath.
Why the word brand anyway? Vocabulary from the business world invading sport.
Peter Moores has said he doesn't like the word brand. I do.
Style.
Style of cricket. Engaging with the public. This'll engage. Yesterday did. 74 for 3, 462 for 7, run rate 4.22. No, it's not Australia, of course, it's Sri Lanka. And it's pretty pedestrian, but talking about the attack there. Pradeep is round the wicket. That's a slider down the leg side. Just look where he walked. Well, not walked, he followed through, and Joe Root said, what's he doing down here? Bowling around the wicket, and he's ran straight down the pitch. I think Billy Bowden might just have a word. No, he's not. Other than over. 462 for 7.
Well, I know one man who won't mind, and that's Moeen Ali. Ali will bowl from the pavilion end with the slope, spinning it outside the right-hander's off stump.
That danger area now, just a reminder, is 5 foot down from the popping crease. Used to be 4 foot Can't remember which year it was extended. You get one or two with the idea that you should be allowed the ball and just let him run where he wants. Certainly bring more spinners into play. Have a look at this, Billy Bowden. Sharp work.
Yeah, Stuart Broad's just calmly putting the bails back on as if he doesn't have a care in the world. Harath bowling from pavilion end again, so the way he got Moeen Ali out yesterday, threatening the outside edge. Broad's foot is out there. He might be struggling, surely. Seemed very nonchalant the way he just put the bails back on the stumps, as if to say, let's get on with this. What a ridiculous appeal, but looks close, doesn't it?
See it from side on. Now, is there anything just behind? The line is the umpires. He's got to have something behind the line. I think he's just about okay.
Tell you what, from that angle, it looks more out, doesn't it, you'd say?
I think he might have something, a fraction of stud. Oh, you can see this being given. Who's third? Is Steve Davis. What do you think at home? It's coming any second. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Which way are you going? Oh, he's not out. He's just about survived. Inconclusive.
Well, you can understand the decision from that angle, can't you, that Steve Davis has given, whether there's just a little something behind the line. But from stump cam, well, you wouldn't have had any complaints from this angle if the umpire had said out. You wouldn't have any complaints on that angle if the umpire says out.
Arm ball, drifter.
Come on, former umpire, what would you have given there?
Yeah.
I think I'd have give it out. Standing. Standing. Of course, you didn't have third umpires and everybody in this box. I'm just looking around. Everybody in this box has said out.
Yeah.
111 overs, 463 for 7. They just put the bails back on, didn't they, Stuart Broad? That's the way, no problem there. Get on with the game.
He did. Almost like he was saying, ridiculous appeal. What do you think you're doing? He got a bit of a shock, no doubt, when he looked up and saw the replay. I've never understood why batsmen or lower order batsmen in Stuart Broad's case are so close to the line when a spinner's bowling with the keeper up. I know as you stretch right forward your foot can kind of slip and drag, but still you take that into account and take your guard a good few inches inside the popping crease.
He keeps going, Joe Root. Moved to 146. It's just to remind you that nonchalantly just putting the bails back. We talked about it in a match earlier in the season. David Steele, I played in the game. Michael Holding to David Steele, playing for Lancashire. Short ball, he's trod back into his stumps. He's knocked leg stump halfway back and ran two. And then just came back and put the bails on. He said, come on, I haven't done that. And everybody saw him do it.
I played in a test match where that happened, Bumble. A good friend of ours was batting.
Corky.
Dominic Cork. At Old Trafford against West Indies. He pushed one through the leg side. One of his feet dislodged the bail. He ran two. Just calmly put the bail back on. Took the next ball and carried on.
Oh, straight to mid-wicket, straight to mid-wicket, straight to him. Jolly innings from Stuart Broad has come to an end.
Absolutely, bright and breezy, wasn't it? 47 from 37 balls, 9 fours, lots of extravagant shots. And the final one has brought his downfall. A short ball, he's had a lot of these and he was expecting another. There is a man out there though and he just picked him out really. Man didn't have to move. Karunaratne, deep mid-wicket, just inside the boundary edge by about 10 yards. Didn't have to move. Broad has played his part though and acknowledges the crowd as he walks back. 47 for him for 66 for 8.
England cricket and Hardies, generations of devotion.
Now he can bat. Coming in at number 10, Liam Plunkett. He's got 250s this summer. One on this ground against Middlesex. 86 at Headingley. That was against Warwickshire. In at 10. I just wonder if Sri Lanka will know much about him because he can play.
Well, the last time he played for England, Test match was against West Indies, but he played in that one-day series against Sri Lanka, didn't he, about 7 years ago? But there won't be that many survivors in this Sri Lankan team. It's a good story, though, Liam Plunkett's return to the team.
Here's our Pali Rath again. Stuart Broad on the pull. He finds deep mid-wicket, straight to him. He made a point, Joe Root, of sort of going with him and saying, well played, good partnership. .64 from 57 deliveries. Oh, he's dropped him.
What a let-off. Straight to the man. It's short. Plunkett pulling away, but got it a bit high on the bat. It didn't travel quickly at all. And a simple catch put down. Haranga to square leg, just in front of square.
In swing. 468 for 8. Down to third man.
Yeah, Bumble, a little cameo there from Stuart Broad. Why were they bowling short at Stuart Broad? Is what happened in Australia. They bowled short anyway today, but Australia bowled very short to Broad and got him out. You're talking about brand of cricket. Let's not get too giddy and too forget what happened in the winter. They were bullied, they were blown away, Broad in particular, by the short stuff. And when Mitchell Johnson pitched it up, Broad was moving a long way across. And other bowlers as well bowled short stuff to him, but they got the ball high. And today, finally, they bounced him out by having 3 men out. And I just don't think they got the short ball in the right area, to be honest, to Stuart Broad. They were the ones before, the 2 short balls, and if you have a look at how they bowled at Stuart Broad, scattergun, really, not enough balls straight at his head, and that's why Broad punished him for virtually 50. So you can see why the plan was there. They just didn't execute it well enough against Broad.
And just a glimpse, a reminder of pace of the pitches out in Australia. There were some searing pitches, really good pitches. See that crack pitch, the first one, the ball flying through quick, a bit quicker than here. But then again, Adelaide wasn't quick. That wasn't a quick pitch.
Bowlers were quick though, much quicker than those on show today.
And Peter Siddle playing in county cricket, playing for Nottinghamshire. Was a little guy at short leg. He's thought about this, Billy Bowden, and decided, yeah, we'll have a look. I don't think they're interested, Sri Lanka.
Silver is at short leg, does well. He's very aware of what the situation is here, with Root looking to take a run. Maybe if it had been a direct hit, might have been a little closer, but Root safely home. Got to make sure that that bat doesn't bounce up. Lovely replay, that.
Easy one this time. Scramble 2 here. Last ball coming up then in this morning session.
It's good, isn't it? He's got his eyes on Root. He knows he's coming down the pitch, but he's not ducking away or shying away. Lots of protection. You can see the shin pads and the helmet, so there's no need for short leg to shy away these days.
Gets to 150, Joe Root, and a couple more. England have gone up 5 and over this morning. Unfinished business then for Joe Root as the crowd stand to him. It's lunchtime.
Yeah, nice moment for Joe Root going through to 150 on the stroke of lunch with that clip through mid-wicket off Harath. They went through to 100 yesterday, just before the close as well. Well, he's moved on to 150. England want big hundreds from their top 6. got past 400 today for the first time in an age since March 2013, and thanks largely down to that man, who is now 152 not out.
This man shouldn't be too displeased. He has had a fantastic test so far, Joe Root, and this man Chaminda Iranga has pulled things back. I think he has been expensive. Economy rate of 5 runs per over is expensive, but helped by 3 wickets. Similar onside field again for Joe Root. Fine leg, deep square leg. Slip on the gully await.
Good afternoon, Mikey. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, England have worked themselves into a fantastic position. 473 for 8 after being 209 for 5. Pryor could have been out second ball. Beefy's been out there at his lunch break, just popping a few corks. Starting to speak a bit of Swahili. But Sri Lanka will be disappointed because they were in the game. They had a chance. They won that toss. They put England in. Them 120 for 4. Since then, oh, it's more sloppiness from behind the stumps. They've just been untidy. Late yesterday afternoon, as you said, Mike, they've been in the field. They've just been a bit lazy. There hasn't been enough urgency in the field. And England are just sort of, it feels like Sri Lanka's waiting back and just saying, well, when are they going to declare? We might get them out. Doesn't really matter. England have managed to find themselves going to make somewhere near 500. And after, as I said, 209 for 5. Pryor could have been out second delivery and really gone downhill from there. Put the opposition in, they go in to make 500. It's disappointing.
Sometimes when you see overseas teams looking a little bit dull in the field, Warren, is usually because of the weather. Sri Lankans cannot blame the weather on this occasion. They have had the sun on their backs throughout. It has been fantastic weather here in London. And this, as a bowler, you just like to see the men in the field looking sharp. Even if your backs are against the wall, you're still looking for that support from the men in the field.
Absolutely, Mikey. Effort is free. It's your choice. When you cross the line, it's up to you if you're going to absolutely bust your gut every single ball. It's your choice. It doesn't matter how much skill, talent, whatever you got, no matter what the situation of the game is, but it's your choice every single ball to be switched on and have a go. Chase everything down, dive yourself around in the field, have a go. It's going to be 4 byes again. A little bit down the leg side and got away from him a little bit, but still should have been stopped. It's a poor delivery. But once again, just some more sloppiness in the field. As I said, look at this. It's a poor delivery down the leg side, but he still should have taken that. Missed 2 in this over that he should have stopped.
It was close enough for him to be going with both hands, Warney. If it was that wide, that would mean one hand. So once you're going for the ball with both hands, you should be able to get the glove on the ball, not just get the glove on the ball, but take it. Well, we are getting some news coming through the grapevine that the wicketkeeper actually went for an X-ray this morning, so perhaps he's not feeling on top of his game. Prasanna Jayawadena.
Still no excuse. He must be okay because Sangakkara can keep, Silva can keep, so no excuse. He might be a bit sore, but if he's good enough to stand there, it's going to be probably going to be 4 more. He's good enough to be behind there and be keeping. He's good enough to stop him. 484 for 8. a good shot. Just the forward defence. Good timing. Just shows you how good this wicket is. The ball's getting a little bit old. It's a little bit tired, the bowlers, but just shows you this pitch is still really good. There's no demons in there whatsoever.
And Herath has the ball in his hands. He'll be operating from the pavilion end. 29 overs for him so far, and rightly the bowler to have bowled the most number of overs since he's the spinner. So desperately see him trying to spin the ball, trying to get the ball to grip and change direction. Not a lot of turnout there for him though.
Yeah, I think, as you say, Mike, I think Herath's been honest. He's done pretty well. I just think the wicket there's just not much on offer for him. I think he's trying. He generally can turn the ball, Herath. He's got a bit of natural variation. He's got a good one that goes slide straight on. He's accurate. Just hasn't been a lot on offer. He's changed ends down the hill, up the hill, trying for something. Just hasn't been able to quite do it, but his figures, he's into his 30th over. 1 for 92. Could have had Matt Pryor. I think he's done an honest job. It's never easy for a finger spin on day 1 and 2, especially on a pitch like this. Changes his pace. Good change of pace there. Down to 46 mile an hour.
I think the history of Lords shows you that spinners don't usually do very well here. Not very happy hunting ground here at Lords. Got away with that. Didn't quite get hold of it, but he'll get a boundary nonetheless. 489 for 8.
Well, he ran down to play a big shot down. He sort of clubbed it and just inside edged it. Managed to hit the gap. Just the power. This is funny, always a tail enders. It's always funny to watch them, the mannerisms and how they practice their shots. So he's run down, wanted to smack the spinner, didn't quite get it right. Then he starts practicing his strokes about this is how I should, yeah, look, I just flicked that through the onside like that. Yeah, good shot, Shazam. Oh, it's funny to watch those tail enders, Mikey.
That's a better line. He has been pushing the ball into the right-handers, but he has tended to start a bit too straight, Iranga. It's been worked onto that onside too easily. There he goes again, pushing it a long way down the leg side. Just lacking a bit in consistency here, Iranga. Starting too wide on that occasion. Or 91 for 8. What a run rate, 4.23 over 116 overs. That's great. Pretty good run rate today, which has pushed it above 5.44 the run rate today.
Just looking at what's happened after lunch, Mikey, and trying to look at the game going forward here. Sri Lanka need 2 wickets. It's 491 for 8. You'd think that England might be just throwing the bat every ball. This is a bit of dead time, you know, there's just nothing happening in the game. Just slowly getting a few runs and maybe get the wicket. It's just, you'd much rather see England take the game by the scruff of the neck and say we're declaring. Let's have a go at Sri Lanka. Got nearly 500. Let's get to 500 as quick as we can, have a bowl.
That's not a word very high up on the list of words used by England, Warnie. Declare. Plunkett is certainly looking to use his feet. It'll be interesting to see how much turn the spinners get as this test match progresses. Everyone has said that the pitch started quite dry, so it should turn at some point. Not spinning at the moment though. 2 singles off that over. 493 for 8.
Yeah, will be. There's no frontline spinner for England. We've got Moeen Ali, who's a part-time offie, who's apparently going to bowl an unbelievable doosra. And we've got Joe Root to bowl a bit of part-time off spin as well. So I think if Herath gets an opportunity to get a good bowl down the track, then he's the one that might be able to turn him a lot.
Well, they're pushing most of the fielders back now with Joe Root on strike. 2 deep on the onside, 2 more on the offside. There's a deep backward point and a deep point. Drifting into those pads again. Let's see what he has done this session. All the balls are angled into the right-hander. So even those in line with the stumps are heading down the leg side, most of those. Mid-stump, pushed onto the onside, 4 runs. And we have seen a few balls going wide down the leg side. Change of tactic. Forward short leg and the leg slip are back in the deep end on the onside. Could be seeing a few short balls here. Eranga going round the wicket. So 3 men pretty close in line there around square leg. Forward short leg, square leg and a wide mid wicket. And there's the first short ball. Single. Joe Root's field is quite similar to when he was on strike earlier on in the over. No significant change there. There he goes again down the leg side, costing his team runs. All it needs a little bit of bat or even the pad, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, you're spot on, Mike. There's been plenty of runs go down there after lunch. Nearly every ball, as you said, as we just showed you, has been angled in with the angle, the position on the crease where he delivers the ball, has been headed down the leg side. Just has to get something on it. It's just going to run away for 4 like that. Just a fine tickle. Shazam.
Single brings up 500.
You know, I think they just want to just try and get as many as they possibly can in the first innings. England, you think 500 would be enough, but maybe they've had a massive lunch up there and they need a bit longer just to get over the feed. It's always a nice feed down here at Lord's. Look at that, the last 100 runs have been scored in 97 deliveries. I think the 4th one was still quick, 123.
Well, once you see a field like this, the batsman knows exactly what's coming. Doesn't mean he'll play the shot well, but at least he has a head start. 3 off that, 503 for 8. Partnership of 37 between Root and Plunkett. Just 39 balls for those 37 runs as well. So they have scored quite quickly. long on and the long off back. They were up a couple of overs ago, saving the single. Well, that one gripped. Was much too short to create any problem, but it certainly gripped.
Encouraging for the spinners. There's no frontline spinners playing for England, unfortunately. Interested to see how Moeen bowls. Really looking forward to watching him bowl. Joe Root, I'm sure, might bowl the odd over or two. He's pretty handy as well. I'm looking forward to watching Moeen bowl. There's a bit of talk about his bowling. I know he's just a part-timer, but hopefully he's got a bit better. Apparently he bowls a dooser and he's going to unleash it in this Test match. And we'd be encouraged to see that last one that had turned just a bit too, even though, as you said, Mikey, it was a bit short. There's still some turn there. I thought it did start quite dry, this surface, and with the last 2 days, 25, 26 degrees. Maybe that's why England are still batting. They just want to get as many as they possibly can. They think it's going to deteriorate, but I don't think it's going to deteriorate too much. I think it's going to be hard work for the bowlers.
Might see a few balls starting to keep low by Monday, though. Where are they going? They're going everywhere. They're changing to left arm over now. And that is a single. 3 singles in the over, 506 for 8. Fantastic partnership between Root and Pryor. Lots of conversations going on out there. Very famous man, that. Sanat Jayasuriya, selector for Sri Lanka. That didn't really bounce a lot.
Once again, Ranga's just angling into that leg side. He tried to put it down, tried to whack it into the turf. Just didn't get up, and that's just a hit-me ball. That can be a hit-me ball for even Jimmy Anderson, a number 11 player. That just a tired delivery. No real aggression or intent to bowl that short ball. It's like, oh, I better bowl a short one. That's just the throwdown.
It was waist high. Not going to give too many batsmen problems with those. No ball is the call, so even if he catches it, it wouldn't matter, and he doesn't. It's more runs. Just another example that we're talking about with lack of support from the fielders for Sri Lanka.
It's a massive no ball too, and these no balls he's bowled have been miles over. Just to rub salt in the wounds. Good effort, but missed it. It's gone for 4 too. Well, he's on for the 3 people out in the fence now. 6 men, 6 fielders on the onside, 3 back on the fence, a bat pad and a square leg and mid-on. Oh. Not sure what's happening out there at the moment, Mikey, but whatever it is, it's very village cricket-like.
There are other words that could be used, but not on television.
Actually, it's a bit harsh on village cricket, I think. There's a lot of very good village cricket that's played.
Fifty-run partnership. 48 balls, that's all it took. England piling on the runs. Already 11 runs coming from this over and still 3 deliveries to go. Three fielders on the offside for Liam Plunkett. 1 in the slip cordon. Perhaps you could describe him as a 4th slip. A man at point, a man at mid-off. Everyone else on the onside. Well, he thought about a Yorker. He tried for the Yorker, didn't quite get it right. Have no problem with the thought process. Just wasn't executed properly.
Yeah, worth a try. The other thing that could be worth a try is a slower ball. Number 10 batsman, 6 people on the onside, expecting the short ball. He's gone for the Yorker. Maybe it might be worth trying just a good slower ball. I don't see a lot of slower balls in Test cricket, do you? Not enough, I don't think. There should be more slower balls bowled off the quickies.
There we go again. Short again. End result, just as before. Another boundary. 5:21 for 8. Well, they are enjoying themselves, Plunkett and Root. 55 runs. Highest 9th wicket partnership for England versus Sri Lanka, and set to go even higher. Herath continues. Continuing up here, Andrew Strauss and Ian Botha.
Thanks, Mikey. Plunkett helping himself to some runs. Oh, Straussy, I'm going to ask you the question. You know you're going to get it. How long do England go on for?
Well, I can't answer that question. I suppose it depends on what England's thought process is here. As Cook will be thinking, well, are we looking to bat once in this game? In which case, maybe he's looking for another 30 runs, I suppose, 30, 40 runs. Just feels like we're in a bit of a dead phase right at the moment. England scored 50 runs in the 7 overs since since lunch, sorry. So they'll be thinking, well, these are just easy runs for us to take. Just got to make sure we don't use up too much time, I suppose.
Unless they're generally worried about the pitch deteriorating, but I don't think I've ever seen a Lord's pitch deteriorate to the extent that would worry you. My only concern would be that you've got to give yourself enough time to make inroads. And that's what I would be thinking now if I was in the England camp. Skip it, how much longer do we need to keep going? It looks a pretty good surface. It's not going to be easy for our bowlers. Hit a purple patch to the new ball, knock 3 or 4 over, who knows? But it could well be hard work.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You don't want to use up too much time. England would argue, well, they're getting 50 off 7 overs since lunch. They're going pretty quickly. Maybe for the sake of 3 or 4 overs, getting up to 550 is worth it. They have batted very quick all the way through this innings, a run rate of 4.34 per over, so excellent from England really for the majority of this innings.
Quiet over, just 3 runs from it.
England are going to have to be conscious of the fact this wicket isn't going to deteriorate much. It's going to be hard work to take those 20 Sri Lankan wickets. Those out-and-out spinner in the side. Just look at that England batting lineup. All the batsmen from balance downwards have got into double figures. Joe Root, the outstanding performer. Shows the quality of the wicket once that green tinge went.
Change. Pradeep comes into the attack. He's 24 overs, picked up 3 wickets. For 105 runs, just the 1 maiden.
Well, Pradeep has replaced Shaminda Aranga, and Aranga will be a relieved bowler because he was 1 run away from conceding the most runs ever in an innings by a Sri Lankan seamer. 163 he's gone for here. It's 1 shy of Graham LeBroy against India in Kanpur in 1986.
What a record you want. But I just thinking back, he's doing quite well because I actually conceded 217 in 1 innings at the Oval against Pakistan. And I'll tell you the figures. You'll like this, Tracy. Just have to dig into the archives. Got to go back about 30 years, so it won't be a while.
Benedict's frantically seeing if his computer goes back that far.
Yeah, he's just downloading it. 52 overs, 7 maidens, 217. $708 Pakistan, mate. So 52 overs.
Expensive as well, that beefy, over 4 and over.
Well, if you look at the other figures, look at the other figures. I'm sure Benny now will reveal all to the world. Judging by Joe Root there, I don't think that England are thinking just yet of a declaration. Just call for some new gloves. Not a bad shot for a number 10. With this lineup, there's not much chance of Jimmy getting off that number 11 spot, is it?
No, that is for sure. Plunkett, very accomplished player. Anderson, well, he has got his pads on. That surprises me.
Treated that with contempt. England's number 10. Swatted off the front foot.
Look at the lack of pace in this. Then Plunkett right off the front dog. Little swivel, kind of hockey shot type. It is that strange phase of the game, isn't it, where Sri Lanka really sitting back and waiting for the declaration, trying to make it hard for England to hit boundaries. Not really trying to take wickets, are they?
No, they're trying to take time out of the game.
Alistair Cook was sitting on the balcony there. He's removed himself, so we're reaching conclusion to the England innings fairly soon. Ian Plunkett goes to 32, still looking for Alistair Cook in the background there. These will be useful runs for Plunkett, having been out of the side for quite a long period of time now.
It gets him back into the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Gets a little bit of confidence flowing. Always helpful for a bowler to get a few runs first. Gets the heart beating and blood flowing through the veins.
That's going to be another boundary.
Joe Root within 5 of his highest test score now. Good shot bowling over the wicket. That was his only real boundary option to get it fine down to fine leg.
I think the right call was made eventually there. It struggled.
Did you find it a good thing, Beefy, to once you've got runs to come out and bowl straight away? Did your batting help your bowling in that respect?
Yeah, I think it does. I think you get a feel for things, don't you? You're loosened up. Get a feel for what's going on out there, how the pitch is playing, where you need to bowl. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. settle for the 1. 536 for 8. All right, strategy, the moment you've been waiting for. 3 for 217 off 52 overs. Another record, but the one I'm proud of is the bottom one there. 51 not out, batted all day just about. It was boring. I actually made Atherton look express.
So your net contribution to the game was minus 160, how many? 166 was it? Looks like Pakistan batted too long in their first innings there, didn't they?
It was flat. As you say, the game's just sort of drifting a bit at the moment. Don't want to do that really, from England's point of view. You've got to stay out there and bat positively, have a go. Just try and score quickly, which they have done throughout the game, so there's no reason not to now. Paddle, that's safe.
Yeah, very much feels like the calm before the storm, and that's going to be a really interesting period of play. England new ball bowlers against the fairly inexperienced Sri Lankan openers. With forced out-and-out seamers in their attack, without the full-time spinner, new ball's really a crucial period for England.
Who'd you open with? Obviously Jimmy. Good shot. Race to the boundary.
Good from Plunkett. He's hit a few through there in this innings. Nicely timed. Good cricketer, Liam Plunkett. Underrated as a batsman. Certainly higher than number 10. Shows the length of the England batting lineup. I think I'd go Anderson and Broad, to be honest with you. Kind of Liam Plunkett feeling his way back into the team. He would probably benefit from just watching Anderson and Broad set the tone.
The only reason I ask is I'm just wondering, do you want him to wait, or because he's been out of the game, or not give him too much time to think about it? If he is bowling quicker than anyone else, which all the reports are that he is, and he looked quick out there in the practice, then I don't know, I might be tempted to give him it.
Well, the other thing is that both Anderson and Broad prefer bowling from that pavilion end. So if Broad does open up, I'm sure only be for a very short spell.
Keeper's getting a workout here. Might be a little bit of reverse there, but it was always starting down the leg side.
Charlie Warner's had some problems with his finger today. Been a bit untidy down that leg side. In fact, the Sri Lankan fielding generally has been pretty poor today. Been run ragged by England. Bowlers have received very little backup from their fielders.
543 then for 8. Yeah, I think Joe Warner there, I think he's the keeper. He's had a fair old workout. He went for an X-ray this morning on an injury, and they look like painkillers, I think. He's had to take some pretty tough stuff down the leg side.
Yeah, bowlers have lost their radar. Bowled a lot down the leg side. He's been sprawling down, been a bit untidy. I think he's been worried about that finger of his. The rest of the fielding's been poor as well. Drop catches, misfields. Ones turned into twos by some good England running. England just got to be careful they get some real momentum heading into their bowling.
Yep.
Just dropping a little when they should be going almost the other way. Really go hard at the bowling. Plenty of singles on offer for England, but if they're going to bat, they should really be kind of hit out or get out time, isn't it? Analyst Nathan Lehman having a chat with Alistair Cook. He may have some sort of simulation program running away in the dressing room there, talking about chances of winning the Test match.
Career best for Joe Root, 81, beating the 180 got here last year. Australia. Joe Root, 181 at 180 Lords. The ball banged in. No, time for a change in the commentary box. David Gower with Michael Atherton.
Oh, gone. Yep, simple catch to mid-wicket, and Liam Plunkett's bright little innings of 39 off 41 balls comes to an end.
Well, it is another short ball that's done the trick. They've not been all that effective today for Sri Lanka, but 2 or 3 now have taken wickets. But Plunkett has added to the entertainment. He's kept that scoring rate going very nicely indeed. 39 from 42. Just regretting the shot that's brought the end to his innings. It's 5:47 for 9.
England cricket and Hardies, generations of devotion.
Jimmy Anderson, England's last man, 5:47 for 9. I guess if England are carrying on, they must want to try and get Joe Root to that double 100. He's 19 away. Can Jimmy Anderson keep him company? Can Root manufacture enough of the strike to get through to that double 100? That's the end of Liam Plunkett. Surprised by the pace, and he was on the front foot, wasn't he? Spliced a simple catch up to mid-wicket. Pradeep has 4 wickets now, so he's a chance to get on the Lord's honours board as well. Should be a thrill for him.
Well, can Jimmy Anderson stick around? Does Joe Root need to accelerate? Should the personal milestone even come into it?
He spent a fair bit of time this winter, didn't he, fending off Mitchell Johnson, did Jimmy Anderson. He was occasionally thrust in the night watchman's role. Whenever you looked out and saw Jimmy Anderson with bat in hand, there always seemed to be about 8 Australians surrounding him. 4 or 5 slips and gullies and leg gullies, short legs, and kind of might get a bit here now, albeit lesser pace of Nuwan Pradeep, but another leg gully's gone in to accompany the short leg. .47 for 9.
Yeah, no surprises, getting an early bouncer, Jimmy Anderson. But it does make a difference, doesn't it, if it's low 80s in terms of the miles per hour as opposed to late 80s or 90. Very different sort of beast.
Smiles now, the nerves of yesterday morning, all that tension with the loss of 2 early wickets has gone. England in a position from which now they shouldn't lose the game. Well, a question of how much time they give themselves, how well they bowl, whether they can press for victory.
Yeah, I mean, the game has moved forward, hasn't it, today, very rapidly. The run rate's been excellent today. Overall run rate for the innings is 4.34, which is excellent for Test match cricket. So that bit's gone well. 548 halfway through the afternoon, day 2 is absolutely fine.
Yeah, no complaints at all about the way with which England have pushed forward. They've been helped, of course, by some sloppy cricket from Sri Lanka and a lot of loose bowling and indifferent fielding. There he is, the Burnley Lara unveils a reverse sweep.
Well, I suppose you have a certain freedom to do this, don't you? And the score is, well, it's now 5:52. They've just slipped past the 5:50 mark with that shot. He actually played it rather well. Not necessarily a given with Jimmy.
Played it beautifully, didn't he? You were captain, weren't you, when a chairman of selectors banned the reverse sweep? So long ago, but I remember it. Peter May banned it, 1985 Ashes against Australia. Sent a missive to the captain. This shall not be played in future.
I'd forgotten it had been invented by then, to be honest. It wasn't common. It certainly wasn't common in that. And in fact, the worst one, Mr. Warner's just chirped up from the back. The worst one I remember was Gatt at the '87 World Cup against Australia, which
it's a well-known example, isn't it? Well, a famous example. But in '85, both Beefy and Gatt got out playing Peter May. Sent the missive. Thou shalt not reverse sweep. Certainly wasn't played in Peter May's day.
I hasten to add, managed to win in '85 without worrying too much about the banning of the reverse sweep. There was a lot of perfectly decent, what you might describe as orthodox cricket that was played during that series, and we did come out on top.
A more orthodox stroke to finish the over. 5-5-4 for 9. We reckon that's drinks.
International cricket on Sky Sports is sponsored by The Times and The Sunday Times.
That game was drawn, wasn't it? Flintoff bowled
This year's Langton's Classic.
What's gone on? What an innings this has been from Joe Root, going past his career best score in Test cricket today, which previously 180, of course, on this ground against Australia. It's a little unobtrusive in the first session. All the action seemed to be happening at the other end. Lots of bouncers and balls and wickets, and Root just going about his business, really. It's been a chanceless innings. Very important one in the context of his career. Might just set up a golden summer for him, who knows. Very strong on the leg side. Nasser?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the field. There's no third man for Joe Root. A bit of Groundhog Day here. A year ago, he was 180 not out, and he played that little dill scoop shot that he got out to. I'll show you that in a minute. This was the shot he played when he got to 180, what was it, 11 months ago against Australia, trying to get to a double hundred. Got the little scoop out, and there was a third man on that occasion. Just a debate, really. The lad's, what, 183 not out? Personal milestones, 200, or get on with winning the game?
You know where I stand on that. Get on with winning the game, although you cannot complain about England's run rate here. It's not as though the batsmen are playing selfishly or anything. Just on that dill scoop, whilst you were in Bangladesh for the World 2020, we had Joe Root in for a lot in our studio, and he gave me a little masterclass on the
Are you an expert on it now?
I can now play the dill scoop.
Oh, we'll see that tomorrow before we start playing the game then. He was good, wasn't he, when he came in? Joe Root spoke well.
Nice lad. Very good player. Nice lad. Tough as old boots. He's got a lot going for him. Hard edge, but a nice lad. It's a good combination. You can be both, can't you? You can be hard on the field, but still a decent lad. You've got one of those, Nass. It's the other bit that you struggle with.
Never miss an opportunity, do you?
It's interesting. The thing to point out there as England go past that total in 2006, actually that match was drawn here in Lords, and that was the game that Andrew Flintoff bowled himself almost into an early retirement. 51 overs from memory, bowled in the second innings there, and had ankle and foot problems afterwards. So even though England in a very strong position here, David, they'd still remember that it's not going to be easy to dismiss Sri Lanka twice.
Yeah, fair point. And that was a very flat pitch which lasted. It kept together, held together well that final day, and it was really, really hard work for Flintoff and everyone else trying to bowl Sri Lanka out. Never single batting, yep. Still the same things as ever apply here, that Sri Lanka need to bat well in their first innings. They don't want to give themselves too much to do later in the game. So a lot depends on the next 24 hours or so.
Point being as well, though, you need maximum time, don't you? You can't just assume that opposition will roll over. And the Lords, recently at least, back in our day, it used to crack and go a bit up and down, but of late it's certainly not deteriorated or disintegrated. Often actually it's got better and better into the fourth and fifth days. Whether this one will, it's a little drier. We shall see. Oh, now to an inside edge. Did it pitch outside leg stump? Almost playing French cricket there, Jimmy Anderson. It seemed to hit him on the back leg. It must be close. Gotta be close.
Well, look where his feet are. It's showing a lot of the stumps. So I think the key is not so much whether or not he's hit it, but exactly where it's pitched. He might just have pitched outside the line of leg stump.
Yeah, I suspect you're right. I haven't seen a signal for a review, although there must have been, because everybody's just milling around as if it's a tea party out in the middle. So they must have reviewed it.
Well, okay, I think they have reviewed it, but the message hasn't really got through, so process is being slightly delayed. So the first thing to check, as ever, is that front foot, which is fine. Had a look at a hot spot. We'll have an official look at super slow motion replay. It's just, as I say, the interesting thing is where his feet are.
I think you're right. There speaks a left-hander. And Tenai tuned to whether the ball is pitched outside leg or not, and you're probably right. Worth a review, isn't it? 2 left, last man in.
Well, yeah, you want to get off the field, don't you? Even if it's 555. Quintuple Nelson. You want to get off the field for Sri Lanka.
Joe Root just a little nervous because he's got his eyes on a double 100. This will tell us all we need to know. Yeah. David Gower, the left-handers club, absolutely right.
Well, another 5 minutes of now lost from our lives. Well, as you say, you can completely understand why Sri Lanka would just give it a go. And you can see 100% why the decision stands. And Joe Root will look at the scorecard. 184 not out.
Man out, but I think this is over his head. It is. But not all the way. Had that man been back on the boundary edge, he's in business, but he's a long, long way in, almost 3/4 back, really.
Yeah, he didn't get hold of it properly. There's obviously an element of risk. It's a top half the bat. Anxious look from Joe Root as he sees it go up. Has it got the distance? Now we know it has.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good, what, 10 yards plus in, wasn't he? 10, 15 yards in.
And no, Joe Root certainly got 1 double 100 in first-class cricket. He got one against Hampshire, didn't he, at the Rose Bowl? Because I remember one of the umpires in the game, can't remember who, came to me and said it's the best innings he's ever seen from a young English batsman. .236, that must have been against Hampshire, I suspect. On the verge of another 11 away. Two first-class hundreds. 2 first-class double hundreds. Apologies, that 236 came against Derbyshire, 222 against Hampshire.
Well, have a look at this then. Anderson gets his first taste in this over of Herath, and that just carries. Low, but can just get a hand under those.
Oh, he's one of the great slip fielders as well, isn't he? Mahela Jayawardene. Taken so many catches. Anybody who was going to take that, he might have done.
He'll be annoyed, I think.
.564 for 9.
10 to go for Joe Root. Who will not want to see Jimmy Anderson nudging things outside off stump like that.
He's hurrying now, Joe Root. That LBW shout against Anderson and then the edge that might have been taken by Jayawardene. He's telling him that Jimmy might not have many lives left, so he's got to get through to that double hundred quick time. That's handy, very handy.
It's an absolute gift, isn't it? And there's Joe Root thinking, now where am I going to get my runs to? He's nudged the first for 2, which is fine. Offside is pretty secure. Not many twos or boundaries free there. And he gets an absolute gift just down the leg side in reachable distance. Tuck it away, thank you very much, 4. One blow will do it. Another one of those would do it.
No!
Well, there could have been one there had Joe Root wanted it, but I don't think he wants to get Anderson on strike. And who can blame him?
Who indeed? I mean, having started this partnership with a way to go before you approach 200, now that he's in within touching distance, completely understandable and completely allowable to say, right, let's just get him through to a double hundred. Yeah, it's up to him, entirely in his hands now.
I think it's Anderson this time that doesn't want to get on strike. Root was very happy to take that single on that occasion, and Anderson waved him away.
Tell you what, I mean, when you're on 196, you kick yourself with that one. Very hittable. 2 men in the deep on the onside, but 40-50 yards between them. That one could have easily gone beautifully 20 yards behind square, 4 runs, 200. Thank you very much. Let's go off and start bowling.
I wouldn't know. 196? I wouldn't know.
Oh, yes.
Well, he's just given Anderson 1 ball to survive. Anderson survives. 571 for 9. Root is 197.
Well, that discussion is simply about tactics between the wickets, i.e., do they run, do they not run? Let's face it, the attention is very simply on Joe Root. 3 runs he needs for this double hundred. So he can manipulate the strike. Everyone is on his side. Everyone would love him to get this double 100, apart from, I dare say, even including Sri Lanka, to be honest.
Possibly, possibly not. It's only one. What odds another Anderson reverse sweep here, David?
Well, put it this way, if it were to go wrong, terminally wrong, two men would take different routes back to the pavilion. Actually, no, Joe's, as you said, such a nice lad. He would take the 198 and so don't worry, I'll come back again next time and sort out the double. Don't worry, lad, he's saying, don't worry. Just play, just bat.
Jai Warden has come half a step closer at slip. Perfect. Played for and got, dare we say.
Well, let's just say got.
Now, Joe, you've given Jimmy Anderson enough strike. Now's the time. There's one. And a second for Joe Root. A first Test match double 100 for the Yorkshireman. He becomes the fourth youngest English batsman through to a Test match double 100.
Well, the perfect way to start the Test match summer for Joe Root. Standing ovation from both the Lord's crowd, the balcony. Alistair Cook has given him time to savour the moment out there and now calls him in. So England have declared 575 for 9 is enough in their book. But well played indeed, Joe Root. Very cool, very calm, very good. Excellent, in fact, throughout.